Chapter 3281. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. The great competition is coming in just 3 days. The entire third universe's human race was in turmoil, and the changes were too shocking. Although 4 of these peerless geniuses, who were said to only appear once every 10,000 years, appeared out of nowhere, they had not grown up yet. They were only at the 9th level of the mystic light realm. Normally, even if the 4 of them joined forces, they would not be able to affect the so-called general trend. But now it was different. The situation in the 3 universes was tense, and a full-scale war could break out at any time. At this time, 4 peerless geniuses of the human race had suddenly appeared, and they had even fought to be the first to descend from the sky in just 3 days. There was something strange about this matter, and it was hard not to think about it. Perhaps once a full-scale war broke out, with the current cultivation level of these 4 peerless geniuses, they were far from being able to affect the general trend of the war. They would not be able to shake it at all. However, they had suddenly appeared at such a sensitive time. From a certain point of view, it was extremely likely that it was related to the destiny of this shocking battle. If there really was a heavenly Tao looking down on all living beings, then their appearance was undoubtedly a manifestation of the blessing of the heavenly Tao. Although this speculation was groundless, it could not help but make people think more about it. The situation in the 3 universes, which was originally extremely tense, instantly eased up. The overlord of the first universe, the Tianji clan, who was secretly ready to make a move, remained silent and did not have any obvious reaction. The various races of the Federation in the second universe were obviously much quieter. The higher-ups of the powerful races such as the Inji clan, who had been following up and pressuring the headquarters of the Federation, were temporarily silent. They wanted to see how the situation would develop before making a move. Unfortunately, although the pressure from the outside world had temporarily eased, the situation in the third universe, which was controlled by the human race, was still tense. It was even more serious, and the signs of impending chaos were more obvious. Although the 4 peerless geniuses who appeared this time belonged to the human race, they did not care about the 2 camps that controlled the general trend of the human race. The technology camp was better. Although Fairy Inxia and Xiaoyaozi did not care about the dynasty, at least there was no conflict. However, the cultivation camp was not so comfortable. The fallen demon sun and the demon dust woman were more ruthless than the other. As soon as they appeared, they killed many starry sky masters of the cultivation camp. Except for some second-tier sects and forces, even the Tenju Heavenly Palace, the overlord of the cultivation camp, was included. A total of more than a dozen disciples of the Heavenly Palace died. Furthermore, Witch Dust Maiden Zhao Lingyang was the princess of the 6th palace of the 10 ultimates. This was completely the rhythm of betraying the sect. No matter how good the tempers of the 10 ultimates' Heavenly Palace's higher-ups were, they still couldn't tolerate this. As a result, the cultivators were the first to fall into chaos. With the Tenju Celestial Palace as the leader, the experts from various sects formed an army and launched a comprehensive search for Devil Dust Maiden and the fallen demon sun. Of course, Yixian's devouring avatar was also one of the targets along the way, as well as the undying Dark Phoenix. A fierce battle quickly broke out. There were casualties on both sides. The Devil Dust Maiden, the fallen demon sun, and the devouring avatar were all found on the same day. Facing the joint attack of many experts from the cultivation camp, although the 3 of them were slightly injured, they all escaped safely in the end. In this battle, the Devil Dust Maiden and the fallen demon sun still had their demonic flames. But what was more shocking was Yixian's devouring avatar. At this time, the outside world suddenly realized that his cultivation was only at the peak of the 9th level of the origin realm, which was 2 whole realms lower than the fallen demon sun, who was at the peak of the 9th level of the mystic light realm. There was also the 10th level of the grotto heaven between them. However, on the evening when the fallen demon sun appeared 2 days ago, the 2 of them clearly fought for a long time in a remote galaxy. The devouring avatar, who was only at the 9th level of the origin realm, fought the fallen demon sun, who was at the 9th level of the mystic light realm, alone, and did not fall into a disadvantage at all. In the end, he even calmly escaped, as if he had entered a place where no one could stop him. This was simply illogical, and it was hard to accept. The devouring avatar's true background was still a huge question mark. Whether it was the higher-ups of the cultivation camp or the technological camp, none of them could confirm whether it was Tian Qianzi's avatar or Prince Xian's avatar. Compared to the fallen demon sun and the devil dust maiden's demonic flames, the devouring avatar was more mysterious. Its entire body exuded a slippery aura, making it hard for others to see through. Because of this, some people boldly guessed that he must have hidden his cultivation. Otherwise, how monstrous would it be to be able to fight against a 9th-level mystic light realm cultivator without falling into a disadvantage when he was only at the 9th level of the origin realm? It would not be an exaggeration to say that this was unprecedented, and it was rare to see such a person in hundreds of millions of years. In comparison, the speculation that the devouring avatar had hidden his cultivation was more reasonable and believable. At the very least, it was not hard to accept. Unfortunately, voices of doubt about this theory soon appeared. Although they could not be completely sure that the speculation was not true, they could basically overturn it. This was because on that day, the devouring avatar faced the joint attack of the various sects of the cultivation camp and fought to the death alone. He used all kinds of amazing divine abilities to the extreme, but even when he was seriously injured and almost died in the end, the combat power he displayed was still only at the 9th level of the origin realm. If he was not lucky enough to escape, the final result would definitely be that he died at the hands of a certain almighty figure of the Tenju Celestial Palace. At such a critical moment of life and death, who would grit their teeth and continue to hide their cultivation? It could not stand up to scrutiny at all. After realizing this, the entire human race of the third universe was once again in an uproar. It turned out that the existence whose avatar they did not know was the real terrifying monstrous existence. With a gap of 2 realms, he was able to fight the fallen demon sun without falling into a disadvantage. This was simply infuriating. The subsequent search efforts of the various sects of the cultivation camp increased substantially. The focus had shifted from the fallen demon sun and the demon dust maiden to Yi Xian's devouring avatar, which became the main target, instantly completing the counterattack. In this regard, the immortal dynasty of the science camp did not have any reaction. Although the other party was certainly possible to be the Longxian avatar of the dynasty, before this matter was confirmed, the dynasty would not break out into a conflict with the Tenju Celestial Palace at such a sensitive time for uncertain reasons. The chaos of the 3 universes was gradually appearing. The human race of the third universe must not have internal strife. Although the dissatisfaction and resentment of the 2 camps were very strong, they tacitly chose to restrain themselves. However, on the evening of the same day this news was spread by the cultivation camp. In the depths of the outer palace of the inner city of the Immortal Star Imperial Capital, the figures of the Imperial Preceptor d'Air and the Immortal Emperor appeared at the peak of the Imperial Preceptor Hall at the same time. They looked up at the night sky and whispered to each other. No one knew what they were talking about. Even the Imperial Elders of the Imperial Preceptor Hall could not easily try to eavesdrop on the contents of their conversation. The Immortal Emperor was one thing, but the key was the Imperial Preceptor d'Air. Even they were extremely afraid of him. However, when the secret conversation ended and the Immortal Emperor turned to leave, the Imperial Preceptor d'Air suddenly laughed cheerfully. His voice was slightly louder and could be vaguely heard when the night wind blew. Ha ha ha! In addition to the rascal who was just chased away in just 3 days, 4 more test seeds that have stepped onto the right track have appeared out of nowhere. The system seed source that was distributed back then could be said to be a huge amount. At least it was not wasted. Chapter 3282. Chapter 3282 Chapter 328 Origin on the other side. Half of the void of the third universe controlled by the self-cultivator camp fell into chaos because of the ongoing search. On the other side, the immortal dynasty territory of the human race wasn't peaceful either. The Heavenly War Empire, one of the 3 empires under the rule of the dynasty, abandoned the entire imperial planet where the capital was located. In one night, the entire empire's government and high-ranking officials were displaced. This was a matter of great importance, so the dynasty naturally couldn't ignore it. 5 days had passed, and the army that had departed from the imperial capital Heaven Battle Planet had basically all arrived at the administrative planets where they had temporarily settled down. The 2 fleets from the imperial capital Immortal Star were also on their way and would arrive in a few days. The reason why there were 2 fleets was because the Federation's Overwatch Council was also alarmed this time. In addition to the immortal army sent by the dynasty, the Wanluo Federation's Overwatch Council's Sanlon fleet also mobilized a large-scale fleet on the same day. After all, the sudden appearance of such a terrifying zombie poison in the human territory was no small matter. If something went wrong, it would affect the entire third universe and even spread to the wormhole second universe. How could the Federation's Overwatch Council just sit and watch? Although the fleet was still on the way and hadn't arrived yet, as the news spread from the dynasty's main network on the immortal planet, the large and small countries and countless people in the Heavenly War Empire's vast starfield were finally comforted and didn't feel so uneasy anymore. Immediately, the Heavenly War Emperor, who had safely arrived at the Heavenly War Empire's capital, immediately issued an imperial order. The entire Heavenly War Empire's vassal countries under its rule were under full martial law from this moment onwards. All battleships and armaments were activated. The battle to reclaim the imperial planet was about to begin. In addition to this, there was also a military fleet that was responsible for monitoring the front lines that departed from the Heavenly War planet in the evening and headed towards the Heavenly War planet. After arriving, this fleet would be stationed in the Heavenly War starfield and investigate the changes in the imperial planet 24/7. At the same time, in the interior of the Heavenly War planet, Tuoba Linfeng, Gong Yangji, and Yuan Zhua, the three great zombie kings, led the entire universe's zombie army from the Heaven Battle Empire's capital, sweeping through everything in their path. In the past 5 days, they had already swept through half of the Heaven Battle planet's interior, trampling over almost 1,000 cities of the Heaven Battle planet. At this point, the entire zombie army had reached a small success. The number of zombies in the universe was like a rolling snowball, reaching a terrifying number of tens of millions. However, all of this was far from over. More than half of the Emperor Star's territory had yet to be swept away. There were still some Imperial citizens and Star warriors lingering in these cities. In the eyes of Tuoba Linfeng and the other two zombie kings, these humans were the fresh blood of the zombie army. They were precious and could not be let go of so easily. In these 5 days, Tuoba Linfeng and the other two zombie kings' strength had increased to a certain extent. They had all made breakthroughs from the 9th realm late-stage origin to the 10th realm early-stage grotto heaven. Among them, Tuoba Linfeng was at level 3 grotto heaven, Gong Yangji was at level 2 grotto heaven, and Yuan Zhua was the weakest, but he had also reached level 1 grotto heaven. Other than that, the entire zombie army had also undergone huge changes. The evolution of the universe's zombies seemed to be on the fast track. Every day, there would be a large number of universe's zombies undergoing a second or even third evolution. There were also all kinds of new abilities that appeared. The power system of the universe's zombies was slowly taking shape. Among them, there were even some stronger zombies that gradually gained the ability to think. This was clearly a sign that a new consciousness was sprouting, and there would be a time when they would once again give birth to sentience. Regarding all of this, Yi Xian was completely oblivious. 5 days had passed, and he was still quietly hibernating in the depths of the Heaven Battle Empire's capital, cultivating in seclusion. However, it was clear that he was nearing the end. The devouring system's speed of absorbing the star core's energy was extremely extraordinary. As early as 2 days ago, it had already consumed all of the star core's energy provided by Yi Xian. The reason why he hadn't finished his seclusion was only because the subsequent refinement had delayed the progress. The massive amount of Star Core's energy was continuously being poured into Yi Xian's body by the devouring system. In addition to the various heavenly materials and earthly treasures that he had previously refined, these two types of energy gathered together and continuously tempered and strengthened every single cell of Yi Xian's body. Every minute, every second, Yi Xian's body's vitality was slowly and endlessly rising. The meridians and organs in his body were undergoing earth-shaking changes. Faintly, they were blooming with a faint auspicious brilliance, triggering a resonance with his body. From time to time, the roars of dragons and tigers could be heard. If it wasn't for the fact that he had activated the star core in his brain to perfectly activate the secret spiritual technique and instructed the devouring system to maintain it for him, once the roars of dragons and tigers and the rumbling of his vitality were heard, it would be useless even if he was hibernating in the depths of the earth vein. He would most likely be exposed. Another day passed in the blink of an eye. All of the star core's energy and heavenly materials and earthly treasures that had been poured into Yi Xian's body were finally exhausted, leaving nothing behind. In the next instant, a stream of blood-red liquid was poured into Yixian's body at the right time and instantly spread out, turning into a scorching energy river that surged like a roaring mountain torrent. It violently flushed and stimulated every single cell of Yixian's body, both inside and outside. This was the extremely rare level 9 gene cultivation fluid that the experts of the human race's science and technology faction couldn't get their hands on even if they wanted to. It was suitable for experts who had reached the peak of level 9 black hole. It was used to break through the shackles of the physical body and sever the bloodline gene chains, thereby allowing them to step into the starting point in one fell swoop. Yixian had already prepared this level 9 liquid before he went into seclusion and threw it to the devouring system. He also instructed the system to immediately inject the level 9 liquid into the system if his body's vital energy and blood had already reached the 9th level of the black hole by the time his cultivation ended. At this moment, as the terrifying energy contained in the level 9 gene cultivation fluid instantly spread throughout his body, Yixian's entire body was completely tense. Although this method of breaking through the shackles of the physical body cells and severing the bloodline gene chains was direct and effective, it was too violent. His entire body seemed to have completely collapsed in an instant. Even the first cell was rioting, which was really uncomfortable. Fortunately, it didn't take long. In less than an hour, everything was over. At this moment, Yixian, who had been meditating like an old monk for 6 whole days, suddenly opened his eyes. 2 dazzling beams of light shot out from the bottom of his eyes and disappeared in a flash. Immediately after that, the familiar sound of the system notification rang in his head. Ding! Congratulations to the host. The realm of your physical body's vitality has increased. Current realm. Level 8 Black Hole Realm. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Ding! Congratulations to the host. The realm of your physical body's vitality has increased. Current realm. Level 1 Origin Realm. The system notification rang 3 times in a row. Each time it rang, it represented a small breakthrough, which meant that Yixian's physical body's vitality had increased tremendously. Chapter 3283. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. The opportunity of the immortal star brain Yixian lowered his head and glanced at the layer of black scabs covering the surface of his body. Even he found it a little unbelievable. It would be fine if this situation happened in the early stage of body tempering, but now that he had already reached the black hole realm, the evolution of his body was definitely not low, and yet he was still able to force out so many filthy impurities from his body. It was enough to show how terrifying the transformation of his body after this tempering was. This was definitely the rhythm of risking his life. Today Yixian felt like he had been reborn. His entire body was shining brightly, and it was clear that his body was close to perfection, as if he was about to reach the legendary innate saint body that was untainted by filth. He even suspected that there was an ancient divine dragon hibernating in his body. His body's qi and blood were surging like a roaring river. Although Yixian had only broken through 3 small levels in terms of his physical body's qi and blood realm, the increase in his overall combat strength was far from that simple. The reason was very simple. With the improvement of his qi and blood realm, the various bloodlines in his body, such as the ancient demonic dragon, had also been integrated into his body. In this case, the power of his various bloodlines, such as the demonic dragon's roar and the demonic soul pupil, would naturally increase along with it. In addition, with the great improvement of his cultivation, Yixian's Rai Di seal, Shenong cauldron, and other treasures would also be activated more powerful, including the battle weapon Withered Demon Blood Blade and the battle armor Indestructible Glass Armor. After all, they were quasi-starry sky-grade treasures, and had the unique attribute of self-growth. His black hole realm cultivation was still far from being able to activate their power to the extreme. However, although Yixian had broken through 3 small realms, and his qi and blood realm had broken through to the 9th great realm, the origin 1st grade, his chances of killing the 3 zombie kings, including Tuoba Linfeng and Gong Yangji, were still not high, without using the Rai Di seal and other supreme treasures and bloodline abilities such as the Fallen Sky Bow. Putting aside the few precious treasures and the most powerful bloodline ability, although he still had many powerful methods, so that his overall combat strength was far beyond his cultivation level, he was basically unafraid of those in the same realm. In a one-on-one battle he could sweep through them. Even if it was 1 against 3, he still had the possibility of winning. Tuoba Linfeng and the other 2 zombie kings were already at the late stage of the origin realm. Now that 6 days had passed, and with the rapid mutation and evolution speed of the universe zombies, it was very likely that the 3 of them had broken through the origin realm and stepped into the Grotto Heaven realm. If it was a one-on-one battle, with Yi Xian's abnormal combat strength, he would not be afraid of fighting across realms. However, there were clearly 3 opponents this time, and they were extremely cautious, so it was unlikely that they would be separated easily. If the 3 of them had already stepped into the Grotto Heaven realm, Yi Xian would have no chance of winning against 3 opponents across realms. Right now, I can only try my luck and wait for one of them to be separated before I make my move. Thinking of this, Yi Xian felt depressed and sighed faintly. Besides, I have to deal with the issue of the level 10 liquid immediately. Now that I have stepped into the origin 1st grade, if I still don't find the level 10 liquid when I reach the origin 9th grade, I will face the dilemma of having my path cut off again. If there is no other way, I will have to make a trip to the Tuoba family. After making the decision, Yi Xian left the depths of the ley lines and quietly returned to the surface. The mental power of the source nucleus in his brain continued to be supplied, maintaining the perfect vibration of the secret spiritual technique and concealing all auras. However, he soon found that this was completely unnecessary. The entire inner city of the imperial capital was lifeless. Not only were there no living people, but there were also no universe zombies. What entered his eyes was a scene of ruins and broken tiles, and the ground was full of broken limbs and rotten flesh. It was obvious that the zombie army had left. Just as Yi Xian was stunned by the unexpected disappearance of the zombie army, a familiar system prompt suddenly sounded in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host. You have discovered a high-level Starry Sky super brain. It is mature and can be devoured. Do you want to capture it immediately? High-level mature Starry Sky super brain? Could it be the intelligence center of the Heavenly War Empire's level 2 star network? The surprise came too quickly. Yi Xian was shocked on the spot, and then he was ecstatic. The depression he had before was swept away in an instant. There were only 3 level 2 star networks under the command of the entire Undying Dynasty, and they were located in the imperial capital of the 3 great empires. Normally, Yi Xian wouldn't have had the opportunity to get close to them and covet them. He hadn't expected to encounter such a good thing today. A meat pie had fallen from the sky and landed directly on his head. Starry Sky superbrains were extremely rare, and high-level ones were even rarer. Apart from the 3 Starry Sky superbrains that maintained the operation of the level 2 star networks in the 3 great empires, there were definitely no more than 2 Starry Sky superbrains in the entire Undying Dynasty. Although there was a Starry Sky superbrain in the countless administrative planets of the big and small countries below the 3 great empires that acted as the intelligence center of the star network, they were basically all normal-grade Starry Sky superbrains of different grades, and there were very few mature Starry Sky superbrains. Unfortunately, the chances of a Starry Sky superbrain evolving were very slim. A mature normal-grade Starry Sky superbrain might not become a mature Starry Sky superbrain even after tens of thousands of years. It was even less of an extravagant hope for a Starry Sky superbrain to evolve. Therefore, any high-level Starry Sky superbrain was something that one could only come across by chance, and was extremely precious. Starry Sky superbrains could devour each other to accelerate their own evolution. However, for the immortal Starry Sky superbrain in Yi Xian's possession that had just entered the maturation stage, immortal Starry Sky superbrain avoided it like the plague. It couldn't devour normal-grade Starry Sky superbrains even if it wanted to. Only a high-level mature Starry Sky superbrain like this was absolutely a great supplement. If he didn't devour it, he would regret it for life. With that in mind, Yi Xian didn't hesitate anymore. He immediately ordered the system to activate the devouring ability and capture it with all his might. Of course, he could actually search for it himself. After all, the entire imperial capital's inner city was empty. It wouldn't matter what he did. However, that was the center of the Heavenly Battle Empire's level 2 star network after all. It was impossible for it not to have any defenses, especially when the entire imperial capital was empty except for this high-level Starry Sky superbrain that was accidentally left behind. Now that time was of the essence, there was really no need to take this risk. Feeling slightly anxious, Yi Xian waited for less than a minute before the system notification rang in his mind again. Ding! Congratulations to the host. You have obtained a mature high-level starry sky superbrain. Do you want to activate the devouring ability immediately? Success! Yixian let out a long sigh of relief and immediately gave an affirmative reply. He was even more excited now. Not long after, when this mature high-level starry sky superbrain's mass was completely digested, Yixian's personal starry sky communication system would most likely be upgraded again. When that time came, its power would be even more powerful, and the chances of him finding the rest of the dimension void fragment technique would be greatly increased. It could be said that a slight change in one part could affect the situation as a whole. The significance of this was just too great. Rumble! Before Yixian could calm his surging emotions, the ground beneath his feet suddenly shook violently. A thunderous boom suddenly exploded in the sky above his head. The sound was terrifying. Chapter 3284. Disaster. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless fantasy translation. In the vast space outside the atmosphere of the Heaven Battle Planet, four fortresses with a diameter of 10,000 meters hovered silently in the void around the Heaven Battle Planet. The experts in the four fortresses were the last batch of Imperial Palace guards that had retreated just before the Imperial capital's inner city fell. The reason why they stayed here was to monitor the situation of the Imperial capital's Heaven Battle Planet. This was an order given by Emperor Tian Battle himself. 6 days had passed, and the Heaven Battle Planet had not moved at all. Those space zombies had not even tried to attack the star defense array set up in the atmosphere in the surrounding void. The entire planet's defensive array had been fully activated for several days now. Before Emperor Heavenly Battle left, he had set the self-activation time in mode. Right now, the entire Heaven Battle Planet was like a giant planet cage. Those outside couldn't enter, and those inside couldn't leave. Unless a sea of battleships bombarded the star defense array with thousands of cannons at the same time, the star defense array's countless void nodes would be completely exhausted. Or they could obtain the defense array token from Emperor Tian Battle. Of course, it was also possible to destroy the star brain of the Imperial capital's level 2 star network, which was located in one of the most important places in the Imperial capital's inner city. Unfortunately, none of the above three methods were realistic. The defense array token had been taken away long ago, and the star brain was protected by powerful restrictions and was extremely secretive, so it was still safe. It was precisely because of this that the Imperial Palace's Imperial Guards who were stationed in the four fortresses did not feel the slightest sense of crisis. The army from the Imperial capital's immortal star would arrive soon. At that time, Imperial Emperor Tianzhan would also arrive. Presumably, it would not be long before the Imperial star was restored. Unfortunately, the unforeseen event still happened unexpectedly. Rumble. Boom. In the void up ahead, the thick layer of atmosphere that enveloped the entire Imperial star suddenly surged without any warning. Terrifying thunderous booms rang out continuously as countless specks of light flickered in and out of existence in the void around the Imperial star, densely packed together. These motes of light were the foundation of the Heaven Battle Planet's defensive array formation. They were densely distributed throughout the Imperial planet's atmosphere. And now they suddenly flickered. This was clearly a sign that there was a problem with the defensive array formation, and that it was about to collapse. All the Imperial Palace guards in the four fortresses were dumbfounded by this scene. They were shocked to the point of despair, and exclamations of shock rang out one after another. Heavens, what happened? This is impossible. How could those damn universe zombies be so powerful? He was actually able to blast open the defensive formation from the inside. Report it immediately. Something big is going to happen. At the same time, in the atmosphere, in the inner city of the Heaven Battle Empire, Yixian's heart was at a loss as he subconsciously raised his head to look at the sky. Then, as a thought flashed through his mind, the shock that had just appeared on his face instantly turned into a sluggish expression. Disaster. It was a sign that the star defense array outside of the atmosphere was about to be completely paralyzed. And this was related to Yixian. He was the instigator. Previously, he was too excited and didn't think too much. He actually acted impulsively and directly swallowed the central star brain of the Heaven Battle Planet's level 2 star network. With the central intelligent core gone, the Heaven Battle Planet's level 2 star network was completely destroyed. How could the star defense array still function? Since the star defense array has been activated, It means that the universe zombie army hasn't left yet. The Empire's official purpose of activating the Star Defense Array is to turn the Imperial planet into a cage. At least, it can cut off the possibility of the universe zombie army rushing out of the atmosphere and entering the universe for a short period of time. Yi Xian muttered to himself. His face was as gloomy as water, revealing a bit of annoyance. At this time he realized that he had made a big mistake. If this caused the undying poison to spread to the void outside of the Heaven Battle planet and eventually spread to the entire third universe, his sin would be too great. This matter concerned the survival of the entire human race, and he would be a sinner for all eternity. Fortunately, there is still a chance to remedy this situation. As long as the three zombie kings Tuoba Linfeng, Gong Yangji, and Yuan Zhuo are killed, the rest of the universe zombies won't be a threat no matter how many there are. After all, except for the three zombie kings, the rest of the zombies are infected with a poison that is not the original source. Whether it is the speed of evolution or the height that they can reach, it is destined that they will be extremely limited. Thinking of this, Yi Xian's eyes lit up. Without hesitation, he waved his hand and summoned the Dongshu shuttle. He stepped into the shuttle, activated the concealment array, and rushed out like a bolt of lightning. With this unexpected situation, Yi Xian had no time to think about anything else. The only thing in his mind was to kill the three zombie kings as soon as possible. Otherwise, if they took the opportunity to slip away and escape from the Heaven Battle planet, he would be powerless to chase after them in the boundless void of the universe. However, he still didn't plan to use the Rai-D seal and the fallen sky bow. At this moment, he summoned the Dongshu shuttle not only to find the target as soon as possible in this vast Heaven Battle continent. Once the target appeared, Yi Xian would immediately activate the battleship killing system, obtained after the 7th fusion of the Dongshu shuttle. After the last fusion, Yi Xian's battle armors and battleships had all jumped to the quasi-starry sky level. He had tested the power of the battle armors and was extremely satisfied. Only the battleship Dongshu shuttle's battleship killing system had not been activated yet. Today he could use Tuoba Linfeng and his zombie army to test its power. After an hour, another city appeared on the ground in front of him. Yi Xian had searched all the way and found more than 100 cities. Without exception, all of them had turned into purgatory demonic lands similar to the Heaven Battle Emperor's capital. At first, Yi Xian was furious, but now he seemed to be a little numb, but the killing intent in his heart became more and more intense. After a while, as the Dongshu shuttle whistled over the city at a low altitude, Yi Xian immediately found something unusual. Although the scene in the city below was exactly the same as what he had seen before, the bloodstains on the ground were clearly different. They were not dry yet, which meant that the zombie army was in front of him and had finally appeared. Yi Xian's heart beat wildly. Without hesitation, he immediately issued an order to the system, and immediately activated the battleship killing system of the Dongshu shuttle. It was fully charged and ready to be activated. Buzz buzz. The next moment, a faint trembling buzzing sound rang out. The Dongshu shuttle's concealment array was automatically removed, and the hull of the shuttle was revealed. Countless small light spots of different shapes flashed instantly, covering the entire surface of the hull, dazzling everyone. After the 7th fusion of the Dongshu shuttle, the Grand 5 Elements Annihilation Array disk had turned into a layer of obscure array patterns that covered the entire shuttle. Now, the array patterns engraved on every part of the Dongshu shuttle could be said to be incomparably complicated. Layer after layer, they were so densely packed that they made one dizzy when looking at them carefully. Chapter 3285. 5 Elements Annihilation Hodgepodge. As the killing system of the Void Hole shuttle was fully activated and immediately began to store up energy at full capacity, Yi Xian's originally rather excited mood instantly surged. He had a burning anticipation for what he would soon witness with his own eyes. The Great 5 Elements Annihilation Formation Disc was an offensive magical weapon in the form of a formation. It was a miniature, portable killing formation. All the formation patterns and talismans were refined and solidified into the formation disc. This kind of formation disc was very rare even in the cultivation camp, and high-grade ones were even rarer. Once this formation disc was activated, the power of the Annihilation Formation Disc would be able to overturn the heavens and earth in an instant. It could convert any energy into 5 types of annihilation lightning, and it could be divided and combined. If it was divided, it could penetrate the Earth's crust and collapse mountains. If it was combined, it could bury an area and annihilate the void. The 5 types of annihilation lightning could be divided and combined in countless combinations, and each combination gave rise to a different power of pure annihilation lightning. It could be said that a slight move in one part could affect the whole body, and its power was unpredictable. Just thinking about the crushing power of this majestic killing formation made one unable to calm down. It would definitely be a spectacular sight, and Yixian could not wait any longer. Not long after, the shadow of the universe's zombie army finally appeared at the end of the ground in front of them. Yixian was shocked because there were just too many zombies. They were densely spread out, covering a large area of land. There were at least 10 million of them. What surprised him even more was that not only did the universe's zombie population increase rapidly, but their evolution speed was also extremely shocking. Yixian casually glanced around and saw that on the bodies of a large number of universe's zombies, there were clearly signs of evolution that did not belong to humans. Some grew scales, sharp horns, fleshy wings, and claws. There were also some that were developing into various types of ferocious beasts. There were even some zombies that were clearly in the process of becoming giant. In just a few days, they had already grown to a height of a zhang. If they were allowed to continue evolving, this type of zombie would most likely become a mountain-like giant or giant beast. As for Tuoba Linfeng, Gong Yangji, and Yuan Zhua, as the 3 supreme zombie kings of the entire zombie army, their evolution speed was obviously faster. Yixian saw the figures of these 3 guys at a glance. The other zombies were running on the ground, but they were flying at a low altitude above the army. In just a short 6 days, these 3 guys really broke through to the heavenly passage realm. The most powerful one, Tuoba Linfeng, had even entered the middle stage of the heavenly passage realm. This kind of strength improvement speed was too shocking, and even Yixian could not compare. A heavy pressure instantly enveloped his heart. Immediately activate the battleship's killing array. After the shock, Yixian's face was gloomy to the extreme. He sneered and ordered the devouring system to attack. Array mode. Close-range sealing array-style killing array. Attack mode. Cover the entire area indiscriminately and kill. Accurately lock onto the target. The 3 zombie kings. The Dongshu shuttle's battleship's killing array was integrated with the Great 5 Elements extermination array. There were 2 types of array mode: long-range shooting and killing mode and close-range sealing array-style killing mode. The former was suitable for long-range bombardment. The array glyphs engraved on the surface of the shuttle would not reveal a killing array. After the array glyphs transformed the 5 Elements extermination array, it would shoot out in the form of cannons. The latter was different. It was suitable for close-range sealing array. After the array glyphs were activated, it would condense the 5 Elements array base, which would cross the sky and seal off a large area of space. All the subsequent attacks would be launched in this sealed area. There were also 2 types of attack mode. No matter which array mode it was, it could launch an indiscriminately and kill the entire area. It could also choose to lock onto the target and launch a precise attack. Could even do both. While it was launching an indiscriminately and killing the entire area, it could focus on 1 or more targets and precisely lock onto the target. Yixian's choice was to launch an indiscriminately and precisely lock onto the 3 zombie kings while launching an indiscriminately close-range sealing array-style killing the entire area. Wang! At this moment, following his order, the Dongshu shuttle, which had been flying at top speed all along, arrived at the sky above the zombie army. The 3 zombie kings, who were flying at a low altitude, were right below them. Right at this moment, along with a series of extreme buzzing sounds, the hull of the Dongshu shuttle suddenly shone brightly. Countless array glyphs representing the profound meanings of the 5 elements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth were densely packed. They emitted a blazing light, and at an extremely fast speed, they shot out in all directions of the shuttle. Countless rune energy rays of different colors intertwined like shuttles, and in the blink of an eye, a large area of space was enveloped. It was as if a giant net of light energy had spread out in the sky, replacing the vault of heaven and earth. It was colorful and dazzling. Rumble! A terrifying roar soon exploded, and 5 energy light pillars of different colors condensed around the giant net of light energy. They each represented the power of the 5 elements, and they emitted an invisible pressure. towering in the sky and suppressing the entire area. Since then, a large area of land and space with a radius of 100 miles under the giant net of light energy was finally completely sealed off. Although there were still a large number of cosmic zombies that were blocked outside the killing array, it was no longer important. At least, none of the 3 zombie kings had escaped, and they were all trapped in the killing array. Immediately after, a magnificent slaughter finally began like a raging wildfire. Rumble! Boom! Kacha! At the edge of the killing array, the 5 energy light pillars of the 5 elements that towered in the sky like pillars of heaven instantly shone brightly. Streaks of killing energy of different colors and different powers surged out continuously like a huge river, enveloping the sky and earth with a terrifying aura that could destroy the heaven and earth, and crash down with a rumbling sound. In the blink of an eye, the killing array within a radius of 100 miles was completely covered. Not only did these killing energies have different attributes and powers, but even the forms they manifested were also varied. There were round thunderballs of various sizes, agile and drifting lightning bolts, and even killing weapons such as magic treasures and flying swords, as well as all kinds of ferocious beasts with monstrous expressions. Their forms were different, and their attacking methods were naturally different. At this moment they were pouring down from all directions at the same time, which was simply stunning. They simply didn't know how to deal with it. In the face of all this, the 3 zombie kings who were looking up from a low altitude were instantly dumbfounded. Their entire bodies were stunned. This kind of attack method was so complicated that it made one's hair stand on end, and the number of attacks was so terrifying that it made one feel despair. It was simply unheard of. The 3 zombie kings' faces were full of sluggishness, and they suddenly felt as if they were in a mess in the wind. Boom! Screech! Rumble! Before they could react, the overwhelming mess that poured down had already descended with a loud bang. The sound of explosions resounded endlessly, and the zombie army was instantly thrown into chaos. Miserable howls, violent howls, and angry roars intertwined. Broken limbs, rotten flesh, blood, and venom flew everywhere. Chapter 3286. Killing altogether. The power of this array was indeed extraordinary, worthy of its name of extermination. Everything had just begun. Even Yi Xian, who had been looking forward to it for a long time, was not ready to seriously appreciate it. The killing on the ground below had already entered into a tragic mode like a raging fire. Facing all this, Yi Xian was completely dumbfounded, and the shock in his heart couldn't be any greater. From the beginning of the array until now, it had only been a few breaths, but the power of this array had far exceeded his original expectations. He was so satisfied it was simply a pleasant surprise. The only thing that was a little imperfect was that the various killing energy bodies roaring out from the 5 pillars were too heterogeneous. Their forms were really speechless. Wind, rain, thunder, lightning, swords, spears, birds, beasts. In short, there were all kinds of things. Moreover, they were all mixed together and blasted out at the same time. The momentum was very strong, but the key was that it was too chaotic. It made people inexplicably think of a pot of boiling hot mess roaring out from the top. At this moment, the 3 zombie kings at low altitude below must have felt the same way. As the large area within 100 miles of the killing array completely exploded, broken limbs and rotten flesh splashed out endlessly. The 3 zombie kings who finally came back to their senses were instantly enraged. Each of them flew into a rage. The strongest one, Tuoba Linfeng, even opened his mouth and howled like a wolf. This was clearly the rhythm of being mad, close to the rhythm of a berserk. Roar! Screech! Oh! At the same time as roaring, the 3 zombie kings simultaneously urged the zombie energy in their body, unleashing their most powerful attacks. In an instant, their aura burst out, and an invisible tyrannical aura rushed out. Rumble! The inheritance of the second zombie king, Gong Yangji, was called the Ghost Refining Frenzy Technique, and its power was quite terrifying. This technique came with a palm technique called the Purgatory Thunder Palm, which could release zombie thunder and even zombie lightning with a raise of the hand, which was shocking. At this moment, under the rage, a dense grayish-black zombie instantly roared out from his body. This corpse fiend not only had a large amount of corpse lightning flashing incessantly within it, but it was also accompanied by a series of grayish-black corpse thunders, which covered a large area of 10,000 meters in circumference. With a furious roar, It leaped into the air and pounced toward the Dongshu shuttle high in the sky. Although Corpse Elder Third, Yuan Zhua, did not obtain the Desolate Era cultivation method and only had an incomplete bloodline ability, this demonic path ability was clearly extraordinary. At this moment, as he shot up into the sky with a mad howl, the majestic corpse energy in his body instantly transformed into a strange netherworld corpse flame. Amidst the grayish-black, there was a tinge of green that made Yuan Zhua's face, which had already become hideous due to his corpse transformation, look like a demon from hell, extremely terrifying. The two little brothers had already made their move, but as the corpse boss, Tuoba Linfeng, fell behind. Only when Gong Yangji and Yuan Zhua both soared into the air did he finally shut his mouth. No matter what, at least he was able to vent the resentment that was surging in his chest through his rotten throat by howling like a mad wolf. Xiu! Taking a deep breath, Tuoba Linfeng suddenly waved his hand, and a faint light rushed out from between his eyebrows. In less than half a breath, it had already transformed into a mountain-like demonic blade that hovered endlessly above his head. Blood-green markings appeared on the gray body of the devil's saber, and it was extremely evil and filthy. It emanated a sort of evil aura that shook the soul. At the instant one looked at it, it actually caused one to have the misconception that a strand of brutal and monstrous invisible devil flames was surging towards them. This demonic blade was actually condensed from an incomplete divine ability called Demonic Flame Space Flash/. Once it was used, the corpse energy in the body would instantly condense and take form. Its power was terrifying and evil, and it could even absorb the vitality, blood, and spirit of the opponent. It could be called a corpse secret technique. Amongst the three corpse kings, only Tuoba Linfeng's blood-green devil saber caused Yixian to feel a sense of trepidation. It even caused him to suspect that in the primordial era countless years ago, the primordial era creature that left behind this bloodline ability really had a real devil saber in his hands. The demonic blade in front of him was already terrifying. Even Yixian's quasi-starry sky treasure weapon, the withered demon bloodblade, was slightly inferior. If this ominous blade really had a real object, its demonic power was simply unimaginable. Ling Huju, if I don't kill you today, I am not a man. Roar! Just as Yixian's clone was about to form an association when he saw the monstrous demonic blade, Tuoba Linfeng, who was on the ground, raised his head and roared angrily after summoning the blood-green demonic blade. Then his body shot out, and in the blink of an eye, he soared into the air with the unparalleled blade that was circling endlessly. Can you be any more shameless? Seeing Tuoba Linfeng's incoherent expression, Yixian almost burst out laughing on the spot. He rolled his eyes and sneered. Although his figure didn't step out of the whole void shuttle, his voice was incomparably clear. With your current appearance, can you even be considered a person? Clearly, even ghosts would die again if they saw you. You'll be scared to death. Oh. Just as he finished speaking, the space below the ship seemed to respond. Once again, a mournful howl of a mad wolf sounded out. The corpse boss Tuoba Linfeng flew into a rage again. Because Yixian had hit the nail on the head and casually mocked him, it just so happened to hit the deepest thorn in his heart. This time, he was really going to go berserk from embarrassment. This was exactly what Yixian wanted to see. The reason why he ridiculed Tuoba Linfeng just now was to infuriate him. After all, this was a powerful corpse king at the 4th level of the Heavenly Passage realm. In his hand, there was even a supreme fierce blade that was slightly inferior to the quasi-starry sky treasure, the withered demon blood blade. Yixian wasn't sure if the 5 elements hodgepodge of the absolute annihilation killing formation would still be able to kill such an existence. He purposely messed up his mind in order to ensure that his killing move would be able to take advantage of his unprepared state of mind and kill him in one strike. The effect was obviously not bad. Yixian sneered, but he didn't continue to mock Tuoba Linfeng. He no longer paid attention to Tuoba Linfeng, took a deep breath and issued a new attack command to the system. Cancel the full-range indiscriminate attack mode. Precisely lock onto the target. The 3 corpse kings. The killing array's energy conversion has entered a fully loaded state. Concentrate all the energy, divide it into 3, lock onto the target and kill with full force. Now. The last sentence Yixian was almost roaring out. The next moment, those 5 pillars hanging in the void like pillars of heaven suddenly dimmed without warning. Then they immediately expanded. blooming with a blazing light that was far more intense than before. They turned into an incomparably solid energy light beam, and at the same time shot into the sky above the killing array, converging into a huge energy light ball. It was like an incomparably blazing star hanging high in the void, blooming with endless five-colored divine light. Chapter 3287. Demonic Reincarnation. Just as Yixian in the Dongshu shuttle sneered and issued an order to the system to change the attack mode of the Great Extermination killing array, the third howl of a mad wolf sounded. Tuoba Linfeng was the most powerful existence among the three zombie kings. His strength at the middle stage of the Grotto Heaven realm was indeed extraordinary. Although he was half a step later than Gong Yangji and Yuan Zhua at this moment, he arrived first. His entire body transformed into a streak of black lightning. In the blink of an eye, he had left Gong Ruizhi and Yuan Zhua behind him. Taking the lead, he soared into the sky. He was now less than 10,000 meters away from the Dongshu shuttle that was suspended in the sky. Thinking that he could immediately blow down the small private battleship above, and then find the hateful people in the cabin and kill them at will, Tuoba Linfeng's murderous aura skyrocketed again. The rolling corpse flame was almost materialized. It could be said that the demonic flame was shocking. Seeing this scene, even Yixian couldn't help but click his tongue in admiration. His face was filled with admiration. TSK, the corpse boss is indeed the corpse boss. Those who can be the leader are indeed different from the rest. Their explosive power is too shocking. I've never heard of anyone who dares to risk their lives like this before. That's right, in Yixian's view, Tuoba Linfeng, who suddenly exploded, was really just courting death. Because at the same time he said these words, the 5 killing array pillars hanging in the void just happened to shine brightly, and in a flash, the terrifying 5-colored light ball condensed in the central area above the killing array. All of this happened too quickly, too suddenly. Without waiting for Yixian to finish speaking, the 5-colored ball of light in the central region had already appeared. At this time, the third howl of a mad wolf from Tuoba Linfeng had yet to end, so he had no way of reacting at all then. The 5-colored light ball suddenly exploded and divided into 3. In an instant from the static suspension, it turned into 3 extremely fast-flowing arrows, with the momentum to destroy the heaven and earth, directly blasting down. In less than half an instant, the 3 corpse kings that were rushing over had already been bombarded from head to toe without any suspense. Boom! 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 3 terrifying explosions rang out almost at the same time, causing the earth to tremble slightly. A light curtain that was countless times brighter than the stars in the Ming dynasty suddenly burst out, sweeping across a distance of hundreds of miles, instantly enveloping the entire area sealed by the killing formation. At this moment nothing could be seen. The only thing that could be seen was an incomparably dazzling 5-colored light. Even Yixian, who was in the high-altitude void dimension shuttle, subconsciously closed his eyes. It was too glaring. Even if he wasn't at the scene and was only looking at it through the holographic virtual screen, he still couldn't do it. Even the eyes of a starry sky powerhouse would not be able to resist this level of blazing light. Fortunately, this light screen suddenly leaked out. It came suddenly and left even faster. When Yixian slightly closed his eyes and immediately opened them again, the dazzling light screen had already disappeared. As for the 3 corpse king brothers, they were most likely turned into ashes. Yixian spread out his divine sense and searched the surroundings several times, but found nothing. Not to mention the zombie kings, there wasn't even a single strand of corpse hair. On the vast land below that was trapped by the extermination killing formation, there were still a large number of cosmic zombies and broken limbs and rotten flesh, but now they were all gone. Although the blazing and terrifying screen of light only existed for a fleeting moment, and the time it existed was so short that it could be completely ignored, its might was too shocking. It was like the light of annihilation, and everything in an area of 50 kilometers was instantly obliterated. If it weren't for the killing formation runes on the surface of the void dimension shuttle flashing all the time, transmitting countless energy threads into a light net that maintained a synchronous connection with the 5 killing formation pillars hanging around the void, Yixian would have been in danger just now. This level of destructive light energy could probably even severely injure the 15th Realm Universe Master. No matter how high the grade of the Great 5 Elements extermination formation was, it was impossible for it to have such terrifying power. although it was very likely that it was because the killing formation had completely sealed this void. The endless light energy couldn't be released and was limited to a limited space, resulting in such a terrifying power. But Yi Xian was still a little uneasy. After thinking about it for a while, he couldn't figure it out. In the end, he could only shake his head with a wry smile and put it aside for the time being. It's a pity that those 3 corpse cores were lost. This kind of thing can only be found but not sought, but it was wiped out together. After muttering a few words of regret, Yi Xian immediately removed the killing formation and turned off the Void Dimension Shuttle's onboard killing formation system. Then he drove the Void Dimension Shuttle into the sky, passing through the high atmosphere and entering the void outside. After adjusting his direction, he instantly left. Although there were still 2 to 3 million cosmic zombies outside the area sealed by the killing formation that had not been eliminated, he didn't have the heart to care about this matter. The 3 zombie kings had been wiped out, and those ordinary cosmic zombies couldn't cause much trouble. Later there would be someone to clean up the mess. As for Yi Xian at this moment, he left in a hurry. His destination was Tianquan Planet, the capital of Tianquan Country. The configuration of the level 10 liquid was imminent and couldn't be delayed any longer. Heaven Battle Planet. Somewhere less than 10,000 miles away from where Yi Xian used the Great 5 Elements Extermination Formation to kill the zombie army. In a dark valley less than 10,000 miles away. Shoo! A faint sound of breaking air was clearly heard. Then from the depths of this dark valley, a huge blood-green heavenly blade cut through the void. After rushing out of the valley, it quickly stopped in mid-air in the distance. This was clearly the supreme demonic blade that was hanging above Tuoba Linfeng's head. Although the killing power was obscure and the demonic flames were restrained, the aura was exactly the same. There was no mistake. The demonic rebirth technique is really extraordinary. I didn't expect this time to be a blessing in disguise. Using this technique, I took the opportunity to get rid of that disgusting flesh bag. Like a soldier being reborn, the level of life evolved again, and I achieved the demonic body in one fell swoop. As Tuoba Linfeng's voice sounded, the 100-feet demonic blade hanging in midair suddenly squirmed and changed rapidly. In just 2 or 3 breaths, it had turned into a human with flesh and blood. It was Tuoba Linfeng. What was even stranger was that his appearance was restored to the appearance before being eroded by the undying indestructible poison. There was no trace of the universe's zombies left. This feeling is wonderful. It's not a body of flesh and blood, nor is it an energy form. It's also not the primordial spirit that humans cultivate. It's as if it doesn't belong to this world. It can change between flesh and blood, energy form, and human primordial spirit at will. Looking down at the newly formed body of flesh and blood, Tuoba Linfeng's words revealed a strong sense of joy. As he spoke, the body of flesh and blood that he was looking at changed again, instantly turning into an illusory primordial spirit state. In less than 10 breaths, Tuoba Linfeng's form of existence had turned between the 3 different states of energy form, flesh and blood form, and consciousness primordial spirit, completely confirming the guess in his heart. In a great mood, Tuoba Linfeng in the primordial spirit state raised his head and laughed wildly. In a flash, he disappeared without a trace. Ha ha ha. Chapter 3288. Crownless Corpse Emperor Heaven Battle Planet. The vast hilly area where Yi Xian had activated the Dongshu shuttle's killing system and annihilated countless zombies. At this time, Yi Xian had been gone for half a day. The remaining 2 to 3 million zombies gradually recovered from their boundless fear and gathered one after another, quickly forming an army and continuing to advance into the distance. Tuoba Linfeng was mixed in with this leaderless zombie army, concealing his aura. Even his appearance had been deliberately changed. He looked no different from the densely packed ordinary universe zombies around him. The reason why he was able to survive this time was purely due to luck. Who would have thought that a human powerhouse with a cultivation base of Black Hole Realm would be able to activate such a terrifying killing array of heaven and earth? Not to mention the 3 Heavenly Passage Realm zombie kings. Even Void, Genesis, and Cosmic Ninth Order peak quasi-universe powerhouses would find it difficult to retreat unscathed under the crushing power of such a terrifying killing array. This battle had caused Tuoba Linfeng's temperament to change greatly. The past arrogance and impetuousness had completely disappeared. If he hadn't coincidentally obtained the demonic rebirth incantation a few days ago, He would have been obliterated in an instant like Gong Yangji and Yuan Zhua. He would have ceased to exist a long time ago. Every time he thought of this, Tuoba Linfeng's soul consciousness would instantly become incomparably clear and ethereal, just like how his original zombie body had completely transformed into the heavenly demon body he possessed today. Tuoba Linfeng felt that the level of his thoughts and consciousness had been completely elevated because of this. From the inside out, from the body to the soul, everything was like a new life, completely reborn. He was glad that he had not been defeated. Even if he had just experienced a life and death calamity not long ago, he had finally returned as a king. He could not easily give up on this zombie army. Although they were very weak now, as a former zombie king, Tuoba Linfeng knew better than anyone how terrifying these zombies were. As long as there was enough time and space, any universe zombie would eventually evolve to an extremely powerful level. Moreover, this kind of evolution speed was simply terrifying, far surpassing those so-called human race geniuses. The entire human race occupied the vast third universe, and its population was innumerable. There were countless administrative planets in the territories of the two camps, but how many so-called geniuses could be considered gifted on the path of cultivation or life-level evolution? However, the zombie race was different. Any zombie in the universe had the same evolutionary speed and potential as the human race. Tuoba Linfeng firmly believed that if he could gather an army of hundreds of millions of zombies and lead them into the boundless starry sky, they would be able to fight for enough time and space to evolve. Then, when this zombie army fully matured, the entire human race of the third universe, including the Tianji clan of the first universe and the countless races of the Federation of the second universe without exception, would become the slaves of the zombie army. From then on, the three universes would be unified. The only supreme overlord was the zombie race. All of this was indeed very far away, but Tuoba Linfeng firmly believed, so he would never give up. However, after experiencing this life and death calamity, Tuoba Linfeng wouldn't reveal his identity as easily as before. Presumably, the news of the three zombie kings of the Heaven Battle Planet falling in battle would spread out very quickly. This was also his advantage. From today onwards, the entire zombie army would no longer have a so-called king. There would only be a single crownless emperor hidden in the dark, leading the entire zombie race towards glory step by step. With this kind of expectation, Tuoba Linfeng lay dormant within the zombie army. He did not reveal himself, but from time to time, he would quietly send out invisible biological waves unique to zombie kings. He carefully urged the entire army to slowly advance towards a certain city in front of him. The Heaven Battle Planet was incomparably vast, and there were still close to 70% of the human cities that had yet to be conquered. In every city, there were some human powerhouses and ordinary citizens. For Tuoba Linfeng, this was a very tempting super large cake. It would allow him to once again create a huge zombie army in the shortest amount of time. As a former zombie king, Tuoba Linfeng knew better than anyone that the larger the number of zombies in the universe, the higher the chances of mutated zombies with various special abilities appearing, and the shorter the time it would take. The Heaven Battle Planet was one of the three imperial capital planets of the dynasty. Its significance and value were too sensitive. All of these life and death calamities had enlightened Tuoba Linfeng. He was clearly aware of the impending crisis of destruction. This was not a place to stay for long. The amount of zombies he could bring with him would definitely not be that much. Tuoba Linfeng's choice was very simple, but also very cruel. He decided to artificially advance the evolution of the zombie race. First, he would expand the zombie army to the limit. Then, using the zombie king's special biological waves, he would secretly influence the entire zombie army to kill and devour each other. And through this, they would rapidly evolve. It could be imagined that in the near future, as this cruel battle for survival unfolded, it was very likely that not even 1 out of 10,000 zombies would survive. Among the millions of zombies in the zombie army, perhaps only 100 would survive or even less. However, they were all elite zombies. They would also be the original force that Tuoba Linfeng would lead countless zombie armies in the future, moving unhindered across the universe. And all of this had to be completed before the human army arrived. Otherwise, except for Tuoba Linfeng himself, all the zombies on this huge planet would not be able to escape. They would definitely be completely annihilated. When he thought of this, at the end of the horizon in front of him, the tall walls of the target city finally appeared. Tuoba Linfeng's eyes flashed with a sharp light. His body immediately emitted a unique biological wave that was unique to zombie kings. In an instant it spread out, quietly affecting all the zombies in the entire army. Roar! Ayo! Screech! Soon, a series of bone-chilling roars and howls of the zombies rang out one after another. The entire zombie army of millions of zombies went berserk in just a few seconds. Their advancing speed instantly increased by dozens of times. Originally they were moving slowly, but now they were moving at extreme speed. This scene was too shocking. A huge army of millions of zombies instantly accelerated crazily. As far as the eye could see, they covered a large area, as if a huge piece of land was drifting, quickly approaching in the blink of an eye. They were already under the city walls. The next moment, in this human city with its gates tightly shut, countless desperate cries and screams rang out. Even more helpless cries and howls could be faintly heard. Chapter 3289. The Whisper of the Outland. With the return of Tuoba Linfeng, the universe's zombie army was only interrupted for half a day's bloody slaughter, and very soon they were back in full swing. This time it was even more ferocious than before. All the universe zombies seemed to have gone berserk as they moved at extreme speed. Like a swarm of locusts, they crushed one human city after another without any suspense. The size of the universe's zombie army had quickly recovered and was gradually growing stronger. No one knew what had happened on the Heaven Battle Planet. From Yixian's point of view, Tuoba Linfeng, Gong Yangji, and the other two zombie kings had all perished. This Heaven Battle Emperor star was no longer worthy of his attention. The remaining ordinary universe zombies would not be able to do anything. As for the 4 bastions that had been stationed outside the atmosphere of planet Heaven's vanguard, they had been scared out of their wits when the planet's great defense array had been completely destroyed. They didn't dare enter the atmosphere to take a look, so they didn't know what was really going on. However, in the void of a mysterious plane that was an unknown distance away from the third universe controlled by the human race, a dreamy murmur rang out at this moment. This mysterious void was clearly an exiled universe plane. Moreover, it was incomplete and exuded an incomparably dense aura of desolation. Spatial rifts could be seen everywhere. Spatial turbulence that carried a terrifying aura of destruction frequently whistled out from them, and some had even transformed into black holes that devoured everything. Although there were innumerable stars here as well as a boundless galaxy, all of them were extremely damaged. As far as the eye could see, the innumerable stars of various sizes in the boundless galaxy were all intertwined with each other. Some had even completely collapsed and were floating in this dark and deathly silent mysterious void. If Yixian were here, he would definitely be shocked to see the dilapidated ancient galaxy in front of him. It was too familiar. Everything was exactly the same as what he had seen in the inheritance of the heaven-falling bow. This was clearly the place where the final battle of the primordial age took place countless years ago. It should be a part of the ancient starry sky from the primordial age. It had the same origin as the ancient cage that was connected to the forbidden valley of the demon emperor star. Moreover, it was also separated and exiled. The only difference was that the broken void of the demon emperor star area in the first universe was not only a cage, but also a burial ground that revealed an endless aura of death that made people despair. However, although the starry sky here was also dark, and there wasn't even a single shining star, if one carefully sensed countless auras of life. Although they were obscure and ethereal, they were incomparably powerful. Most of the life auras were exuded from the exiled ancient starry sky. In the deepest part of these stars' cores were clearly extremely powerful creatures that seemed to be hibernating. In addition, there were also some auras that could be vaguely found in the large number of void cracks all over the ruined void. Although there were far fewer of them, they were even more terrifying and powerful without exception. The existences that were hibernating in these space cracks were clearly supreme creatures at the same level as the golden divine dragon and the desolate ancient yaksha. In one of the space cracks there was even a horrifying giant turtle that was as big as a small star area. It was floating silently. No one knew how many years it had been dormant. Although the turbulence in the space cracks was surging and eroding, the giant turtle's dim body was not damaged at all. It had never been shaken. However, on the giant turtle's back that was as big as a star area continent, there was a horrifying black demon blade. The blade was tens of thousands of miles long, and a small part of it had been inserted into the turtle's back. Apparently it was extremely sharp. However, the majority of the blade that was exposed to the outside was clearly covered with hideous gaps, as if it was silently telling him what a terrible battle it had experienced in the past. Even though the demonic blades might had also dimmed and was no longer as ferocious as it was in the past, the faint wisps of aura it emitted was no different from the demonic blade formed by Tuoba Linfeng's bloodline ability, Demonic Flame Void Slash. The only difference was that this black demon blade that was inserted vertically on the giant turtle's back was real. The demon blade was damaged, and the giant turtle was dormant. This scene had been going on for countless years, and it had never changed. Right at this moment, a few weak murmurs that sounded like sleep talk resounded from another spatial rift. Even though it was weak, it seemed extremely clear in this lonely and deathly silent place of exile. This aura, is it the reincarnation of the heavenly demon? After waiting for so many years, the second pure heavenly demon body has finally appeared. Grow up quickly. Be a little faster. As this murmur resounded, the countless obscure auras in the entire remnant star field actually started to ripple slightly, as if they had been stirred. Even the black demonic blade that had been silent for countless years in the spatial cracks suddenly showed its ferocity. Although it disappeared in a flash, it quickly dimmed again. But in an instant it disturbed countless turbulence in the void, and all of them were swept back. The giant turtle that had fallen into an endless sleep also slightly opened its eyes at this moment, and a cold light with endless vicissitudes shot out. Universe 3, the Heavenly War Empire star area under the rule of the human race's science and technology faction Immortal Dynasty. Yi Xian had left the Heavenly War Star for 4 days, and now he was rushing at full speed to the Heavenly War Empire's capital, Heavenly Chan Star. In the vast territory controlled by the Heavenly War Empire, there were countless big and small countries. Heavenly Chan country was not one of the top countries, but it was the closest to the Heavenly War Star where the imperial capital was located. Therefore, the imperial officials who had evacuated from the Heavenly War Star chose to temporarily settle down here, including some of the top families and forces in the Heavenly War Empire. After Yi Xian left the Heavenly War Star, he got the news immediately and rushed straight. He did not sleep or rest for 4 days, and now he was not far from the Heavenly War Star, only about half a day's journey. During this period of time, Yi Xian had finally successfully concocted the first level 9 liquid, after a period of meticulous research. His experience and ability in concocting gene cultivation fluids had greatly increased, and he was already a master-level existence in this field. However, the difficulty of concocting the level 10 gene fluid was too high, and many new materials were needed to increase the efficiency of the gene fluid. Every time a new material was added, it would cause a geometrical change in the formula. Although Yi Xian was confident that he could complete it alone, it would definitely take a long time, maybe even a year and a half. He could not afford to wait. This also strengthened his determination to go to the Heavenly War Star to obtain the formula of the Tuoba family's level 10 gene fluid. Even if he had to fight, he had to get the formula. After half a day, the Dongshu shuttle finally entered the Heavenly War Star field. Yi Xian stopped in the void some distance away from the Heavenly War Star, stepped out of the shuttle, and waved his hand to keep it in his undying world. Chapter 3290. A shameless old codger. Although the Heavenly Chan Star wasn't one of the top countries in the Heavenly Dark Empire, it was the closest to the Heavenly Battle Star among the many large and small countries under the Heavenly Dark Empire. It had a very close relationship with the Heavenly Battle Star. For example, the Tuoba family, the Gongyang family, and the Longfish family all had branches in the Heavenly Battle Planet. Therefore, after leaving the Heavenly Battle Empire's capital city and arriving at the Heavenly Chan Star, whether it was the Empire's officials or the various top forces, they were all quickly settled down in the Heavenly Chan Star. Needless to say, the Empire's officials had already designated a large area within the Tianchun country's capital as a temporary base of operations. As for the Tuoba family and the other top families, they were all living in their own Tianchun country branches. Everything seemed to be in order and there was no chaos. The Immortal Army from the Immortal Star of the Imperial Capital, as well as the Forest Blue Fleet from the Overwatch Council of the Federation headquarters, had appeared on the Immortal Star for several days. In a few more days they would arrive on the Heaven War planet. Therefore, Heavenly Battle Emperor Zhang Wuzi, who had just settled down, was preparing to set off. He personally led a fleet of the Empire to Heavenly Battle Planet to meet up with the dynasty's fleet and discuss the great plan of recovering the imperial capital. It just so happened that at this time, the Imperial Palace's guards who were in charge of monitoring the Heavenly Battle Planet sent back news that the Heavenly Battle Planet's defensive array had been completely paralyzed. Now the Heavenly Battle Planet was completely unimpeded, and not only could any existence from the outside enter, but they could also enter. More importantly, the zombie army inside the star could pass through the atmosphere at any time and enter the void of the universe. Once the news spread, the entire Heavenly Chun planet was in an uproar. Some of the large forces and families that had just settled down could no longer sit still and had thoughts of evacuating again. Even the Heaven Battle Imperial capital couldn't stop that terrifying zombie army. The entire Imperial planet fell in one night, so what was the Heavenly Stellar planet? At the very least, the star defense array here was on a completely different level compared to the Heaven Battle planet. If even the Heaven Battle planet couldn't withstand it, then as long as the universe's zombie army came, this place would definitely be finished. The Heavenly Stellar planet was the closest planet to the Heaven Battle planet. Once the universe's zombie army was released, this planet would be their first stop. Because of this, once the news spread, the entire Heavenly Stellar planet was in chaos. Some of the strong cultivators in the starry sky who did not have too many ties began to evacuate. They came and went alone, not dragging their families with them. They left quite decisively. Even the major forces who had just evacuated from the imperial capital and settled down here were very convenient. All kinds of resources they brought out were basically in their storage magic treasures. If something really happened, they could leave at any time. They were already prepared to evacuate again. As for the local forces and ordinary citizens of the Heavenly Stellar planet, it was not so easy. If they wanted to leave, they would definitely be injured and would need to make a big move. Even more people did not have the ability and conditions to leave their home. Thus, resentment quickly appeared and quickly formed an overwhelming momentum. They all questioned and blamed the instigators of the zombie invasion, which were the Tuoba, Gong, and Chongyu families from the Heaven Battle Imperial capital. After all, if they didn't go to the Medicine King's ruins to cause trouble, they wouldn't have attracted the fake Linghu young master, Linghu Ju, who was in cahoots with the Yin Demon clan from the second universe. If that was the case, the zombie poison would not have appeared. Although the real culprit was the Yin Demon clan and Linghu Ju, the Heaven Battle Imperial capital had invited the wolf into their home. Although it was not their intention, they still had an unshirkable responsibility. Facing this kind of public pressure, it was not appropriate for the Heaven Battle Empire to not make a statement. Coincidentally, the Emperor Zhang Wuzi was also annoyed. Thus, he took advantage of the fact that they had not left to severely reprimand them. He summoned the patriarchs and the higher-ups of the three great clans and scolded them in public. He also ordered the three great clans to give an explanation to the entire empire's citizens to resolve the public pressure. The three great clans could not say anything. This time, not only did they lose their wives and soldiers, but they also had to bear this kind of blame and pressure. They were simply incomparably angry. In the end, in order to resolve the public pressure, the three great clans lied with their eyes wide open and splashed dirty water on the real and fake Linghu young masters. There was no need to say much about the fake Linghu young master, Linghu Ju. There was no doubt that he was in cahoots with the Yin Demon clan. However, he alone was not enough to bear the anger of the entire empire's citizens. This time, the three great clans were completely defending themselves as victims. Apart from Linghu Ju, Linghu Chong, who was suspected to be the real Linghu young master, was shamelessly dragged into the water by them and used as a shield. According to the three great clans, it was true that Linghu Ju had colluded with the Yin Demon clan. However, Linghu Chong was not a good person either. He had gone overboard and actually colluded with the Federation's archenemy, the overlord of the first universe, the Tianji clan. There was solid evidence for this because Linghu Chong had a top-grade battle armor. Not only had he used it in the Medicine King's ruins, but he had also used it when the Heaven Battle planet was being evacuated. He had fought against the zombies in the universe and seemed to be fighting for something. This scene was witnessed by many experts in the Empire. Therefore, when the news spread, it immediately caused a huge uproar. Everyone believed it without a doubt. The empire's citizens immediately started cursing. The pressure of public opinion that was originally on the shoulders of the three great clans and the empire's government was diverted in the blink of an eye. More than half of it was transferred to the two real and fake Linghu young masters. Then the three great clans threw out another bombshell. They said that not only did Linghu Chong have the Medicine King's tablet, he even had half of the Medicine King's inheritance that was taken away by the descendants of the Linghu clan. However, now that he was in cahoots with the overlord of the First Universe, the Tianji clan, when he returned to the First Universe, this half of the Medicine King's inheritance would fall into the hands of the Tianji clan. This matter once again caused great anger. The Medicine King's inheritance was a treasure passed down by the human clan. Now the Jade ruler, with the complete inheritance unearthed in the Medicine King's ruins, had most likely fallen into the hands of the Yin Demon clan through Linghu Ju's hands. If the half of the inheritance in Linghu Chong's hands fell into the hands of the Tianji clan, how could the human clan endure it? Although the Yin Demon clan was not part of the Federation, at least they had not fallen out with the human clan. Compared to this, although only half of the Medicine King's inheritance had fallen into the hands of the Tianji clan, it was even more unacceptable. In an instant, the entire human clan was in an uproar. Even the citizens of the Tianming and Tianfeng empires were furious. They demanded that all the experts of the three great empires and the entire empire search for this Linghu young master, who had colluded with the human clan's mortal enemy, and severely punished him. Since then, the Tianji clan and the three great clans no longer had any pressure on them. The empire and even the entire empire had a better target to vent their anger on. They no longer cared about them. Chapter 3291. The second monstrous genius. Tuobaba, you've gone too far. You're too shameless. The innocent Yi Xian was enraged. He couldn't remember how many times he had been wrongly accused of being a spy for the Heaven's Legacy race. He was very sensitive about this matter, and he had a shadow in his heart. Although Tuoba Xiong and the others had only wrongly accused Linghu Chong and not Yi Xian himself, not even Prince Xian, since Yi Xian was using someone else's identity, he had to take responsibility for this matter. What's more, he still wanted to use the identity of Linghu Chong for a while, so he didn't plan on giving it up now. Being wrongly accused of being a spy for the Heaven's Legacy race would have a great impact on him. In addition, Hu Qing would definitely be very concerned about this matter. He already knew Yi Xian's true identity, and even led the Linghu descendants of the Heaven Battle Planet to the Death Star Field to seek refuge in Triumph City. Yi Xian admired this person quite a bit. No matter what, he couldn't just sit by and watch the Linghu bloodline's reputation be tarnished. This time he had originally planned to secretly infiltrate the Tuoba family's branch on the Heaven Star Planet, and find an opportunity to gather information about the refinement of the level 10 liquid. Then he would quietly take it away. Although it wasn't a mature level 10 liquid formula, Yi Xian would be able to quickly deduce it with the research information recorded in the refinement notes. But now he had changed his mind. He had to get the refinement notes for the level 10 liquid. It recorded the entire process of the Tuoba family's research on the level 10 liquid, and all kinds of insights were listed. It would be useful for Yi Xian to learn from, but he also didn't plan on missing out on the complete level 10 liquid formula. He would just treat it as collecting a bit of interest from the Tuoba family, and he didn't plan on secretly stealing all of this. Instead, he wanted to use the identity of young Master Linghu to forcefully take it and demand an explanation. Whether the people of the empire and dynasty believed him or not was another matter. Yi Xian himself had to have a clear stance. This was his purpose in coming to demand an explanation. Tuobaba, old man, get the hell out here for this young master. With this thought in mind, Yi Xian angrily descended and directly arrived at the sky above the Tuoba family's branch in the outer city of the heavenly Chan imperial capital. This was a large courtyard. Yi Xian's figure suddenly appeared and he angrily shouted, instantly alarming the experts of the Tuoba family in the courtyard below. A large number of experts and people in the surrounding areas were also alarmed. They all looked over and exclaimed in surprise. Although the outer city of Tianqin country didn't have any restrictions on flying, leaping into the air was still strictly prohibited. Outside the country's gates no one would care, but inside the city it was absolutely forbidden. You could only fly at a height of no more than 50 meters. At this moment, Yixian was floating a few hundred meters above the Tuoba family branch. This was definitely over. The surrounding experts gradually became excited. Where did this number 1 come from? He openly disobeyed the star planet's order in the Tuoba family's capital's outer city, and he was still so confident, shouting loudly as if he was afraid that others wouldn't know. This was simply too awesome. In the courtyard below, the Tuoba family's experts quickly appeared. There were quite a number of them, and the head of the family, Tuoba Xiong, was in the center like a moon surrounded by stars. Looking up, he was immediately enraged and roared, "Ling Huchong, how dare you collude with the Tianji clan and appear here?" At this time, Tuoba Xiong was full of anger. As the head of the Tuoba family, a peak level 9 Grotto Heaven realm existence, he actually had to look up to a black hole realm ant. Although he was provoked, this was Tianjin's capital. Although Tuoba Xiong came from the capital, he had just landed safely from the center of public opinion. He didn't want to be roasted on the fire again. If someone criticized the capital's big families for being too overbearing and ignoring the star planet's order in Tianshan, it would be troublesome. "I think you're the one with the dog's mouth that can't say anything good. Back then, I killed a high-ranking member of the Tianji clan, took a battle armor, and refined it into my battle armor, becoming the second form of the battle armor. Even if you're jealous, you don't have to be so shameless as to slander me and accuse me of colluding with the Tianji clan, right? Old fogey, this young master has come here today precisely because of this matter. You have insulted the reputation of my Linghu bloodline, so you must give me an explanation today. Otherwise, this young master will exterminate your Linghu clan and flatten this place. This is the battle armor that I personally refined. It's a quasi-starry sky-level treasure. And I'll show you 2 battle forms today. Didn't you say that the human race couldn't have such a high-level battle armor, and accuse me of colluding with the Tianji clan? Then take a look. Does the Tianji clan have the refining technique of this battle armor? This is the refining technique of the human race's self-cultivator camp. Could it be that the Tianji clan has a top-level refining master from the self-cultivator camp? Or are you going to change your words immediately and accuse me of colluding with the self-cultivator camp? Haha. Watch carefully. At the end of his speech, Yixian raised his head and laughed. He waved his hand and summoned the indestructible glazed armor, which covered his body. In an instant he transformed into a mighty powerhouse wearing a gorgeous battle armor. His whole body was surrounded by flowing multicolored light, which made him look valiant and dazzling. Immediately, it caused a wave of exclamations in the surroundings. What a beautiful battle armor! It's actually a quasi-starry sky-level treasure. This kind of battle armor is rarely produced by the few refining grandmasters of the self-cultivator camp. The Tianji clan is indeed powerful in terms of technological manufacturing, but when it comes to refining, they're just a joke. How can they refine such a battle armor? Is that top-level battle armor really the second form of this battle armor? My brother, you're amazing. You're so imaginative. This refining idea is so constructive. Why didn't anyone think of it before? Yes. A battle armor that has the different advantages of both a light battle armor and a heavy battle armor at the same time. It can switch between the 2 battle forms at will. It's perfect. I want one too. I'm very skeptical about whether all this is true. Can he really transform this battle armor into the so-called second mecha form in front of everyone? That's too shocking. It's a little inconceivable. That's not the key. Did you forget what young Master Linghu said just now? He actually said that this battle armor was personally refined by him. My goodness, that's really incredible. Young Master Linghu's talent in refining medicine is obvious to all. He passed all 3 stages of the Medicine King's tablet perfectly. I didn't expect that other than refining medicine, he's also such a monster in refining weapons. Is another peerless genius about to appear in the human race? There was already one before. He was a peerless talent in the self-cultivator camp. He suppressed the fallen demon son and the witch dust woman. Now there's also a peerless talent in our science and technology camp. Young Master Linghu is comparable to him. He's a master in both medicine and equipment. He's so dazzling that even Xiaoyazi and Fairy Inxia can't compete with him. Boom! As if in response to the waves of exclamations around him, Yixian waved his hand again. Along with the sound of energy, The dazzling battle armor that covered the surface of his body immediately expanded. He deliberately slowed down the speed of its transformation so that everyone could see it clearly. Chapter 3292. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. Braised dragon liver. Again, originally, the two battle forms of the undying glass armor could be completed in an instant, but Yi Xian didn't do so. If that was the case, there would be people who would argue that he was moving too quickly. At the same time that he put away his battle armor, he also took out that battle armor in an attempt to deceive the world. Therefore, he deliberately slowed down his speed. Originally, he could have completed the transformation with just a thought, but it took him 3 breaths of time. As a result, almost all the powerhouses around clearly saw the entire process of the indestructible glass armor transforming from the first battle armor form to the second battle armor form. Moreover, as if it was in slow motion, the changes in every step were incomparably clear and could withstand scrutiny. Any questioning words in front of such facts were pale and powerless. Just this alone was enough to explain the problem. This level of refining was not something that the Tianji clan, who was proficient in technology, could produce. Even the few great refiners in the cultivation camp were slightly inferior. At the very least, they had never thought of such a wonderful idea of combining battle armor and mecha. At the same time, this was enough to prove one thing, and that was that this epic-making armor with 2 battle forms was definitely not made by any grandmaster refiner of the cultivator camp. There was an 80 to 90% chance that it was made by this young master Linghu. After all, if someone had really refined such an epic-making battle armor, they would have announced it long ago. How could they not have heard of it? Realizing all this, countless powerhouses around them could not help but cheer thunderously. It was not only because they had seen such an epic-making battle armor, but also because they realized that the refinement of the human race's battle armor had entered a new era. The reason why they were so excited was that the birth of the second peerless monster of the human race could finally be confirmed without a doubt. On the cultivation campsite, it was still uncertain whether it was Prince Xian or the monster that was Tian Qianzi's clone. His battle strength was unparalleled, and he was actually able to cross 2 realms to fight against a peerless genius like the fallen demon sun. He was a rising future war god of the human race. On the technological campsite, young Master Linghu might not be as good as the future war god of the cultivation camp in terms of battle strength, but his significance to the human race was obviously more significant. His talent in alchemy crushed the 16 great clans of the empire, and he passed all 3 tests of the ancient tablet of the medicine masters perfectly. His talent in refining was no less than that of the top great grandmasters of the cultivation camp. Not only was the battle armor refined by him a quasi-star sky supreme treasure, but it also had 2 unprecedented combat forms. It was simply perfect. Once this kind of peerless genius who was skilled in both medicine and tools grew up, he would become the supreme treasure of the entire human race. Within a short period of time, not only did 4 peerless geniuses appear in the human race, 2 even more monstrous geniuses appeared out of nowhere. As long as they could grow up, they would have an invincible god of war to crush all enemies. Internally, they would have a supreme master of medicine and tools to lead the human race to rapid growth. Previously, there was a saying that the human race was on the rise, but it was not the mainstream. But now, all the powerhouses and the people in the capital had firmly believed that this was the case. 2 peerless monsters had appeared at the same time. If this was considered a sign that the human race was on the rise, then it was simply unreasonable. It was because of this that they cheered thunderously. They were really too excited. The haze that shrouded their hearts due to the tense situation of the 3 great universes that could usher in a war at any time was swept away in an instant, and they were greatly encouraged. Misunderstanding. Misunderstanding. This is really a misunderstanding. Seeing that Yi Xian had turned the situation around so easily, and even successfully reversed the situation, and was supported by all the people and powerhouses around, Tuoba Xiong's lungs were about to explode at this time, but he did not dare to show it on his face. Right now, the Tuoba family was in a precarious situation. They had just landed safely from the teeth of the storm. At this time, he did not dare to be impulsive. Otherwise, if he aroused public anger again, it was very likely that the huge pressure that had just been removed from the shoulders of the 3 great clans and the empire's officials would be brought back again. At that time, Emperor Zhang Wuzi would be furious, and it was not impossible for him to kill the donkey after it had outlived its usefulness, abandoning the pawn to protect the chariot and so on. In addition, Tuoba Xiong was actually extremely shocked by the fact that Yi Xian was actually able to refine such a new type of quasi-starry sky armor. No one knew better than him how terrifying Yi Xian's talent in alchemy was. He never thought that this fellow would actually be so monstrous in the area of artifact forging. He was already comparable to the top great grandmasters of the cultivation camp. All this made him suddenly wake up. His whole person was as if he was suddenly enlightened, and he suddenly saw the light. Before, Yi Xian only had simple value in his eyes. Tuoba Xiong only wanted to use Yi Xian, who had refined the Medicine King's ancient tablet, to lead the younger generation of the great clans into the Medicine King's remains, and take the opportunity to seize the half of the Medicine King's inheritance that was taken away by the Linghu descendants. It was only now that he truly realized Yi Xian's true value. Compared to the half of the Medicine King's inheritance in his hands, this kid's unprecedented talent in alchemy and tools was a true supreme treasure. The current human race was in a precarious situation. The era needed invincible war gods like the cultivation camp, and even more so young geniuses with monstrous talents like this. Tuoba Xiong believed that with Yi Xian's terrifying talent in alchemy and tools, he would soon be able to rise up in the human race and become a new talent comparable to the invincible war gods and the highest existence of the Federation's first idol, Prince Xian. If this kind of talent could be caught in his hands, not only would the Tuoba family be able to easily overcome this crisis, but they would also be able to reach a higher level. This was definitely a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, although Tuoba Xiong still hated Yi Xian to the heavens, he still felt that the matter of Tuoba Linfeng was related to Yi Xian to a certain extent. But now, in the face of greater benefits, no matter how unwilling he was, he immediately suppressed the hatred in his heart. In an instant, he changed his expression and smiled at Yi Xian, saying that it was a misunderstanding. Then, without waiting for Yi Xian to react, he secretly gritted his teeth and waved his hand, saying indifferently, "Linghu, my little friend, this old man was indeed too reckless. I didn't thoroughly investigate the matter and prematurely came to a conclusion. I almost wronged you. As the saying goes, if you make a mistake, you should correct it. Linghu, my little friend, it's great that you came to denounce me, giving this old man a chance to correct his mistake. This old man must thank you, my little friend. It just so happens that my little friend also said that he wanted an explanation for the previous matter. Don't worry, this old man won't say anything and will definitely make amends. However, this matter can't be explained clearly in a few words. My little friend, quickly come down. Don't call the city guards. Later at the banquet, let's talk while eating." Banquet? Chapter 3293. Translator. Transin Editor. Transin get the recipe. Hearing Yi Xian mention the braised hornless dragon liver, Tuoba Xiong was so scared that his face turned green. His legs trembled and he almost fell to the ground. The Tuoba family was not the same as before. They had lost their ancestral land in the imperial capital, and were now only living in the Tianshan country branch. Although they had brought out all the important resources, their foundation was not damaged. It was just that they were not as glorious as before. However, a subblood hornless dragon was no small matter. If they really wanted to hunt it, it was very likely that they would lose a Tao Insight Realm Elder. The price was too high. Fortunately, although the Tianshan country was not the Tianshan country's imperial capital, there were still 2 or 3 restaurants that could provide braised hornless dragon liver. Although the price was frighteningly high and ordinary people would not even dare to think about it, if it was only 1 or 2 portions, Tuoba Xiong could afford it. At the very least, it wouldn't cause the clan to lose any Passage Heaven Realm Elders. As for the so-called wealth and cultivation resources, as long as they firmly grasped the hands of this Linghu young master, who was a master in both medicine and tools, they would be able to get as much as they wanted in the future, wouldn't they? Thinking of this, Tuoba Xiong felt a little better. At this moment, when Yi Xian, who was in midair, heard that there was another red braised hornless dragon liver, he actually immediately descended with a bashful face and landed in the courtyard. Faintly, Tuoba Xiong could clearly see him raise his hand to wipe the drool from the corner of his mouth. This damn glutton! Tuoba Xiong cursed in his heart, but he was relieved because of this. He just remembered that Yi Xian was a glutton. It seemed that it would not be a problem to control him. At the most he would lose some blood. good wine and good meat. No, good wine and good liver should be enough. Thinking of this, Tuoba Xiong suddenly felt an inexplicable pain in his liver. This kid, he would not eat hornless dragon liver every day, right? Just at this moment, as Yi Xian's figure descended, a group of city guards from the capital of Heavenly Chan rushed over. Tuoba Xiong turned his head to look at the person in charge of the Heavenly Chan branch. The latter understood and nodded before turning around to deal with it. On the other hand, Yi Xian acted as if nothing had happened. He turned a blind eye to it as he grinned and chatted with Tuoba Xiong while walking towards the inner courtyard. It was as if they were old friends who had suddenly reunited after not seeing each other for many years. The atmosphere was warm and harmonious to the extreme. This made the surrounding citizens and experts of the capital dumbfounded. This young Master Linghu's style was very strange. Just a moment ago, he was in the middle of a storm. Why did the storm turn sunny as soon as he heard that there was food? In less than the time it took to eat a meal, the Tuoba family's manuscript that was left behind when they were researching the level 10 liquid was sent to the small courtyard where Yi Xian temporarily stayed in the Tuoba family's Tianchan branch. He personally flashed it to Yi Xian's hands. After leaving behind the manuscript, the Tuoba family's elder immediately left and left a message that at the banquet later, the family head, Tuoba Xiong, would personally present an even bigger surprise. Could it be that there is a better ingredient than the braised hornless dragon liver? Slurp. I can't stop salivating. There is still half a day left. How unbearable. Bang bang. Hearing this, the Tuoba family's elder, who had just turned around and walked to the door, staggered and actually fell to the ground. Looking at the other party's fleeing figure, the drool at the corner of Yi Xian's mouth mysteriously disappeared. When he closed the door, the cold smile on his face had already appeared once again. He muttered to himself, "Humph, unaccountably solicitous. He's hiding evil intentions." This Tuoba old man's attitude suddenly changed. If I'm not wrong, he should have finally realized this young master's value. This is the rhythm of changing from a short-term investment to a long-term investment. But this is just right. The concoction of the level 10 liquid requires more rare herbs and minerals, including the level 11 liquid in the future. Since this old guy has started to dream again, then it's just right to push the boat with the current and use the Tuoba family's resources to get the level 11 liquid in one go. When the entire Tuoba family is almost emptied, this young master will pat his butt and leave. Do you think they can stop me? Speaking up to here, Yi Xian grinned once more. This time, his smile was truly a bit wretched. What's more, other than free research supplies, I can also enjoy a meal of braised dragon liver every few days. Where can I find such a beautiful thing? If you put a knife to my neck, this young master won't move. After that, Yi Xian began to study the level 10 liquid research manuscript sent by the Tuoba family's elder. In a few hours he had learned a lot. He had a lot of ideas in his heart and wanted to put them into practice. It could be said that he was eager to try. But in the end, he resisted because if nothing unexpected happened, the complete formula of the level 10 liquid in the Tuoba family's hands would be handed over to him at the banquet. Now, there was really no need to spend too much effort on the preparation of the level 10 liquid. Instead of this, it was better to recuperate and wait until the complete formula of the level 10 liquid was in his hands. Then, he could sprint toward the level 11 liquid. Even the Tuoba family had not developed this level 11 liquid yet. Yi Xian could only rely on himself. In this regard, he had to do his best to succeed. Thinking like this, Yi Xian simply stopped studying. He sat cross-legged on the bed and adjusted his breath. His mood quickly calmed down. After an unknown amount of time, when he opened his eyes, the sky outside was already dark. Yi Xian got up and pushed the door open. He saw that in the courtyard outside the house, two young Tuoba family juniors were anxiously standing there whispering something. When they saw Yi Xian push the door open, they immediately greeted him as if they had been granted amnesty. They said that the family master, Tuoba Xiong, had been waiting in the banquet hall for a while. They asked him to hurry over. The braised hornless dragon liver was not delicious when it was cold. After a short while, Yi Xian was led by the two juniors of the Tuoba family to the backyard. Tuoba Xiong and the other clan elders had been eagerly waiting there the entire time. Seeing that Yi Xian had finally come after finishing his cultivation, they immediately heaved a sigh of relief. They didn't say anything and greeted him with a smile. After a while, the complete formula of the level 10 liquid was finally delivered to Yixian's hands. But what surprised him was that in addition to the complete formula of the level 10 liquid, Tuoba Xiong also handed over a research notebook. The research notebook of the level 11 liquid. Although the Tuoba family's research on the level 11 liquid had not been successful, all the difficulties and insights of the research process were all recorded in detail in the notebook. In Yixian's view, this research notebook of the level 11 liquid without any final results was countless times more precious than the complete formula of the level 10 liquid. It could save him a lot of detours in the preparation of the level 11 liquid. Chapter 3294. Level 10 liquid. Young friend, you want to refine level 11 liquid? Hearing Yixian's words, Tuoba Xiong was startled, and his expression became a little strange. He said in a low muffled voice, "Young friend, this level 11 liquid is not easy to refine. Although you already have the formula for level 10 liquid, it doesn't mean that you can immediately deduce the mature formula for level 11 liquid. There is still a long way to go, and there are too many changes. Yes, young friend, although our Tuoba family has the various medicinal materials and minerals needed to concoct level 11 liquid, we don't lack them, but we don't have a lot in stock. Now we are basically in the theoretical deduction stage, and we don't dare to use those medicinal materials to conduct too many concocting experiments. The consumption is too shocking." Another Tuoba family elder immediately took over the conversation. Although his words were tactful, the meaning behind his words was clearly hinting Yixian not to bite off more than he could chew. That would be a waste of money. Moreover, even their Tuoba family couldn't bear this level of consumption, so it was impossible for them to easily allow him to squander like this. Yixian sneered in his heart, but he didn't show it on the surface. While eating the plate of braised dragon liver that he pulled closer, he muttered a few words from time to time. "I don't plan to directly concoct level 11 liquid right now. Indeed, the materials are too precious, and no one can bear to casually consume them. However, I just finished concocting level 9 liquid a few days ago. Now that I've seen your Tuoba family's level 10 liquid formula, it can be considered quite inspiring. If nothing unexpected happens, I can concoct my own level 10 liquid in 2 days. Then I will immediately begin to study the level 11 liquid. First, I will deduce the theoretical formula, but this won't take long. At most 10 days, the mature formula will take shape. At that time, I will need the various spiritual herbs and minerals for the level 11 liquid to conduct concocting experiments. Time is still tight, so I can't continue to delay. I will leave early tomorrow morning to concoct the level 10 liquid and collect the various spiritual herbs and minerals needed to concoct the level 11 liquid." When they heard this, all the higher-ups of the Tuoba clan present here were instantly stunned, and then they gasped before exclaiming with shock, "What? Young friend Ling Hu has already concocted level 9 liquid? How is this possible? In the past, only Bodhi Technology, Celestial Biotech, and Shinong Biotech of the Undying Star could concoct the level 9 liquid. Now, with the addition of my Tuoba family, only the 4 great families in the entire dynasty could concoct it. If you can also concoct the level 9 liquid, doesn't that mean that there are 5 forces in our dynasty that can concoct the level 9 liquid? The crux of the matter is that we are all top-notch clans or forces, while little friend is all alone, just like an itinerant cultivator, yet you were actually able to concoct a 9th grade liquid. If this matter were to spread, I'm afraid no one would believe it. I'll refine it myself. Why do I need their trust?" Yixian curled his lips as he spoke. With a flip of his hand, he threw a tube of crimson red gene liquid onto the table. It was the tube of level 9 liquid that he'd refined on his way here. It was worth mentioning that although there were 4 top-notch clans and forces in the dynasty that could concoct the level 9 liquid, the level 9 liquid refined by these 4 forces was different, and the formula of the level 9 liquid in their hands was also different. Although different level 9 liquids had the same medicinal effect, which could allow a powerhouse at the peak of rank 9 black hole to break the shackles of the human body again and leap into the 9th realm origin rank 1, there were actually many kinds of formulas and variations. As for whether it was a perfect level 9 liquid, there was only one standard, and that was to look at it carefully. If 9 layers of medicinal halo could be vaguely seen in the crimson medicinal liquid of the level 9 liquid, like a 9-colored rainbow, then it was a successful product. At this time, seeing that Yi Xian actually threw out a crimson gene cultivation liquid casually, all the Tuoba family elders present were stunned. Then Tuoba Xiong carefully picked it up in his hand, extended his divine sense, and looked at it carefully. After a while he exclaimed, "It's really a level 9 liquid, and it's definitely not something produced by Bodhi technology, celestial biology, or Shenong gene. It's also not something my Tuoba family concocted. Although this liquid also has a 9-colored rainbow, these 9 colors are different from our 4 families. It's indeed a new level 9 liquid." I said it was newly refined by me, so you don't believe me? Yi Xian sneered in his heart, curled his lips and said indifferently, "That's fine anyway. After reading your Tuoba family's book of refining level 10 liquid, I basically have a rough idea in my heart. If there are no accidents, I can concoct the level 10 liquid in a few days. Of course, I'm not concocting according to your Tuoba family's ready-made formula. That's your Tuoba family's thing. I want to concoct my own level 10 liquid." Bang! Without waiting for Yi Xian to finish speaking, Tuoba Xiong slammed his palm on the table in excitement. His chest rose and fell violently. He forcibly suppressed his excitement and stared at Yi Xian with fiery eyes. He said, "Ling Hu Xiaolong, good ambition, good courage. I Tuoba Xiong will say it here today. If you can tinker with a new level 10 liquid formula within 10 days, then my Tuoba family will bear all the spirit grass, minerals and other materials needed for the research of level 11 liquid. Little friend, you just need to concentrate on refining." On both sides, the other upper echelons of the Tuoba family all had dumbstruck expressions on their faces as they subconsciously nodded their heads. They were all a little scared. Yi Xian had actually refined a level 9 liquid by himself. Now he had even said that he would refine a new level 10 liquid within a few days. If he could really do it, this kid would not only be a monster but also a ghost. It was 2F King terrifying. If they could hold this kind of person tightly in their hands, not to mention level 11 liquid, even level 12, 13 liquid and so on, it wouldn't take long for the Tuoba family to come up with all of them one after another. At that time, the Tuoba family would monopolize the field of gene liquid in the entire dynasty. Not to mention the Heavenly War Empire's Emperor Zhang Wuzi. Even the immortal emperor in the imperial capital would have to be polite to the Tuoba family. That would be the real pride. In the next few days, Yi Xian had been locked in the independent small house in the inner courtyard of the Tuoba family's Tianshan Star branch. He was obsessed with the Tuoba family's level 10 liquid formula refining book. In addition to his own research, he also had the engulfing system to deduce the formula from time to time. The engulfing system's system database contained countless herbs and minerals recorded in the Shenong pestle, including some ancient formulas. All of these were only available to Yi Xian. Compared to the other top forces and families, he seemed to be studying the gene liquid alone, but in fact he had a professional supercomputer in the field of gene liquid research. The speed of formula deduction was simply extremely fast. Chapter 3295. Activating Prodigal Mode. There were always people from the Tuoba family guarding outside the courtyard. They took shifts day and night. Once Yi Xian asked for the herbs he needed, someone would immediately rush to get it and satisfy him. It was precisely because of this that when Yi Xian's loud laughter sounded out from the room and he muttered to himself that he'd finally succeeded, the few Tuoba family members waiting outside the courtyard were stunned. They looked at each other with faces full of shock, and someone immediately went to report to Tuoba Xiong. Tuoba Xiong also couldn't believe it. It had only been 3 days, but he could actually refine a new level 10 liquid? It was too unbelievable. It was just like a dream. With doubts in his heart, Tuoba Xiong and a few elders of the Tuoba family quickly arrived. Coincidentally, Yi Xian opened the door and casually threw a tube of green liquid over. "Oh, my little ancestor, this is a level 10 liquid. It's hard to get it even with money." Seeing Yi Xian throw it at him like he was throwing trash, Tuoba Xiong was so scared that his entire body trembled. He quickly took a few steps forward and sucked in a breath of cold air as he carefully received the level 10 liquid. How could he know that after Yi Xian succeeded in refining the first tube, he had already refined 10 more tubes? The one that was thrown to him was only 1 tube. The other 10 were all stored in a small space box and kept in his undying world. Of course, the herbs needed to refine this level 10 liquid were all provided by the Tuoba family. Because of this, Yi Xian generously waved his hand and said indifferently, Isn't this thing like trash after it's refined? If this young master wants it, I can refine it at any time. I can get as much as I want. Although this was indeed a little pretentious, because even if one had a mature formula for level 10 elixir, it was not possible to successfully refine it every time. The alchemists in the cultivation camp all had a certain success rate when refining elixirs. The principle was the same. However, Tuoba Xiong and the others didn't feel that Yi Xian's words were harsh. Instead, they felt that it was reasonable. This young man could refine a new level 10 liquid in less than 3 days. This was simply a monster among monsters. Perhaps his success rate was really 100%, which was very possible. It was also at this time that the elders who came with Tuoba Xiong had already carefully examined the tube of green medicinal liquid that the former handed over with divine sense with a face full of expectation. There was no suspense in the final result. The few elders all cried out in excitement, 10 colors. It's really 10 colors. Patriarch, this is really a level 10 liquid. That's right. It's really a level 10 liquid. And the 10 colors that make up the 10-colored rainbow are different from our Tuoba families. There's one less orange and there's one more light purple. This is definitely another level 10 liquid. It didn't come from our formula. Genius, little friendling who is really a genius. Even in our Tuoba family, after we accidentally made the level 10 liquid, a group of old men gathered together to study it for a few months. With the ready-made level 10 liquid formula as the blueprint, we wanted to deduce a second level 10 liquid formula, but we couldn't succeed. In the end, we could only give up. I didn't expect little friend to succeed in less than 3 days. The younger generation will surpass us in time. After confirming that Yi Xian had really created a brand new level 10 liquid formula in just 3 short days, Tuoba Xiong was completely convinced by him. Right now, he was incomparably excited and couldn't even suppress his emotions by forcefully suppressing them. His voice was trembling as he carefully asked, "Little friend, what are you going to do next? Let's make it clear first. Don't mention going out to collect the level 11 liquid. An alchemy genius like you know a genius. Anyway, how can we let you do something like collecting materials? You can relax and research the gene liquid. Our Tuoba family's men will do their best to run around outside." That's fine. Next, I'll prepare to research the level 11 liquid. Although your Tuoba family didn't succeed, the research notes left behind can be used as a reference for me. If nothing unexpected happens, I should be able to produce the level 11 liquid in half a month. As he spoke, Yi Xian casually handed over a piece of paper. Hey, this is the second formula for the level 10 liquid that I've been working on for the past 2 days. You guys take it and study it. When we get back, send over all the materials for the level 11 liquid. In addition, we have to start collecting the materials for the level 12 liquid. If the level 11 liquid comes out, we can't stop the level 12 liquid. This kind of research needs to be done in a spurt of energy. Sometimes the inspiration only lasts for a short period of time. This young master can't stop. At most, I'll be distracted when I'm hungry. Thinking about quenching my thirst with plum blossoms will waste a bit of time. Oh, what plum blossoms? You're working so hard you have to supplement when you need to. Seeing that he hadn't even asked, Yi Xian actually took the initiative to hand over the new level 10 liquid formula to him. From his words, it seemed that he was going to start researching the level 11 and even level 12 liquid immediately. From the looks of it, the formula of the level 11 genofluid that he would come up with would be given to him like this. This kid was clearly a research maniac. What he cared about was the process of the research, not the final results. Science maniacs generally had this kind of problem. No wonder this kid had such amazing talent in alchemy and refining. He was originally a science maniac. All of his thoughts were devoted to research. He didn't have time to care about the so-called fame and fortune. This was a great thing. It would be easier to control in the future. This kid didn't have any other hobbies. He was just a little gluttonous. Although he was a spendthrift, his ability to create wealth was even more terrifying. He was able to create a new level 10 liquid formula in just a few days. Just thinking about it was scary. With this kind of abnormal monster, it would be difficult for the Tuoba family not to rise. Thinking of this, Tuoba Xiong patted his chest loudly and promised very generously. From now on, this old man will send the food over on time for lunch and dinner. Although little friend is focused on research, you can't delay the food. Don't worry. Although the subblood dragon liver is difficult to obtain and can't be guaranteed every day, this old man can promise little friend that at every meal, there will be at least one dish that is either braised dragon liver or cooked with the same level of ingredients. Little friend, you can just focus on your research. As for the materials needed to research the level 11 liquid, I will send them over to little friend in a while. After saying that, he exchanged a few words with Yixian before hurriedly leaving with a group of elders. After a short while, the materials needed to refine the level 11 liquid were sent over. Because the formula had not been confirmed yet, the amount of materials sent was huge. All of them were extremely rare. Even Yixian didn't have many of them. When he saw them, his eyes shone with a golden light. After the Tuoba family members left, Yixian directly used a small space box to store 80% of the materials into his undying world. He only left 20% outside just for show. Chapter 3296. Pat one's bottom and leave. Ding! Congratulations to host. Your physical body's chi and blood realm has increased. Current realm. Origin rank 2. Ding! Congratulations to host. Your physical body's chi and blood realm has increased. Current realm. Origin rank 3. Following the familiar system notification in his mind, Yixian opened his eyes and ended his cultivation session. Yixian clenched his fists tightly as he felt the surging chi and blood energy in his body. Another dual break, his physical body's chi and blood energy had increased by a huge margin, and was much stronger than before. Now, his physical body's chi and blood energy had already stepped into the third stage of the origin stage, and was about to enter the middle stage of the origin stage. At this time, only 3 days had passed since he refined his own 10th grade liquid. During these 3 days, Yixian didn't even bother to think about the so-called level 11 elixir. Instead, he had been cultivating and tempering his body. Of course, this was intermittent because during these 3 days, the Tuoba clan servants would deliver a good meal at noon and at night. 8 dishes and 1 soup. Among them, there was either a braised dragon liver or a top-notch delicacy that was on par with the dragon liver of the subblood dragon. After eating for 3 whole days, Yixian's flesh and blood had accumulated a vast amount of energy from the ingredients. These top-grade ingredients were all the essence extracted from the bodies of powerful black hole realm space beasts. Although a large amount of energy was lost in cooking, after eating 6 meals in a row, Yixian's harvest was still not small. This was the reason why he had made 2 consecutive breakthroughs in the cultivation of his chi and blood force. In the next few days, Yixian didn't step out. Every day, in addition to enjoying the top-notch delicacies sent by the Tuoba family, he also began to carefully study the Tuoba family's unfinished level 11 liquid Yinkong pen. The 20% of the herbs and ores that he had left behind in the undying world had been used up in a short 2 days. Yixian immediately sent a message saying that he had made a breakthrough and needed more materials, including the materials that he had already collected to develop the level 12 liquid. He also asked the Tuoba family to send them over. This was because in order to ensure the success of the level 11 liquid, they might consider adding a top-grade material suitable for the level 12 liquid in the future. Yixian needed to study their medicinal properties and begin the selection process. This statement was also reasonable. After all, before the mature formula appeared, the so-called materials for the 11th and 12th level liquids were just general speculations based on the grade of the materials. The level 12 material might not necessarily only be used in the formula of level 12 Geno fluid. It could also appear in the formula of level 11 Geno fluid. Therefore, after Yixian's request was sent out, Tuoba Xionga sent over a large number of medicinal herbs and rare minerals. Among them, there were several dozen that were clearly of a higher grade, and were prepared to be used to refine the level 12 liquid. These were the last of the materials in the Tuoba family's inventory. They were stored in 3 small space boxes. If all of them were poured out, they could fill a house. Yixian did not keep a single one of those precious level 12 materials, and kept them all in his undying world. He even collected a small portion of the level 11 Geno fluids materials, because these materials would be useful in the future research of the level 12 Geno fluid. It wasn't easy to make the Tuoba family willing to let him squander their fortune for once. Yixian wanted to use this opportunity to collect all the herbs and rare minerals needed to refine the level 12 Geno fluid. After he left, He could only guarantee that he could refine the level 12 genofluid at any time after he completed his research on the formula. As for the level 11 genofluid, Yixian was almost done with his research on the theory of the formula. Before he left, he was prepared to completely master the formula of the level 11 genofluid. This way, he would not be restricted in the field of genofluid for a short period of time, and could completely focus on improving his cultivation realm. Another 5 days passed in the blink of an eye. Counting the time, a total of 10 days had passed since Yixian successfully refined the level 10 genofluid. According to what he said at the beginning, he would successfully refine the level 11 genofluid within 10 days. Therefore, on this afternoon, Tuoba Xiong led a few Tuoba family elders and anxiously waited outside the courtyard. They did not dare to disturb Yixian and waited anxiously outside the courtyard. In order to obtain the formula of the level 11 genofluid, their Tuoba family could be said to have spent a lot of money this time. For 10 consecutive days, they had to eat 2 portions of the same level of delicacies as the red braised hornless dragon liver every day. Just this alone was a terrifying expenditure. In addition, the Tuoba family's investment in various herbs and rare minerals was even more worrying. The entire family's foundation had been depleted by 80 to 90%. If they did not succeed this time, the Tuoba family would not be able to recover for at least a few years. This was also because they had the formula of the level 10 genofluid in their hands. If they did not have it, the failure this time would directly cause the family to decline and be completely finished. In fact, Yixian did not fail to live up to their expectations. Just last night, the first tube of level 11 genofluid was successfully refined, but he did not announce it. Instead, he continued to refine the small portion of materials that he had left outside. As for the materials that he had stored in his undying world, they were for the future level 12 genofluid and would not be used. From midnight until now, Yixian had refined a total of 10 tubes of level 11 genofluid. The materials that he had not stored outside were finally used up. At this time, in the hall of the residence where he was refining, there were abandoned medicinal dregs everywhere. It was as if he had come to a distribution center that specialized in discarding medicinal dregs. The smell was pungent. Yixian waved his hand and stored the 10 tubes of level 11 liquid in the small spatial box into his undying world. After that, he placed the remaining tube in another small box and waved his hand, causing it to float out of the window and fly out of the courtyard. At the same time, Yixian's tired voice sounded at this moment. Fortunately, I did not disappoint you. The level 11 genofluid is complete. However, the formula still needs some small changes. Do not disturb me, this young master still needs to do some research. Before he finished speaking, the small box was already in Tuoba Xiong's hand. After opening it, he took out a tube of blue genofluid. Using his divine sense to examine it, it was indeed level 11 genofluid. A look of surprise appeared on his face. Ha! Level 11 genofluid, it is indeed level 11 genofluid. Little friend, you are really amazing. Although the formula was not in his hands yet, this tube of level 11 genofluid was enough to prove everything. At the very least, the level 11 genofluid was successfully refined. Once the formula was perfected, it would definitely be sent to him immediately like last time. Thinking of this, Tuoba Xiong was overjoyed. He waved his hand and 2 servants walked out from behind him. Each of them carried a food box and brought it into the room. Little friend, you have exhausted too much of your energy. Here are 2 portions of red striped dragon liver. Little friend, you should quickly replenish yourself. Your body is important. The 2 servants quickly left. Yixian walked out from the inner room and looked at the 2 food boxes on the table in the outer hall. He grinned happily. This old man Tuoba Xiong is really considerate. I was just thinking of breaking through again and refining the top-grade ingredients that I ate these past few days. Who would have thought that he would actually send me a meal of delicious food in the end? Chapter 3297. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. Killing a way out after leaving behind the 2 portions of braised dragon liver, Tuoba Xiong and a few elders of the Tuoba family left in a hurry, leaving only a few clan members to wait for orders. Yixian first used 3 days to refine the level 10 liquid, and then handed the finished product and the formula to him on the spot. Now, he had also refined the level 11 liquid within the agreed-upon deadline of 10 days. After these two huge surprises, the Tuoba family was completely convinced by Yi Xian and completely believed him. Tuoba Xiong never thought that Yi Xian would tamper with the formula of the level 11 liquid, nor did he think that Yi Xian would not hand over the formula. He also did not think that Yi Xian was ready to leave. In fact, as soon as Tuoba Xiong and the others left, Yi Xian immediately began to eat heartily and finished the 2 portions of braised dragon liver. Then he immediately began to cultivate and refine the energy in his body that had been accumulated by eating a large amount of top-grade ingredients. Soon as he sat down cross-legged and entered a state of cultivation, Yi Xian's 10 billion pores opened, and a faint glow shot out from each of them. All these intertwined together, making him feel as if he was in a fairyland. His whole body was enshrouded in endless auspicious clouds, and his whole body was like a supreme treasure, exuding a powerful and sacred aura. 4 hours later, everything was finally over. Yi Xian opened his eyes, and the familiar sound of the system notification rang in his mind at this moment. Ding! Congratulations to the host, your physical body's qi and blood realm has increased. Current realm. Origin level 4. Ding! Congratulations to the host, your physical body's qi and blood realm has increased. Current realm. Origin level 5. Origin level 5. Yi Xian clenched his fists in excitement, then got up and checked the condition of his body. After confirming that everything was fine, he grinned, took out a pen and paper, and left a letter for Tuoba Xiong. The content was very simple. Although he had refined a tube of level 11 liquid, he still felt that there was a problem with the formula, and that it needed to be improved. He felt that he had let down the head of the Tuoba family, so he decided to leave without saying goodbye and go out to train. He wanted to find an opportunity to improve the formula of the level 11 liquid. Of course, all this was nonsense. There was no problem with the formula of level 11 liquid, but Yi Xian was not going to give it to the Tuoba family. The reason why he left the letter was not to hide anything. How could Yi Xian not translation? Translation. Yi Xian was deliberately mocking Tuoba Xiong. Translation. Translation. After doing all this, Yi Xian directly activated the perfect vibration technique and quietly left the Tuoba family's heavenly Chan planet branch. Without hesitation, he went straight to the Star Defense Formation's entrance and exit passage in the atmosphere of heavenly Chan planet. Although his identity as Ling Huchong was fake, the immortal-level superbrain that was Yi Xian's personal star communication system was no longer fragmented. It had entered the growth level and temporarily suppressed his Federation identity. It was still possible for him to hide when he went in and out of the administrative planets. Otherwise, no matter how he changed his appearance, he would have been exposed when he went in and out of the administrative planets if he could not suppress his Federation identity. In addition, the interstellar mercenary card that was tied to his Federation identity was also suppressed. Although it had been recording his Federation contribution points, it could no longer send a signal to the outside world. Therefore, even though Yi Xian had done so many things during this time, his contribution points in the Federation didn't change at all. This situation was similar to last time. However, last time, because he was in the first universe, the interstellar soldier card was restricted by the universe plane and could not contact the Federation's main network on the immortal star. But now, because Yi Xian's personal star communication system had entered the growth stage, it could temporarily suppress the interstellar soldier card and the Federation identity mark. Unfortunately, although he could use the immortal-level superbrain to suppress his original identity, he could not silently go through the Star Defense Formation's entrance and exit passage. Even the perfect vibration technique couldn't do it. That would spoil the situation. Once the Star Defense System of Heavenly Chan Planet detected the aura of the demon's mental energy, the star formation would be fully activated, and Yi Xian would be trapped on the planet. Therefore, he had no choice but to deactivate perfect oscillation before entering the passage. Just like before, he used the immortal rank superbrain in his body to create a fake identity in order to fool his way through. Although Yi Xian knew that the identity he made the system create would be recorded by the internal system of Heavenly Chan Planet. Otherwise, he would not be able to leave. If the system did not record it, how did he enter? That would expose him and the system would automatically suspect him of faking it, which would bring him more trouble. Therefore, when Yi Xian left, he used the same fake identity as when he entered. Indeed, the internal system of Heavenly Chun Planet still did not recognize him. However, the alarm still sounded immediately. Rumble! Boom! As the alarm sounded, a huge roar could be heard. The star defense formation of Heavenly Chun Planet was fully activated. All the entrances and exits were closed without exception. Yixian was stunned. Then he quickly realized what happened. It should not be that the internal system of Heavenly Chun Planet misidentified his fake identity. Instead, the Tuoba family must have found out that he had left and reported it to the Heavenly Chun country in a fit of anger. When the latter heard that Yixian had the mature formula for the level 11 liquid in his hands, he actually wanted to escape. Naturally, he immediately launched a search with all his might. Yixian didn't know what was going on. At this moment, he arrived at a passage in the atmosphere and was directly exposed. His conjecture was soon confirmed. At this moment, in the vicinity of the spatial passageway where Yixian was located, the Starry Sky experts and federal citizens, who didn't know what was going on and thought that they were being attacked by the universe's zombies, were quickly pacified. One of the Heavenly Chun Kingdom's guards who were guarding the passageway welcomed them, and then led them away. Only Yixian stood there quietly. No one came to greet him. Instead, a few shuttles and patrol ships came quickly from afar. They did not come close. Instead, they surrounded Yixian tightly. Yixian clearly saw that the cannons of these small ships had started to recharge. The target was indeed him. At the same time, in the interior of Heavenly Chun Planet, there were also a large number of battleships and human powerhouses who had taken out all kinds of magical treasures. They were all gathering together. They were obviously going to rush up and take down Yixian in one fell swoop. This posture is really not a normal kind of frightening. It seems like. Chapter 3298. Falling out very quickly, the Starry Sky experts from the battleships that had rushed over from the Heavenly Chun Star arrived one after another. They surrounded Yixian so tightly that not even a drop of water could leak out. Apart from the Tianchun country's military fleet and the Tuoba family's warriors, even the Gongyang family and Longyu family's masters had arrived with a large number of warriors. At this time they were all staring at Yixian from a distance, their eyes filled with fanaticism. Obviously, the Tuoba family wanted to keep everything to themselves, and did not reveal anything to the outside world. But now, when they found out that Yixian was going to escape, they could not care about anything else. They could only tell the truth. No matter what, they had to gather their forces to keep Yixian here. As for sharing the level 11 liquid formula in Yixian's hands with these guys, there was nothing they could do about it. It was better than letting Yixian escape now. Moreover, in this way, the Tuoba family could ask these forces to share the large amount of resources that Yixian had squandered away. They could at least recoup some of their losses. Unfortunately, they originally thought that the Tuoba family had seized this opportunity to rise completely. But now it seemed that everything was just a dream. Even if they could keep this brat, he would fall into the hands of Emperor Tianzhan in the future, and would have nothing to do with the Tuoba family. Thinking of this, Tuoba Xiong's heart suddenly surged with monstrous hatred. He took a step forward and pointed at Yixian's nose and scolded. Ling Huchong, you little bastard. You squandered our Tuoba family's resources and now you want to leave? You deserve to die. You shameless old man. How dare you accuse this young master of killing a donkey after it has served its purpose? Yixian didn't back down and immediately replied. This young master stayed in your Tuoba family for a total of 13 days. Not only did I help you refine a new level 10 liquid, I even gave you the formula and finished product. I even made a tube of level 11 liquid for you and gave it to you. For the past 13 days, your Tuoba family has only provided me with 2 meals a day and provided me with the concoction materials. Other than that, this young master has not asked for any remuneration from you. Now this young master feels that the formula still needs to be perfected, so I want to go out and look for opportunities. You actually dare to bite back and say that this young master is ruining your family business? Can you be any more shameless? Speaking up to this point, Yixian casually pointed at Gongyang Buhui and Changyu Jinglong, shouting, You asked the two of them if this young master were to help them get the level 10 and level 11 liquid, and only asked them to provide food and water, and provide the concoction materials, would they do such a good thing? Awesome, awesome, awesome. Linghu, are you serious? If you don't eat or drink, are you going to starve to death? You want a horse to run but you don't want to feed it, how can you do that? Gongyang Buhui and Long Yu Jinglong were shocked by Yi Xian's words just now. When they suddenly saw Yi Xian point at them and say that he wanted to help their family refine a level 10 or 11 liquid, the two of them didn't think too much about it. They were excited on the spot and responded in a panic. Only after they spoke did they realize that this wasn't what they thought it was. They were too excited. They inadvertently ruined Tuoba Xiong's plan. At this time the old man was glaring at the two of them. Even the other experts and the fleet commanders of the Tianshan kingdom all had strange expressions on their faces. No one knew what they were thinking. The two old men's faces instantly turned red, and they didn't dare to say anything. Linghu, little friend. This is a misunderstanding. At this moment, a 3-star general of the Heavenly Chan country walked out. He politely smiled at Yi Xian before continuing. Although the emperor isn't here, he went to the Heavenly War Starfield a few days ago to revive the Imperial Star. However, I, the Heavenly Chan country, have already reported this matter to the emperor. The emperor's meaning is very clear. He hopes that little friend Linghu can stay and give him face. Don't worry about this matter anymore. When the emperor returns from restoring the Imperial Star, he will personally host a banquet to help little friend recover from the shock. Recover your mother. Without waiting for this 3-star general to finish speaking, Yi Xian impolitely interrupted him with a curse. He rolled his eyes and said, "This young master is in charge of whether you are the Heavenly Chan Kingdom's emperor or the Heavenly War Emperor. This old man is not a subject of your heavenly warring states. Is there a need to give you face? Cut the crap, this young lord is very unhappy right now, and I don't want to stay in this bullshit place. Immediately open the passage to the star array and let this young lord leave. Otherwise, if you want to force me to stay, this young master can just kill my way out. However, I'll make it clear in advance that if that happens, this young master won't bear the consequences. You'll have to bear the consequences yourself." Hearing Yi Xian's words, the 3-star general of the Tianshan kingdom's face darkened and immediately turned hostile, shouting at Yi Xian. "How dare you? At such a young age, you dare to insult the emperor and the emperor in front of so many people. Linghu Chong, how should you be punished? Quickly kneel down and beg for punishment. Otherwise, as long as this general gives the order, you won't be able to escape. When that time comes, I'm afraid you won't be so kind." This clearly meant that they were about to make a move. Tuoba Xiong, Gongyang Buhui, and Long Yu Jinglong had been waiting for this moment. Seeing that this 3-star general was finally enraged, they immediately heaved a sigh of relief. After exchanging glances with each other, they also pointed at Yi Xian and immediately scolded him. "Linghu Chong, I advise you not to make a mistake. You have seen the situation today. If you want to escape, you won't have a chance." That's right, the Tianshan Kingdom and the Heaven Battle Emperor still value talents. With your talent, if you stay in the kingdom, you will definitely become a pillar of the kingdom. It's better than dying here or becoming a prisoner. I've already told you everything that needs to be said. We've known each other for a long time. You really shouldn't have such a bad temper. When we were young and full of vigor, this old man and the others also had it, but haven't we all changed now? Young man, you should accept criticism with an open mind. Hong, I'll criticize your mother. A group of shameless old men. What qualifications do you have to lecture this young master? Isn't it just a fight? This young master wants to see if you have the ability to make this young master stay here today. Before the 3 old fellows could finish speaking, Yi Xian interrupted them with a shout. As he ridiculed them, he waved his hand and activated the indestructible glass armor. Then, he directly entered the second mecha state. At the same time, the withered demon Bloodblade was also summoned. It expanded in the wind, and in the blink of an eye, it turned into a ferocious blood-black demonic blade. It was almost 10 feet long, which was the same height as the giant mecha. The mecha raised its right arm and held it horizontally across its chest. A murderous aura instantly spread out from it. Chapter 3299. To push all the way heavens, what a terrifying demonic blade. A quasi-starry sky treasure. This blood-black devil blade is also a quasi-starry sky treasure. Did he refine it himself again? This is truly heaven-defying. Both the battle weapon and the battle armor are quasi-starry sky supreme treasures. I have never heard of such a thing before. Only an artifact refining great grandmaster would be able to do such a thing. This child's future is limitless. Since we have already offended him today, we must keep him here no matter what. That's right. Otherwise, as long as he surrenders to the enemy out of fury, we would be sinners of the entire human race. Let's attack him together. For the future of the entire human race, this freak is too important. As long as he surrenders to the enemy, it would be a catastrophe for the entire human race. Seeing Yixian bring out both a quasi-starry sky supreme treasure-grade battle armor and battle weapon at the same time, this group of people was shocked and exclaimed again. However, those words were truly infuriating. As they spoke, it was as if they had all become righteous masters, while Yixian had become a spy who wanted to betray the human race. Ha ha ha. I have to say, you guys have once again refreshed this young master's understanding of the word shameless. It's useless to say more. If you want to fight, then let's fight. Anyway, you're all worse than pigs and dogs. So what if this young master kills to his heart's content today? Hearing these words, Yixian was so angry that he laughed. The last trace of hesitation in his heart disappeared in an instant. Laughing loudly, he waved his hand again and said, "Since it's already like this today, then this young master might as well give you all an earth-shattering shock. There are 3 basic treasures for a starry sky powerhouse. Apart from battle weapons, battle armors, and warships. Today you shameless old men have joined hands to ambush this young master. This young master has already shown his combat weapon and armor. How can I just stand by and watch? Come out, Dongshu shuttle." With a final shout, Yixian waved his hand. The Dongshu shuttle within his undying world was brought out. It hovered above his head and rapidly rose to a height of 10,000 meters. Activate the ship's killing system immediately. Yixian's expression had already turned extremely gloomy. He sneered as he ordered the engulfing system to attack. Array energy mode. Close range array ceiling trap kill. Attack mode. Cover the entire area and kill without discrimination. Buzz. Buzz. Following his order, the Dongshu shuttle floating 10,000 meters above his head reacted immediately. Buzzing noises reverberated as the body of the Dongshu shuttle glowed brightly. Countless symbols and symbols representing the Upanishads of the 5 elements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth shot out a dazzling light, shooting out rapidly to every corner of the Dongshu shuttle. At this instant, countless talisman markings of various colors interweaved together like shuttles. In the blink of an eye, they enveloped this entire expanse of space. It was as if an enormous net of light had spread out in the sky, and it replaced the sky and enveloped this part of the heavens and the earth. It was multicolored and resplendent. Rumble. A terrifying roar soon exploded. 5 energy light pillars of different colors appeared around the light energy net, each representing the power of the 5 elements. They emitted an invisible pressure, towering in the sky and suppressing the area. Since then, a large area of the void with a radius of 100 li under the giant net of light energy was completely confined in the blink of an eye, including Yixian and the many starry sky masters and warships that surrounded him. All of this happened so fast that no one could react in time. By the time their exclamations sounded, the Dongshu shuttle's onboard killing array system had been activated. 5 energy pillars were suspended in the sky, enveloping the void with a radius of 100 li below. Heavens, what's going on? That's clearly a small private warship, but the scene in front of us. A quasi-starry sky supreme treasure. Another quasi-starry sky cardinal treasure. This kid must be crazy. He actually refined the 3 basic treasures of a starry sky powerhouse to the level of a quasi-starry sky cardinal treasure. What kind of terrifying artifact crafting talent does he have? Yes, even the Grandmaster refiners of the cultivation camp can't do this. Combat weapons and armors are fine, but if they want to refine a small private warship into a quasi-starry sky supreme treasure, they must join hands with the top warship builders of the science camp. That's not the point. I just want to know what's going on with the void confinement around us. Isn't this a small private warship? Why is there a void killing array? The void within a radius of 100 li has been sealed. We can't escape. What are those 5 energy pillars up there for? His aura is terrifying. That's right. I don't feel good. I'm scared out of my wits. Rumble. Boom. Gotcha. As the exclamations of these guys trapped in the killing array rose, The 5 pillars of energy at the edge of the killing array that enveloped an area of 100 miles instantly shone brightly. Streams of killing energy of different colors and different powers surged out one after another like a great river. Wrapped in a terrifying aura that could destroy the world, they rumbled down in an overwhelming manner. In the blink of an eye, the entire void within a radius of 100 li was completely covered. It was the same as last time. Not only did the killing energy have different attributes and powers, even the forms that they manifested were varied too. There were round thunderballs, large and small, agile and unpredictable lightning bolts, and even weapons of slaughter such as magical equipment and flying swords, as well as all kinds of ferocious beasts that looked ferocious and terrifying. The killing energy of the array was in different forms, and the way it attacked was naturally different as well. At this moment it was pouring down from all directions at the same time, causing everyone to be dumbstruck. They didn't know how to deal with it at all. Facing all of this, the experts who were looking up from below, and were still crying out in alarm, were collectively dumbfounded. All of them were completely dumbfounded. They had never seen this kind of attack before. It was so messy that it made one's hair stand on end, and the number was so terrifying that it made one despair. All of the experts who were enveloped by the killing array had dull expressions on their faces. Even though they had seen this scene with their own eyes, they still couldn't believe it. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. Ruthless. Rumble. Before they could react, the huge mess that was pouring down from the sky had already descended with a loud bang. The sound of explosions rang out endlessly, and the entire army was instantly thrown into chaos. Miserable howls, angry roars intertwined, instantly rendering an extremely tragic scene. This was the result of Yi Xian not fully activating the killing power of the Great 5 Elements Annihilation Array. Compared to the previous time when it killed the army of cosmic zombies, the current killing system of the Void Hole Shuttle was only half activated, and it was still in an indiscriminate attack mode. Otherwise, the image would be even more tragic. Of course, although Yi Xian was also within the area enveloped by the killing array, all of the energy attacks pouring down from the sky would not pose any threat to him. Even if Yi Xian took the initiative to face a certain energy attack, the latter would quickly change its trajectory under the control of the 5 killing pillars above, and avoid Yi Xian. All of this was controlled by the devouring system in Yi Xian's body. Chapter 3300. A fist bigger than a man with the Dongshu shuttle's onboard killing system fully activated. Even if it was only at half power, the power of the bombardment was still terrifying. The huge void within 100 miles that was shrouded and imprisoned by the killing array was in complete chaos. Cries of ghosts and howls of wolves rose and fell one after another, resounding endlessly. The rumbling of cannons was also accompanied by the rumbling of battleships. This was the sound of battleships bombarding the energy screen that imprisoned this area. They wanted to blast open the light screen and escape this hellish area. However, it was all in vain. The Great 5 Elements Annihilation Array had already been activated. How could the light screen formed by the 5 basic elements be so easily broken? Although there were hundreds of various warships trapped in this space, most of them were small shuttles and patrol ships. Although there were more than 10 military warships, they were all planetary state warships with a diameter of 1,000 meters and star state warships with a diameter of 3,000 meters. There wasn't a single fortress with a diameter of 10,000 meters. A warship cannon of this level was not enough to pose a threat to the confinement light curtain of the Grand 5 Elements Annihilation Array. In addition, there were quite a number of experts in this forbidden ground. Even Tuoba Xiong, Gongyang Buhui, Changyu Jingyu, and the elders from the 3 top clans of Heaven War were here. However, their cultivation bases were only at the 10th Great Realm, the Heavenly Passage Realm. They were at the same cultivation level as the 3 zombie kings that Yi Xian had killed when he activated the Great 5 Elements Annihilation Formation on the Heavenly War planet. Back then, even the 3 corpse kings were unable to break out of the absolute extermination killing array, so this group of fellows naturally had even less hope. However, in Heavenly Stellar Planet, there were still people who could break through half of the 5 Elements Extermination Array's imprisonment light screen. As long as there were 7 to 8 10,000 meters wide space fortresses or a few supreme beings in the Void Realm, they would be able to break through the imprisonment light screen in a few minutes. These forces and existences that could pose a threat to the Dongshu shuttle's battleship killing system had yet to arrive, but they would arrive soon. Yi Xian had already anticipated this. He did not intend to stay here for long. Similarly, he did not intend to kill all the starry sky experts who were enveloped by the light screen of the Great Five Elements Annihilation Formation. After all, they were human powerhouses and not the universe's zombie army. Even though they were shameless and were enemies with Yi Xian, this kind of large-scale slaughter was of great importance. Yi Xian didn't want to become the public enemy of the world. Even though he was furious, his current plan was to teach these people a lesson. In today's situation, it was fine to hurt them or scare them, but they couldn't really kill all of them. At the same time, he had another goal, which was to force the 3-star general of Heavenly Stellar Nation, who was in charge of the overall situation, to order the opening of the Heavenly Stellar Planet's atmospheric defense system's entry and exit tunnel. At the edge of the 100-mile-long void that the killing array system enveloped was the entrance and exit of the atmosphere that had already been shut down. At this moment, there were quite a number of starry sky powerhouses guarding the entrance and exit of the passage. Their cultivation bases were not strong, but they were firmly entrenched in a defensive fortress inside the starry sky passage. That fortress was also extremely sturdy. It was not that Yi Xian couldn't break it open, but it would take a lot of time. Furthermore, if he did that, it would be tantamount to starting a war with an administrative planet of the human race. Furthermore, this administrative planet was the capital planet of Heavenly Stellar Nation, the temporary base of the Heavenly Battle Empire. If he really broke open the fortress and forced the guards inside to open the passage, it would give Yi Xian something to use against him. The other side could use this to make a big deal out of it and claim the moral high ground, which would be extremely disadvantageous to Yi Xian. He didn't intend to force the identity of Ling Huchong to go against the human race, so even if he had the ability to do so, he didn't intend to do it. In any case, he could just teach this 3-star general a good lesson and achieve his goal. Then he might as well use this guy as an example and vent his anger at the same time. Come, Mr. General, what did you say just now? This young master didn't hear it clearly. Since we have nothing to do now, let's get to know each other better. At this moment, Yi Xian had already kept the withered demon bloodblade in his right hand into his undying world. These people were currently being bombarded by the 5 killing formation pillars in the sky. They were already in a sorry state, so if Yi Xian rushed over, he would be bullying them. If he used the withered demon bloodblade to slash at them, he would definitely be able to kill them with a single slash. This was completely different from his original plan. He didn't even use the miniature death ray cannon on his mech. Otherwise, who knew how many people would have fainted on the spot? The space within a radius of 100 li had been completely locked down. There was no way to escape. If they were to be blasted by the death ray cannon, they would definitely die. There was nowhere to run, so there was no hope of hiding. In such a small space, there was basically no possibility of hiding. The speed of the death ray cannon's energy beam was extremely terrifying. Even so, Yi Xian still seemed very relaxed. No matter which direction he flew in, he would instantly scare off a bunch of people. No one dared to let him get close to them. This included Tua Baxiong, Gongyang Buhui, Changyu Jinglong, and the rest of the 10th Realm Grotto Heaven Realm experts. On one hand, Yi Xian was already in existence in the 9th Realm, Origin Level 5. His strength wasn't much different from these Grotto Heaven Realm experts. He originally had the ability to challenge those with higher realms, so he definitely wouldn't lose out to Tua Baxiong and the rest in a one-on-one battle. And now, these people were all being bombarded by the 5 killing formation pillars in the sky. They couldn't even take care of themselves, so how could they have the time to deal with Yi Xian's harassment? He was now a 30-zhang tall giant, and his fist was like a small hill. A single punch from him could take someone's life. It was precisely because of this that the 3-star generals, who were originally fleeing in a sorry state and avoiding the killing energy that was locked onto him from the horizon, turned green when they saw Yi Xian charging towards them. Without another word, they turned around and ran. Hey, why are you running? Didn't you close the passage and want to beat this young master up? Now that this young master has personally delivered himself to your doorstep, why did you change your mind? Yi Xian sneered. While speaking, his figure flashed and directly blocked the 3-star general's path. He clenched his right fist and unceremoniously punched towards the general's chest. You haven't seen a fist bigger than you, right? This is the result of blocking this young master's nest. This is what you get for acting. Boom! Chapter 3301. The matter is over with one punch. A quarter of the bones in the three-star general's body were broken. Although he looked battered and exhausted, spitting out a mouthful of blood as he fell to the ground, he didn't suffer any serious internal injuries. Although his cultivation was also at the heavenly passage realm and was an entire realm stronger than Yi Xian, under such circumstances, it was clearly abnormal for him to only suffer from superficial wounds to such an extent. The three-star general wasn't an idiot, so he immediately understood. Yi Xian didn't intend to kill him with one punch. He just wanted to teach him a lesson. Of course, he also wanted to force him to open the recently closed air passage. Thinking of this, the three-star general immediately felt conflicted. He didn't dare to give this order. Otherwise, he would definitely be beaten to the ground. His official career would basically be over. But now this damned little fiend clearly had his eyes on him. He wasn't satisfied with just one punch, so he swung his fist and chased after him. This was clearly a prelude to crippling him if he didn't give the order. If that really happened, he probably wouldn't be able to continue as a three-star general. As a Grotto Heaven Realm expert, although broken limbs could be replanted and flesh could be regenerated, his opponent was clearly an expert in this field. He didn't hold back at all when it came to torturing people. The three-star general didn't doubt that Yi Xian definitely had the means to break his bones and sever his tendons. If that really happened, he would be the unlucky one in the end. His official career would come to an abrupt end, and he would be crippled for life. Thinking of this, he shuddered, and his mind was immediately shaken. This body's bones are very strong. A fist bigger than a person, and he actually didn't die from one punch? This young master doesn't believe it. Let's try another punch. Seeing that the other party didn't say anything and seemed to be planning to take it head-on, Yi Xian sneered inwardly. But on the surface, he continued to tease him. Before he finished speaking, he was already in front of him again. He raised his fist bigger than a person and punched. No. Misunderstanding. This is definitely a misunderstanding. When he saw the fist that was larger than a human approaching his head, the three-star general was so scared that his body trembled. Without hesitation, he turned his head to look at the air passage defense fortress in the distance and yelled at the top of his lungs. What are you guys still standing there for? Open the air passage immediately and let them pass. Release him immediately. That's more like it. Bang! Yi Xian's heart relaxed slightly when he heard the three-star general finally let him go. However, he didn't plan on retracting the punch that he'd already thrown out. Almost at the same time as his words appeared, a huge explosion sounded out. Pff. The three-star general opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. Another quarter of his bones were broken, and this time he fainted. This was something Yi Xian had done on purpose. Since the order to open the air passage had already been given, this guy was no longer of any value. There was no harm in knocking him out with a single punch. Otherwise, it would be bad if he were to do something else. Very quickly, Yi Xian turned around and left after punching this fellow until he vomited blood and fainted. As for the three-star general that fell down from the sky, he was quickly caught by the other starry sky experts. Otherwise, if they continued to fall like this, although the entire void was sealed and they wouldn't directly die when they hit the ground, they would definitely be bombarded by the killing energy from the void above. In a situation where they couldn't avoid it, they would definitely die. Looking up, the air passage at the edge of the formation was indeed slowly opening. Seeing this, not only was Yi Xian completely relieved, but the other starry sky masters who were imprisoned in the formation also breathed a sigh of relief. At this time, the thousands of experts who were imprisoned in the formation were basically all injured. There were even some people with weaker cultivations who had directly died. They could only consider themselves unlucky if they were killed, even though they had only activated half of the killing formation's power. As for the hundreds of shuttles and patrol ships, they were basically all destroyed. The starry sky masters inside the shuttles had all abandoned the shuttles and escaped. They had never experienced such a sullen battle before. At this moment, their gazes towards Yi Xian were filled with incomparably dense fear and dread. Even Tua Baxiong, Gongyang Buhui, and Long Yu Jinglong were the same. How was this a little demon? This was clearly a big demon. The three-star general had already given the order to open the air passage and let him leave, but that terrifying giant fist that was even bigger than a person still smashed down without hesitation. At that time, Tua Baxiong and the other two clearly saw that scene. causing the three old fellows to tremble in fear. If one were to speak of it, the three-star generals didn't have any enmity with Yi Xian, yet they were still treated like this. Compared to this, the three of them had schemed against Yi Xian more than once or twice, but if the result was, it was simply too creepy. As soon as this thought appeared in his mind, Tuoba Xiong Gongyang Buhui and Changyu Jinglong's faces immediately changed, turning deathly pale. Because at this moment Yi Xian, who just blasted the three-star generals to the point of vomiting blood and fainting, turned around and actually chased after them. Looking at the pair of terrifying steel fists that were even larger than a person, the three old men with pale faces turned around and fled, howling as if their lives depended on it. Ling Huchong, what are you doing? The air passage has already been opened, don't go too far. Fine. Don't take advantage of the situation and stop while you're ahead. Otherwise, once the top experts of Tianchun arrive, you won't have the chance to leave even if you want to. That's right, young man, your own life is more important. Don't be impulsive, impulsiveness is the devil. Pung! As soon as the three old men finished speaking, they all received a heavy punch in the back. Yi Xian's speed in this space was extremely fast, so he could just charge forward, and did not have to worry about the various killing energies falling from the sky landing on him. However, the others were different. They could only run in a roundabout way and avoid the attacks. As a result, the difference in speed between the two sides was obvious. In this situation, Yi Xian caught up to the three old men in the blink of an eye. Without hesitation, he punched each of them until they spat out blood and fainted. Even though it was only one punch, the power of this punch was 30% stronger than the two punches that the three-star general had taken. Old friends, of course I have to take care of them. After these three punches, Yi Xian finally vented most of the resentment in his heart. Calculating the time, he estimated that the peak experts of the Heavenly Chun Nation would arrive soon. He didn't dare to delay any longer and directly waved his hand to put away the void-piercing shuttle. His figure shot out from the quietly opened passage in the atmosphere, and his figure appeared in the vast void of the universe outside the atmosphere of the Heavenly Chun planet. Chapter 3302. Translator. Henyi Translations Editor. Henyi Translations. The three arts of medicine, weapon, and array. As soon as Yi Xian left, 5 to 6 figures descended from the direction of planet Tianchun like meteors. Behind these 5 to 6 figures, there were 7 to 8 10,000 meters wide space fortresses following behind them. However, their speed was not as fast as these 5 to 6 figures. These figures were all supreme masters of the Void Realm, the 12th realm. What happened here? Damn it, who opened the atmospheric passage? Where is Ling Huchong? Where is he? Damn it, you bunch of trash. Rice buckets. All of you are rice buckets. Among these 7 or 8 figures, there were experts from the Tianchun country as well as experts from the Heavenly War Empire who were stationed here. The strongest among them was even a peerless expert of the Genesis realm, the 13th Great Realm. They had all rushed over after receiving the call for help. Unfortunately, before the Great Five Elements Annihilation Array was deactivated, nothing could be seen in this part of the void. It was blocked by the 5 elements energy of the array. Even the 3-star general's flustered and exasperated roar was intentionally released by Yi Xian. Otherwise, the guards in the defensive fortress outside the formation wouldn't have been able to hear it. Because of this, even the 7 supreme masters of the Void Realm, who were rushing over, had no idea what had happened in the Great 5 Elements Annihilation Array. When they arrived and saw how chaotic the situation was, they immediately flew into a rage. Thousands of starry sky overlords, many of whom were in the Grotto Heaven state, joined forces. There were also hundreds of shuttles and patrol ships, as well as more than a dozen planetary and stellar warships. In the end, not only were they unable to capture a single black hole stage ant, they were actually crushed by the other party. The entire scene was extremely miserable. This scene was truly too infuriating. If these Void Realm experts really had a fiery temper, they would simply want to slap all of them to death on the spot to vent their anger. Soon the 3-star general, who had already woken up, was carried over and reported the general's situation. What? You ordered the atmospheric passage to be opened? I'll slap you to death. Upon hearing that it was the 3-star general who had ordered the opening of the atmospheric passage, the strongest of the 7, the Genesis realm, was immediately enraged. Boom! At the same time the furious roar rang out, a palm actually slammed down. A huge explosion rang out. Other than the 3-star general who was carried on a stretcher with nearly half of his bones broken, even the 2 military soldiers carrying the stretcher were turned into a bloody pulp by this palm. Trash. A bunch of trash. This kind of peerless genius can even refine a quasi-starry sky supreme treasure private battleship, and he even engraved such a terrifying large-scale killing array on the battleship, yet you let him go because you fear death. Do you know what this means? So what if he's a genius in refining weapons? So what if he's a genius in refining pills? None of that is important. The most important thing is that he's also a terrifying master of formations. If we can keep this person and make him work for the dynasty, then every warship of our dynasty can be engraved with such a terrifying killing formation. Our combat power will increase by more than 10 times or even 100 times. Every starry sky fortress engraved with such a large-scale killing formation is a super killing weapon. Once the killing formation is activated, it can immediately seal off a part of the void and form a domain inside, creating a killing formation. If we can have 10 or even 100 of these new starry sky fortresses, once spread out in the void battlefield at the same time, the Heaven's Legacy race wouldn't be able to use the same number of starry sky fortresses. They would still be trapped and destroyed. You bunch of trash. You missed such a great opportunity for the overall strength of the dynasty to increase by leaps and bounds. Once that brat is forced to join the Heaven's Legacy race, this terrifying battleship killing formation system will fall into the enemy's hands, and the entire human race will face a great calamity. You will all be sinners of the human race for all eternity. FFF. At the end of his speech, this peerless Genesis realm expert actually opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. Seeing this scene, all the surrounding starry sky experts were so scared that they began to tremble. Even Tuoba Xiong, Gongyang Buhui, and Changyu Jinglong were no exception. At this moment they finally realized how monstrous and terrifying that guy called Ling Huchong was. So what if he was a master in both medicine and tools? His most powerful ability was still his formation ability. He actually engraved a killing formation that could cover 100 li of void on a small private battleship. What kind of method was this? This was clearly the rhythm of the 3 masters of medicine, tools, and arrays. No one had ever done it before, and no one would ever do it again. No wonder this peerless expert with Genesis Realm cultivation base, who was said to be the uncle of the Tianjin Emperor, was so angry that he spat out blood and even slapped a 3-star general of the Tianshan kingdom to death in front of everyone. Now it seemed that compared to the mess they made, not to mention a 3-star general, if this matter spread to the imperial capital, the immortal emperor might even slap the king of the Tianshan kingdom to death in a fit of rage. At the thought of this, the pale-faced fellows began to tremble even more violently. This time they had truly poked a massive hole in the ground. If the other side had truly been forced to seek refuge with the Heaven's Legacy race, once the imperial court became enraged and decided to settle the score, none of them present would be able to escape. Scram, you bunch of good-for-nothings, scram immediately. Out of sight, out of mind. Perhaps it was because he had slapped a 3-star general to death and finally spat out that mouthful of blood that was stuck in his chest, but this peerless Genesis realm existence seemed to have calmed down a little. He coldly swept his gaze over the 1,000 experts trembling in the void, rolled his eyes and waved his hand. As if they had been pardoned, the crowd hurriedly retreated. In the blink of an eye they were all gone. It seems that the rise of the human race has truly arrived. Even the peerless genius of the 3 absolutes of medicine, tool, and array has appeared. Only after these people left did the Genesis realm elder sigh and say, "Unfortunately, we discovered this too late. Those pieces of trash have already offended the other side. Otherwise, the other side wouldn't have been forced to the point of exposing the void-killing array. But speaking of which, this is a small contribution from those pieces of trash." If that wasn't the case, this old man wouldn't have let a single one of them go and slapped them all to death. It's useless to say this now. No matter what, this peerless genius cannot be allowed to join the Tianji clan. Immediately contact the Imperial Emperor fleet on the Tianjin planet, and tell them to return immediately after wiping out the zombie army. At the same time, contact the Imperial Court immediately and report this matter. Also, publish it on the Imperial Court's main network. On one hand, Ask for reinforcements from the Imperial Court and ask for reinforcements from the 2 fleets on the capital star. On the other hand, disclose this matter and pressure that brat, cutting off any possibility of him joining the enemy. Chapter 3303. Imperial Star Recovery Heaven Battle Planet. In less than 10 days after Yi Xian left, the Headless Corpse Emperor Tuoba Linfeng, who was hidden within the entire zombie army, secretly led the entire zombie army. With the fastest speed possible, they covered the entire continent of the Heaven War planet. All the human cities had fallen into their hands. In just a few short days after Yi Xian's tragic massacre, there were only 2 to 3 million zombies left in the zombie army. The number of zombies once again snowballed, and in the end it reached more than 40 million. More than 40 million cosmic zombies, a black mass that made one's bone marrow feel cold just by looking at it. Then, before the fleet of the Undying Star arrived, the army of more than 40 million zombies fell into chaos. There seemed to be a huge problem within the army, and all the zombies in the universe started killing and devouring each other. As the zombies began to devour each other, the zombie army that had just reached 40 million started to decrease sharply, and in just 2 days it fell below 10 million. At this time, the 2 large fleets that had rushed over from the Undying Star had finally arrived. The Empire's Recovery Legion, who had been waiting outside the atmosphere of the Heaven Battle Planet for a long time, led the 2 large fleets from the Undying Star through the atmosphere of the Heaven Battle Planet and entered the planet. In the next moment, an earth-shattering energy beam fell from the sky like rain. This scene was too tragic. A large number of space zombies were blasted into pieces by the energy beam, but at the same time a few battleships were torn apart by the space zombies with their bare hands. Yes, they were torn apart with their bare hands. In just half a month, the space zombie army evolved into a large number of extremely terrifying existences, and some of the space zombies even turned into zombie fortresses. Their bodies were as large as mountains, and when they sat on the ground, they actually had the ability to attack from a distance. When they fired a cannon, a large amount of corrosive liquid wood was out, and once a battleship was hit, it would instantly melt like ice and snow. There were even some space zombies that evolved into terrifying zombie giants. Their bodies were thousands of zhang tall, like a giant mountain peak, and even a normal planet-level battleship was like a small dot in front of them. Although the giant fortresses with a diameter of 10,000 meters were bigger than them, they were obviously not strong enough. These zombie giants rushed into the sky, and with one punch they could destroy a space fortress. The entire Heaven Battle Planet's interior and sky had turned into a tragic battlefield. No one noticed that while the battle was in full swing, in different regions of Heaven Battle Planet, there were about 100 space zombies that had deliberately concealed their presence, and even their bodies, and one after another they came out of the atmosphere. These 100 space zombies that had the ability to conceal their presence were the followers that the Headless Corpse Emperor Tuoba Linfeng had chosen. Before the battle of extermination on Heaven Battle Planet had ended, he and these 108 highly evolved space zombies had already left Heaven Battle Planet in batches, and had successfully met up on a deserted planet in the distance. At this time, Tuoba Linfeng, who looked no different from a human and didn't have the slightest bit of zombie aura, and even his cultivation was difficult to distinguish, but he vaguely emitted a wisp of aura that made people tremble in fear. He was currently hovering outside the atmosphere of this deserted planet, expressionlessly looking at Heaven Battle Planet in the distance. In the end, he let out a cold snort, turned around, and flew towards the vast void in the distance. The 108 space zombies behind him all looked like normal humans, but from their bodies, one couldn't detect the slightest bit of human aura. Only an extremely cold and terrifying aura. In the blink of an eye, the entire high-level zombie army had completely disappeared. And in the direction they were heading, there was an ordinary planet that belonged to the Heaven Battle Empire, but it was quite far away and relatively remote. That place seemed to have been chosen by this high-level zombie army as their first hunting ground. Rumble. Hong. Awoo. Screech. In the atmosphere of Heaven Battle Planet, the battle had already fallen into a one-sided slaughter. As the Headless Corpse Emperor Tuoba Linfeng led the 108 highly evolved space zombies to silently retreat, the millions of space zombies left on Heaven Battle Planet were like dragons without a leader, and the scales of the battle were tilting more and more. High up in the sky, 200,000 meters in diameter interstellar fortresses stood firmly in the void, and didn't participate in the battle. They would only fire a terrifying death ray cannon from time to time, and when it landed in an area where the space zombies were densely packed, a single cannon would be able to wipe out more than 100,000 space zombies. At this time, the entire space zombie army had already been slaughtered to the point where they couldn't even gather together anymore. The earth-shattering cannon fire prevented them from gathering together and stubbornly resisting. There was no more suspense in this battle. Although the entire Heaven battle planet's interior was riddled with holes from the continuous cannon fire, and it would take a while to repair after the battle. Adding on the fact that before they could fully repair the planet after the battle, they still had to clean up the entire planet's interior, which was very troublesome. But no matter what, Emperor Planet had finally recovered. Just this point alone was enough to make Heaven Battle Emperor Jean Wutze happy. At this moment, he was inside one of the 200,000-meter-wide interstellar fortresses. The two interstellar fortresses were the flagships of the two fleets that came from the immortal planet. Although the soldiers and elites in the two fleets were all human, the two fleets belonged to different factions. One belonged to the dynasty's immortal army, the other belonged to the Federation's Overwatch Council's Sanlan fleet. The dynasty's immortal army's fleet was led by a 3-star general, Kun Binong, and the eldest prince Long Xiang was probably there to steal the battle achievements. As for the Federation's Overwatch Council's Sanlan fleet, it was led by Yi Xian's old enemy, Deputy Inspector Hong Do Lifeng. This person looked like a middle-aged expert in his 40s or 40s. He had a short beard and long hair, and he was quite handsome. He didn't like to talk, but he always gave people a very stable and mature feeling. His cultivation was not bad, and he was slightly stronger than Naples. He was a level 5 Mystic Light Realm existence. Of the 5 deputy inspectors of the Federation's Overwatch Council, Hong Do Lifeng was ranked first, and he was Long Huai's most trusted aide. Looks like this space zombie army is only SOSO. I haven't played to my heart's content and it's going to end soon. Seeing that the zombie army in the universe had completely collapsed, and the credit was about to be in his hands, the eldest prince Long Xiang stretched lazily and said this rather bored. Just at this moment the communications officer on the side rushed over with big strides. His face was full of excitement, and before he even stood still, he had already said loudly, "Lord Prince, Lord General, great news, great news." Chapter 3304. The gathering of wind and clouds inside the Immortal Army's flagship fortress. What? Medicine, weapon and array arts? There's such a monstrous talent? First Prince Longxiang's face was filled with shock. Emperor Tianzhan and 3-star Admiral Kun Binong's expressions were the same. They were all stunned. I know this Ling Huchong. He should be the young master of the Ling Huchong family. After recovering from his shock, Emperor Tianzhan explained to the first prince and Long Xiang in detail. This person's talent in alchemy is truly terrifying. Previously, during the Medicine King Summit held by the Empire's 16 top gentry clans, there was a Medicine King's tablet taken from the Medicine King's relic. The tablet has 3 stages. Even among the elders of the 16 top gentry clans, only a few of them could pass the first 2 stages, and they barely passed. But this person passed all 3 stages in a short time and it was perfect. The Medicine King's tablet was refined by him, and recognized him as its master. Now there's new news. He stayed in the Tuoba family's Tianqian branch for more than 10 days. He actually helped the Tuoba family refine another kind of level 10 liquid by himself, including a tube of level 11 liquid. Just this alone is enough to prove his alchemy talent. It's terrifying. That's not much. The key is that his alchemy talent is also monstrous. This person's armor, weapons and personal worship are all quasi-starry sky treasures, and they were all made by him. The power of the weapons is still unknown. Although he has used them before, he has never used them to kill an enemy. I'm afraid they are not weak. But the battleship is too amazing. It has 2 forms. The first one is the light battleship form that we are familiar with. The second one is a top-level fighter mecha form that is over 30 meters tall. It has a mini death ray cannon and can attack from a distance. Just with this armor, he can even surpass an entire realm to defeat enemies. But this is not the most important thing. The most important thing is his quasi-starry sky treasure class personal worship. The other powers of this worship are unknown, but one thing is certain. That is, this worship has a large void-killing array system. Previously on the Tianqian planet, the Tuoba family, Gongyang family, and Longyu family wanted to keep him here. This matter was reported to the Tianqian kingdom, and the king ordered the planet defense array to be shut down to prevent him from leaving. This person actually took out a small private warship on the spot and activated the void-killing array system on the warship. In an instant, thousands of shuttles and patrol ships, as well as thousands of powerhouses, were crushed by this array system without resistance. However, the other party clearly did not have the intention to kill. Otherwise, none of those fellows would have been able to escape. In the end, only a few unlucky fellows died. As for Linghu young master Linghu Chong, he calmly left. "Pa, my brother is so powerful." Without waiting for Emperor Tianzhan to finish, the eldest prince Long Xiang slapped his thigh and excitedly continued the conversation. The three masters of alchemy, weapons, and array. TSK. This Linghu Chong really lives up to the title of a peerless genius. Whether it is alchemy, weapon forging, or array formation, it is extremely difficult for an ordinary person to master any one of them. It depends on luck. But he has the strength of a master in all of them. He is too awesome. From what I see, this Linghu Chong is definitely much more powerful than that invincible god of war in the cultivation camp. No matter how powerful the invincible god of war is, he is only one person after all. But Linghu Chong's three masters of alchemy, weapons, and array formation are different. This is a peerless genius that can create a large number of powerhouses and increase the overall strength of our dynasty. Actually, Long Xiang didn't say anything. Although he still couldn't confirm whether the invincible god of war in the cultivation camp was Tian Qianzi or Prince Xian's clone, he still felt that it was the latter. After all, the way they did things was too similar, so Long Xiang had always been hostile towards that invincible god of war. Now, another peerless genius that could compete with the invincible god of war had appeared. As long as he could subdue this person, even if that invincible god of war was really Long Xian's clone, he would have nothing to fear in the future. When they competed, he wouldn't lose to him. Thinking of this, Long Xiang immediately became excited as if he had been injected with steroids. At this time, the battle on the Emperor planet had finally ended, and all the space zombies had been killed. Emperor Tianzhan left behind a few battleships to take care of the cleanup work, then hurriedly returned to the Tianqian starfield. The Empire's immortal army led by First Prince Long Xiang and 3-star General Cubanong, as well as the Federation's Overwatch Council's Sanlan fleet led by Hongdou and Lifeng, also followed at the same time, as everything that happened on the Tianqian starfield was publicized on the dynasty's main network. The entire Federation was in an uproar. Not only was the human race's technology camp shocked, but even the cultivation camp was shocked. The various races of the Second Universe's Federation were even more shocked. Another peerless genius had appeared in the human race. Was the human race really going to prosper? Only the Tianji race still didn't do anything. No one knew if they were just observing, or if they had already secretly made a move. While they were shocked, all the major powers started to move. They all sent their elite forces to the Tianqian starfield. The other 13 families who had just left the Heavenly War Kingdom's territory had returned. They had come for the level 10 and level 11 formulas in Linghu Chong's hands. Of course, that included the other half of the Medicine King's inheritance. If they could rope in this new peerless genius, that would be even better. The Bodhi technology, celestial beings, and Shenong genes from the immortal land. The Xianyuan, Huangfu, and Nangong families from the Tianming Empire. The Duanmu, Wuma, and Shunta families from the Tianfeng Empire. There were also 4 other families that were idle but could also refine level 8 elixirs. The Huyen family, the Bailey family, the Pengcheng Pharmaceuticals, and the Life Genes. These 13 families and forces, plus the Tuoba, Gongyang, and Changyu families that were currently on the Tianqian starfield, were about to reunite again. This time, other than the 16 families, the dynasty also sent a fleet. The Overwatch Council, the headquarters of the Federation, even sent a blue fleet. In addition, the Tianfeng Empire and the Tianming Empire each sent a fleet. The entire human race's technology camp was on the move. This wasn't all. It was said that the 2 peerless geniuses from the human race's technology camp, Xiaoyaozi and Inxia Fairy, were also on the move. There were even rumors that the self-cultivator camp was also on the move. In short, the entire third universe of the human race was surging with turbulence. All the powerhouses were gathering in the Tiantian star field. If it weren't for the fact that the various races of the Federation in the second universe weren't in the same universe, they would most likely also come this time. However, because this matter concerned the future of the human race's surveillance at the wormhole was even stricter. It was to prevent outside forces from infiltrating. Chapter 3305. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation 7th Order of the Origin. As soon as the news spread, the other 13 top-notch families and forces in the Imperial Dynasty immediately set off. In order to save time and prevent other forces from getting the upper hand, all the forces spared no expense and used long-distance teleportation formations to hasten their journey. In just 5 days, almost all the forces had arrived. Only the forces that had mobilized a large fleet of warships were still on their way. As they could not directly use long-distance teleportation formations to send their warships, they could at most use wormholes to jump. However, wormholes were not everywhere, so these large fleets were still on their way. The Xianyuan family from the Heavenly Underworld Empire, the Duanmu family from the Heavenly Wind Empire, and Bodhi technology from the Immortal Star of the Imperial Dynasty had already arrived. They were now stationed in various cities on the Heavenly Chan Star. As for the Heavenly Chan Star Empire, it was already overcrowded and could not be accommodated. As soon as the Purplish Warbler, Duanmu Xiaocha and Zhao Qianru arrived, they immediately gathered together and began gossiping. The three girls all had expressions of indignation on their faces as they gnashed their teeth. They felt like they'd been bullied by Yi Xian. This time, when they came with the family team, other than inspecting the effects of the second fusion of the battle armor, as well as delivering the third fusion treasure that they'd just collected. More importantly, they wanted to continue blackmailing Yi Xian. The three girls were already dissatisfied with just asking him to refine a piece of armor. This time they had to agree to new conditions. Even if they did not start refining now, they had to agree to them first. This guy is too evil. Sister Ziying, you're so close to him, but you didn't know that he had such a terrifying cultivation and formations. I feel bad for you. Yes or no? I'll definitely help you vent your anger this time. He even hid it from you, Sister Ziying. He doesn't treat you as one of his family. But then again, Elder Sister Ziying's insight is truly amazing. Even though that fellow is a bastard, his monstrous talent is undeniable. Putting aside refining pills and refining weapons, who would have thought that he would be even more amazing in the area of formations? A small private warship was actually able to imprint such a terrifying killing formation system. Once it was activated, the space within a 100-mile radius would be sealed. That's right. When I arrived, I inquired about some of the people who were present at that time. It was said that when the Great Killing Formation was activated, all kinds of killing energies fell down like dumplings. Even Tuoba Baxiong and Gongyang Buhui, who were at the 10th level of the Profound Void Realm, had to cover their heads and run away. Humph, I've known that bastard is a formation master for a long time. When I first met him on the Heavenly River Star, I knew it, but I didn't expect his level of attainment in formations to such a terrifying level. Previously, I thought that he had only engraved a speed formation, an attack formation, a defensive formation, and a concealment formation on the Dongshu shuttles. I didn't expect that he could even engrave the massive formation of the killing formation system. This matter isn't over yet. In any case, this time he has to agree to help each of us refine a shuttle, even if it takes some time. I'm just a little worried about his safety now. At the end, Duanmu Xiaocha suddenly frowned and said with a worried face, I don't know what he's thinking. Why did he have to hide his real identity and use the identity of young Master Linghu? I heard that after the Immortal Army of the Flying Dragon Special Forces and the Blue Fleet of the Hongdo Liefeng returned to the Heavenly Chan Star, they immediately set out to search the entire star field. Once they find him, I'm afraid it won't end well. In their eyes, my idol is a complete nobody. He's an existence that can be easily bullied. But with his violent temper. Sai, please don't fight with him. Yi Xian was completely unaware of what was happening in the outside world. Right now, he was still in the Heavenly Chan Star Field. 5 days ago, after leaving the Heavenly Chan Star Field, Yi Xian took the Dongshu shuttle to an extremely remote star field in the Heavenly Chan Star Field. He found a barren non-life-bearing planet and entered a secluded place to begin his closed-door cultivation. In terms of his physical body and blood energy, he had already reached the 9th realm, the origin level 5. He was about to enter the late stage of this realm. Yixian already had the level 10 liquid. As soon as he reached the peak of the origin level 9, he could immediately take a tube of the level 10 liquid and enter the 10th realm, the Grotto Heaven realm. As long as he entered the 10th realm, the Grotto Heaven realm, he could use the shortest amount of time to accumulate his physical body and blood energy to reach the peak of the Grotto Heaven realm. If that was the case, he would be able to break through to the Mystic Light realm after consuming another vial of the level 11 elixir. He would be able to enter the Mystic Light realm. That would make him a true Starry Sky expert. Yixian also had the level 11 liquid. This was no longer a dream, and it was not far away. For the first time, Yixian truly felt the benefits of using the gene cultivation fluid to break through the genetic evolution path. It was simply too fast and violent. Of course, this was only for him. If it was anyone else, on one hand, it would be difficult to obtain more gene cultivation liquids, and on the other hand, even if they broke through a realm, it would take a long time to reach the peak of the origin level 9. However, Yixian felt that since he had an advantage, he had to make good use of it. Putting aside the 11th realm, the Mystic Light realm, he had to at least raise his physical body and blood energy to the 10th realm, the Grotto Heaven realm. Because of this, he did not immediately leave the Heavenly Chan star. In fact, he did not know where to go at the moment, so he randomly chose a remote star and began his closed-door cultivation. 2 days ago, he had broken through from the origin level 5 to the origin level 6. Now 3 days had passed and Yixian was breaking through to the origin level 7. Once this period of seclusion ended, he would be able to progress to the origin 7th tier. After that, he would only need to make 2 more minor breakthroughs to reach the pinnacle of the origin 9th tier. Then, he would be able to continue consuming the 10th tier elixir. This was Yixian's original plan. He would cultivate until he reached the peak of the origin level 9, then consume a tube of the level 10 liquid to raise his physical body and blood energy to the 10th realm, the Grotto Heaven realm. After that, he would decide what to do next. Ding! Congratulations to host, your physical body and blood energy has increased. Current realm. Origin level 7. Everything went smoothly. After another 3 days of closed-door cultivation, Yixian opened his eyes. The familiar system notification sounded in his mind at the right time. He had finally entered the origin level 7. At this time, before the smile on his face could fully bloom, a shocking change suddenly occurred. Wang! Wang! A rapid high-frequency vibration suddenly sounded without warning, and Yixian instantly felt his entire body sink. He had been discovered. Chapter 3306. Confinement of the Void. Wang! Wang! Yixian was stunned for a moment as the rapid high-frequency vibrations sounded out without any warning. His entire body suddenly sank, and his heart sank as well. There were at least 200,000 meters wide space fortresses. This was definitely not something the Heavenly Chen nation could have. If he was not mistaken, the dynasty's fleet from the immortal planet had arrived. It seemed that the commotion this time was not small. Even the immortal army had been alerted. He just did not know who had come. After all, if even a 100,000-meter wide space fortress had been mobilized, the dynasty would definitely have sent an important member to oversee the situation. This is a huge contribution. I don't think the 5 princes will let it go so easily. It would be great if one of them came this time. I can take advantage of this opportunity to teach them a lesson and vent my anger. Thinking of this, Yixian was not in a hurry to leave. He grinned and faintly felt a little excited. There's also that old bastard Hongdou Lifeng. I left the immortal planet in too much of a hurry, and did not have the chance to take care of him. How good would it be if he came this time? The more he thought about this, the more Yixian did not want to leave. Even though the other party had completely sealed off the space around this star with the super oscillator on top of the 100,000-meter wide star fortress, even if Yixian took out the Dongshu shuttle, he wouldn't be able to escape at an extremely fast speed. Even the teleportation formation and concealment formation of the battleship would be ineffective. For ordinary experts, no matter how strong they were, they would be at a loss when faced with such a situation. However, Yixian was different. He did not care at all. If he wanted to leave, he could use his interdimensional jump ability to leave at any time. He could go to the Death Star vortex in the gap between the two territories of the human race. He could even jump between universes. In that case, he could directly go to the black hole of life in the first universe. However, now that he realized that a dynasty prince had come, Yi Xian's evil sense of humor was also brought out. Those 5 guys were really despicable. As Prince Xian, he could not beat them up too harshly. However, Ling Huchong did not have such concerns. This was a rare opportunity. He did not want to miss it. He decided to stay and have some fun. At the same time, outside the atmosphere of this desolate planet, the immortal legion of the Elder Prince Long Xiang and the Blue Fleet of Hongdu Laifeng, the deputy inspector of the Federation, were all there at the moment. Led by 2 space fortresses with a diameter of 100,000 meters, hundreds of battleships surrounded the entire planet from all directions. It was actually a coincidence that they were able to discover Yi Xian's hiding place. The Immortal Army and the Sanlon Fleet had originally been searching separately. Although they had guessed that Yi Xian was still hiding in this star field, they did not know where he was. Thus, whenever they came across a deserted star, they would immediately sweep through it and monitor for any signs of life. In the end, they really did capture a weak sign of life on this planet. They also confirmed that this expert was in seclusion. Furthermore, his cultivation level should be at the origin realm, which matched Ling Huchong's basic information. Based on the principle that they would rather catch the wrong person than let the wrong person go, Hongdu Laifeng, who discovered this suspicious point, immediately reported this matter. The immortal legion of the Elder Prince Long Xiang was the first to arrive. In order to prevent the commotion from alerting the enemy and giving him a chance to escape, the 2 fleets immediately activated the shipborne super oscillator and completely sealed the void around the entire planet. The other fleets of the Heavenly Battle Empire and the Heavenly Chun Nation, as well as the teams of the various top clans, were also rushing over from the Heavenly Chun planet at full speed. Although the Crown Prince Long Xiang wanted to take all the credit for himself, he knew how powerful the enemy's quasi-starry sky supreme treasure private warship was. If he didn't surround the entire planet and maintain the sealing effect caused by space oscillation at all times, the enemy would escape as long as he wasn't careful. In order to ensure that nothing would go wrong, he could only choose to gather more battleships and experts. Although this would share some of the credit, as long as he could make Ling Huchong stay and bring him back to the Immortal Star in the end, the biggest credit would still go to him. Not long after, the fleets and the teams of experts from the 16 top clans from the Heavenly Chan planet all arrived one after another. Except for the large fleets of the Heavenly Dark Empire and the Heavenly Wind Empire that were still on the way and had not arrived in this star field, basically all the forces and teams that had gathered for this matter had all gathered here. Of course, the monarch of the Heavenly Chun Nation and the emperor of the Heavenly Battle Empire would not come in person. After all, this kind of thing was a little difficult to show up in public. The emperor of the Heavenly Battle Empire's identity was not to be underestimated, so it was not appropriate for him to come in person with such great fanfare. As for the Elder Prince Long Xiang, his identity was not made public. At least, the officials did not explicitly state that he was in charge of this immortal legion. For a time, nearly 1,000 battleships, fortresses and fortresses of various sizes surrounded this small abandoned planet. This scene was like a helpless little lamb surrounded by a group of ferocious space beasts. No one thought that young Master Ling Huchong, who was hiding in this abandoned planet, could possibly escape. After all, this planet and a large area of the void around it had been confined by the space ripples released by a large number of space oscillators. No matter how powerful his small private warship was, it was impossible for it to ignore the space confinement and teleport away directly. If that was really the case, there was no need for everyone to chase after him. The space technology that the other party had mastered was far beyond the current era. Everyone could just pat their butts and scatter, and it would be useless even if they continued to torment him. When all the fleets and teams of experts arrived and completely blocked this abandoned planet, there was no need to worry that the other party would have the slightest chance of escaping. Finally, the Elder Prince Long Xiang was relieved. He waved his hand and said, "Brother Ling Huchong should have already noticed and may even suspect that we intend to capture him. This is not a good thing. This time we are here to recruit him, not to make enemies. There has already been a misunderstanding before, so it is not good to continue to expand. Therefore, in order to show our sincerity, This prince has decided to personally invite brother Ling Hucheng. You all just need to send some elites to accompany him, just in case. Seeing that the elder prince was going to personally go, everyone's spirits were lifted. In their opinion, even if Ling Hucheng was the young master of the Ling Hucheng bloodline, the Ling Hucheng bloodline was only one of the top families in the Heavenly War Empire. In the face of the elder prince, who was a peerless existence, no matter how unruly Ling Hucheng was, it was likely that he would be subdued on the spot and be recruited in one fell swoop. Everyone thought that going with the elder prince this time would be a great opportunity for them to share in the merit for free, so they all asked for permission. In the end, the elder prince made the decision. He also wanted to use this opportunity to win people's hearts and tie the younger generation of the 16 great families and the various great factions to his war chariot. Alright, you older generation don't need to fight. Let the younger generation of the various great factions go with this prince. Chapter 3307. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. The rhythm of beating the prince soon. The eldest prince led a group of young people from the 16 top clans on a planetary warship. Like a small boat on a raging wave, they charged through the abandoned planet's atmosphere and entered the planet. The purplish warbler, Duanmu Xiaocha and Zhao Qianru were among them. As for the other top-notch clans, although most of their previous successors had already met with mishaps, now that there was a new batch of people taking over, they were eager to show off their prowess. Thus, they were all extremely agitated and followed behind the first prince, almost howling like wolves. Apart from that, there were also some young people from the top clans who followed along. For example, the Heavenly Battle Empire's Crown Prince Zhang Lingfeng, and the Heavenly Chan Nation's Crown Prince Su Biqing. Naturally, they would not let go of such an opportunity. On one hand, they could show their faces to the entire human race. On the other hand, they could build a relationship with the eldest Prince Long Xiang. They could even familiarize themselves with the peerless genius young master Ling Hu, who was about to surrender to the dynasty. Why not? Under the lead of the first prince of the dynasty Long Xiang, a total of dozens of young people from the top aristocratic families boarded a planetary-level battleship. After entering the atmosphere of the abandoned planet, they directly headed toward the northern region where the Wisp of Life aura was located. Heading straight for the northern region. The northern region of the planet had already finished cultivating. Yi Xian, whose physical body and blood cultivation had reached the 9th realm, origin rank 7, had been waiting for a long time. He was not in a hurry because he knew that the other party was more anxious than him. He only wanted to use this opportunity to teach the dynasty prince and Hongdou Lifeng a lesson. However, the other party was different. They had a strong motive. They must have taken a fancy to his terrifying formation skills and wanted to recruit him. To put it a little arrogantly, this time Yi Xian completely controlled the initiative. As long as he wanted to, he could definitely lead the other party by the nose this time. Although the other side had more people, they seemed to have the absolute advantage, and even the entire abandoned planet was imprisoned in the void. In their opinion, perhaps the initiative was on their side, because Yi Xian was already fighting like a trapped beast and couldn't escape this calamity. But Yi Xian knew his own business. His heart was as clear as a mirror, and he was not anxious at all. The only thing he was worried about was whether Hongdou Lifeng had come or not. Also, was the royal powerhouse who came with the dynasty's immortal army one of the 5 princes? If he was disappointed in both of these aspects, then Yi Xian would find it boring. He would lose interest in staying behind to play with this bunch of bastards. If he lost interest, it would not be exciting. However, his worries soon disappeared because a planet-level warship that was 1,000 meters long had already passed through the atmosphere and landed on the northern ice plains of the planet in front of him. At this moment, Yi Xian's heart was in his throat. He really wanted to see those familiar faces. If none of them came, Yi Xian felt that he would be depressed. In the end, he grinned. This was because the first prince had led a group of young prodigies from various factions out of the planetary-level battleship's cabin. There were indeed many familiar faces among them. For example, Purplish Warbler Duanmu Xiaocha and Zhao Qianru were among them. They were grinning at Yi Xian. Seeing these 3 girls, Yi Xian immediately rolled his eyes. Even if he used his heels to think, he would still be able to guess the thoughts of these 3 girls. Damn it, they were still haunting him. This time he was afraid that these three girls would ruthlessly take advantage of him again. Otherwise, once they revealed their true identities, this matter would really become lively. At that time Yi Xian, who was using the identity of Prince Xian, would be completely put in a spot when faced with such a huge army of enlistment. He would not know how to end this. Sigh. I really owed them in my previous life. After realizing that he had been pinched by the first prince and could not do anything to those three girls, Yi Xian immediately sighed inwardly. Although he had accepted his fate, the anger in his heart also rose because of this. Of course, the target could not possibly be the three girls from the purplish warbler. He did not dare to do so. Thus, when the first prince's figure entered his line of sight, Yi Xian's eyes instantly turned green. He was like a mad wolf that had been starving for half a month. He could not wait to devour someone. Other than the three girls from the purplish warbler and Duanmu Xiaocha, there were a few other familiar faces. After all, during the last exploration of the Medicine King's relics, not all of the younger generation of the 16 great clans had perished or met with mishaps. This time, half of the 16 great clan successors were old faces, while the other half were newcomers. Yi Xian did not recognize any of these newcomers, and did not intend to pay them any attention. However, the group of old people nodded politely when they saw him. After all, they had interacted with Yi Xian in the past. They were not like Tuoba Linfeng and Gong Yangji, who had offended him. Thus, when they greeted him with smiles, Yi Xian could not directly fall out with them. As such, he could only vent his anger on the newcomers. Among them, the Crown Prince of the Heavenly Chan Kingdom, Su Biqing, and the Crown Prince of the Heavenly Battle Kingdom, Zhang Lingfeng, were clearly more eye-catching. The two of them followed behind the first prince Long Xiang. Furthermore, their cultivation was also relatively strong. They had both reached the origin stage. What surprised Yi Xian was that Long Xiang's cultivation had also reached the origin stage 4th level after not seeing him for a while. He was only a few levels away from Yi Xian. However, although his cultivation was slightly weaker than Yi Xian's, his status as the first prince of the dynasty was still there. Long Xiang's sense of superiority was clearly very strong. In his opinion, as the first prince, being able to personally come over to recruit Ling Huchong was already giving him a lot of face. No matter how unruly Ling Huchong was, that was only on the level of the empire. In front of the first prince, who came from the imperial capital, he was half a level lower and most likely would not be able to get his head up high. Therefore, when he led the prodigies of the various major factions out of the planetary-level warship's cabin and landed on the ground, he immediately raised his hand and signaled for the other prodigies of the various major factions to stop. With a serious expression he said, "Brother Ling Hu is very nervous now. After all, there are too many of us here." In addition, with the invisible aura of this prince and the impenetrable encirclement outside, he's the only one who's brave enough to hold on. If it were anyone else, they would have fainted from fright. So, all of you stop and don't follow me. Just let this prince bring Zhang Lingfeng and Su Biqing over. This prince has condescended, and he will definitely be grateful to Ling Ti. In just a few words he will follow this prince back. Don't worry, we're all good brothers. In the future, when this prince is in charge, all of you will have to follow me and do your best. This credit will be given to all of you. This prince will personally take care of this matter. Everyone who comes, don't miss a single word of your name in the book of contributions." When they heard this, the group of young geniuses from the various powers instantly became excited and started shouting. Only Xinyuan Ziying, Duanmu Xiaocha, and Zhao Qianru looked at each other. Although they didn't show it on their faces, they were extremely excited in their hearts. Chapter 3308. Feel is different. Brother Linghu, I've heard so much about you, ha ha ha. You might not know who I am, but it doesn't matter. I am Long Xiang, the first prince of the empire. You should have heard of me, right? Don't be agitated. Calm down, you must calm down. This prince has always been low-key and approachable. I have a strong premonition that we will become very good friends. Behind him was the Crown Prince of the Heavenly Battle Kingdom, Zhang Lingfeng, and the Crown Prince of the Heavenly Chan Kingdom, Su Biqing. The first prince, Long Xiang, had his hands clasped behind his back as he walked towards Yi Xian. In his opinion, after he told Ling Huchong about his background and identity, the shocked Ling Huchong would fall to the ground immediately. He would be terrified at first, but he would be convinced by his amiable words. As the first prince of the imperial court, he actually said that he had a strong premonition that they would definitely become good friends. This was bending over backwards to befriend him. The other party would definitely be wild with joy. At this time he couldn't be arrogant. He had to be friendly and approachable. He had to help him up and say to him with a choked voice, "Good brother, I finally found you. From now on we won't be apart and we'll fight together." And so on and so forth. If there were no accidents, this unruly Ling Huchong would be his man of sacrifice in just a short while. With this beautiful hope, the first prince's smile grew even more radiant, making him seem even more approachable. This scene made the young elites of the various powers and clans sigh in amazement. The crown prince was indeed the crown prince. Coming from the immortal star of the imperial capital, he was on a completely different level. In comparison, the crown prince Zhang Lingfeng and the crown prince of the Tianshan kingdom, Su Biqing, paled in comparison. They were like the crown prince's followers, completely lacking in brilliance. Only the three girls, Purplish Warbler, Duanmu Xiaocha and Zhao Qianru, subconsciously raised their hands to cover their eyes. They shook their heads slightly and hid at the back, sighing inwardly. Sigh! What a tragedy! If you don't seek death, you won't die. This young lady finally understands the true meaning of this sentence. Big bastard, this place is going to shake the entire human clan again. He really won't stop. Wherever he is, there will be a storm. He alone is the condensed version of the entire Jianghu. Wherever he goes, there will be disasters. Prince. The first prince? Are you the crown prince of the empire Longxiang? At this time the first prince Longxiang was walking as he spoke. He had already stopped 3 zhang away from Yixian. As soon as he finished speaking, young Master Linghu's face was filled with shock. At first, he was stunned for a few seconds. Then his expression became incomparably excited. His breathing quickened as he roared loudly to confirm Longxiang's identity. This scene made Longxiang very satisfied. Behind him, the crown prince of the Heavenly War Empire, Zhang Lingfeng, and the crown prince of the Heavenly Chun country, Su Biqing, also flew into the air with smiles on their faces. Humph, it seems that I have overestimated this little brat. Once he heard that the first prince of the empire had personally come, he was so excited that he almost knelt down and cried. A country bumpkin will always be a country bumpkin. He has never seen the world, so he can't keep calm. Looking at his mental state, he was only competing with the Tuoba family, the Gongyang family, and the Chongyu family. If he really met someone with a strong background, not to mention the first prince of the empire, even the crown prince of the Heavenly Chun country would be enough to make him dizzy. That's right, it is this prince. I guarantee it. Could it be that you don't believe me? Although this is a little unbelievable, but it is the truth. Facing Yixian's incomparably excited expression, the first prince Longxiang was extremely satisfied. The vanity in his heart had been greatly satisfied. At this time he was floating in the air. With a kind smile on his face, Longxiang waved at Yixian and said in an amiable manner, Come, 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 I told you not to be so excited. Look at how excited you are. Come here. Don't doubt your life. Surprises come so easily. Remember, we are brothers in the future. This prince will allow you to come closer and confirm my identity. But let me say this first. Don't get too excited. This prince is very approachable. As these words were spoken, Ling Huchong, who was about 10 meters away, seemed to have been possessed. His eyes were dull, and his expression was wooden. However, his breathing was rapid, and it was obvious that he was extremely excited. With a trace of timidity and yearning, he slowly walked towards Longxiang. The first prince began to sigh inwardly. A country bumpkin will be a country bumpkin. This prince had only told him his identity, and he was already so excited. It seemed that he had overestimated this kid's mental endurance. But this was also good. When he came closer and confirmed his identity, Longxiang would have to act more amiable. It would be best if he immediately bent down and helped him up. Then he would grit his teeth and squeeze out 2 drops of tears. He would choke and say, Brother, I've finally found you. This way this kid would definitely be loyal to me in the future. Haha. Thinking of this, Longxiang's smile became even brighter. He felt like he was floating. At this time, Yixian finally walked in front of him and stood a step away. Then, an unexpected change suddenly occurred. Pa! Pa! Pa pa pa! Before Long Xiang could react, Yi Xian, who was standing in front of him, raised his hand and began to slap Long Xiang's ears. Backhand, 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 backhand. In less than 3 breaths, more than 10 slaps had landed on Long Xiang's ears. Long Xiang was completely stunned. He spun in circles on the spot, seeing stars in front of his eyes. Yi Xian, on the other hand, finally stopped after a dozen slaps. His face was filled with excitement as he lowered his head to look at his right hand that had just slapped his ears. He actually choked with sobs as he muttered to himself, "That's right, he's definitely a prince from the imperial court." Even his big ears were exceptionally loud. This feeling. Ugh, it's unprecedented. Bang bang. Bang bang. Following this unexpected scene, especially after hearing Yi Xian's choked words, the dozens of successors from the various large powers and top-notch families that didn't follow him fell like dumplings on the spot. Even the mentally prepared purplish warbler, Duanmu Xiaocha and Zhao Qianru were shocked. Their mouths were wide open, and their faces were full of disbelief. At this time, Yi Xian, who was choking with emotion, seemed to have suddenly thought of something. He suddenly raised his head and looked at the Crown Prince of the Heavenly Battle Empire, Zhang Lingfeng, and the Crown Prince of the Heavenly Chan Empire, Su Biqing, who were behind Long Xiang. His expression was extremely excited, and his eyes were about to burst out with a green light. He asked with a trembling voice, "You two are also princes?" "Huh? No, no, no. No, we are followers." Chapter 3309. A Wulaki? AI, this is too disappointing. This young master thought that he would be able to experience the different sensations of different princes today. Hearing Zhang Lingfeng and Su Biqing's words, Yi Xian was greatly disappointed. The right hand that he had been about to raise seemed to drop. Seeing this, Zhang Lingfeng and Su Biqing, who were still in a daze from the previous scene, subconsciously let out a sigh of relief. They had thought that they had finally escaped this calamity. Unfortunately, this was all just wishful thinking. Without waiting for the two to let out a sigh of relief, Yi Xian, who had lowered his right hand halfway, suddenly raised it again and slapped them in the face. Pa! Pa! Pa pa pa! Without waiting for the two to recover, Yi Xian, who was standing in front of them, raised his hand and slapped them again. Backhand, 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 backhand. In less than 3 breaths of time, more than a dozen large slaps had been delivered. Zhang Lingfeng and Su Biqing were also struck senseless. Like the first Prince Long Xiang, who had not yet stopped, they began to spin in circles, seeing stars in front of them. Only now did Yi Xian withdraw his hand. He looked at his right palm and foolishly grinned. He muttered to himself in satisfaction, "A prince is a prince. Even his followers are different from the rest. This feeling is also unprecedented. It's so king satisfying." Peng dong! Peng dong! Following this unexpected scene, especially after hearing Yi Xian's foolish words, the dozens of people from the various factions and top-notch clans in the distance, who had managed to withstand the first wave of attacks, were completely knocked over. Looking around, besides the dumbfounded purplish warbler, Duanmu Xiaocha and Zhao Qianru, no one was able to stand properly. A woo! A woo a woo a woo! Bang! Bang! Only at this moment did the first Prince Long Xiang's mournful howls suddenly rang out. Those who heard it would shed tears, and those who heard it would be heartbroken. Large amounts of black clouds were attracted to the sky by his howls, as if a heavenly tribulation was about to descend. Long Xiang's entire face had turned into a pig's head. It was so swollen that no one dared to look at it directly. Then, before Long Xiang could finish his howling, the Crown Prince of the Heavenly Battle Empire, Zhang Lingfeng, and the Crown Prince of the Heavenly Chun Empire, Su Biqing, also started howling. They weren't any better. Their faces were also swollen like pigs. Even if their father were to look at them for a long time, he wouldn't be able to recognize them. Yi Xian did not continue to attack. He knew that things would get interesting today. It was just the beginning, so there was no need to rush. These 3 fellows couldn't be whipped anymore, at least not before they recovered. Otherwise, if they were to be whipped a few more times, they would be whipped to death, and the rest of the game would be meaningless. Seeing that Yi Xian didn't attack them again, the dozens of descendants from the various top clans and powers finally regained their senses. They crawled up from behind and shot forward like arrows. They didn't dare to say anything to Yi Xian. They all shrunk their necks and helped Long Xiang and the other two escape towards the planetary-level battleship that had stopped in space. After a while, everyone entered the battleship. Then the battleship spun around and rushed into the atmosphere as if it was escaping, disappearing directly. Outside the atmosphere, thousands of battleships of different sizes were waiting quietly. In their opinion, with the Crown Prince Long Xiang personally coming to recruit Ling Huchong, there was no suspense. After all, Ling Huchong was just a country bumpkin. Once he heard that the Crown Prince was here, wouldn't he immediately kneel down? In fact, everyone thought that the first prince wanted to use this opportunity to win people over. Perhaps he would say some words that were not suitable to be spread. Therefore, no one spied on him. That would offend the first prince, so there was no need to do so. Thus, ever since the first prince and the others entered the atmosphere of the planetary-level warship, no one had spied on what had happened inside. Naturally, no one knew what had transpired after that. It was only now that the 1,000-meter-long planetary-level battleship roared out of the atmosphere that everyone's eyes suddenly lit up. Everyone was instantly excited. The Crown Prince was indeed the Crown Prince. Once he made a move, it was extraordinary. Seeing that the planetary-level battleship rushed out of the atmosphere so quickly, everyone sighed. The Crown Prince's methods were indeed extraordinary. In such a short time, he had made the arrogant and unruly Ling Huchong bow down to him. It was so fast that no one was mentally prepared for it. With this thought in mind, everyone's faces piled on flattering smiles. As soon as the Crown Prince walked out of the planetary-level battleship, they would immediately sing his praises. After all, of the three absolutes of medicine, tool and formation, young Master Linghu, who was known as the second most outstanding genius of the human race, was not to be underestimated. Once the imperial court obtained his help, it would be a matter of time before their overall combat strength would increase several-fold. On the other hand, although the cultivator camp had an undefeatable war god of the same level, he was still alone. His value was not reflected in the same way as young Master Linghu. From this perspective, the Crown Prince's success in recruiting young Master Linghu was simply incalculable. Perhaps after this battle, the immortal emperor's position would be more or less confirmed. Unexpectedly, when the battleship approached and the cabin door opened, before the Crown Prince could appear, the first thing that came out was the howling of wolves. Awoo! Awoo! The Starry Sky experts waiting outside trembled in fear. Three-star General Cubanong and Hongdo Liefeng's expressions changed as they quickly went to welcome the Crown Prince. At this time, a group of several dozen young elites from various factions and top-notch clans walked out, escorting three pig-headed clansmen. However, the Crown Prince was nowhere to be seen. Everyone's expression changed as they realized that something had happened. Kun Binong and Hongdo Liefeng were the most anxious. They rushed forward and ignored the three pig-headed clansmen. Instead, they turned to Xian Yuanzing and the other young elites from the various factions and clans and began to berate them. Why are you the only ones back? You even brought three pig-headed clansmen with you. Are the other races of the Second Universe Federation here as well? He actually made his move before we did. What exactly happened down there? That's not important. The important thing is, where is His Highness the Crown Prince? And the Empire's Crown Prince Zhang Lingfeng and Heavenly Chen's Crown Prince Su Biqing. Where did the three of them go? Awoo! Awoo! Just as Cubanong and Hongdo Liefeng finished speaking, the howling of wolves immediately began again. The three pig-headed clansmen who were surrounded by the young elites from various factions and top-notch clans looked as if they had been struck by lightning. They were extremely agitated, and if not for the people beside them holding them back, they would have charged forward to fight Cubanong and Hongdo Liefeng to the death. Chapter 33:10. The Emperor's Order. Kill him. You must kill him. Oh, this prince must kill him. Oh woo. What are you all standing there for? Didn't you hear the first prince's order? That guy deserves to die. Oh woo. Around them, countless masters of the Starry Sky race wore strange expressions as they stared blankly at the three pig-headed clansmen in the middle of the crowd, not even daring to breathe loudly. On the other hand, the three pig-headed clansmen were incomparably excited. Their mouths were howling like pigs being slaughtered, one after another. The three of them were Long Xiang, Zhang Lingfeng, and Su Biqing. They were the Crown Prince of the Heavenly Chan Kingdom, the Crown Prince of the Heavenly Battle Kingdom, and the First Prince of the Immortal Dynasty. But now, they had all become members of the Pig Head clan. Their target, Yi Xian, had each given them a dozen slaps, directly turning them into pig heads. No one would have thought that Yi Xian would be so cruel. This guy is simply crazy. That was the consensus of all the Starry Sky cultivators. So, with the return of the first prince, Long Xiang, and the others, the follow-up actions were temporarily stopped. Facing such a crazy person, anyone would be nervous. The key was that this person was too important, and they couldn't kill him, so they would be in a passive position. Very soon, amidst the howls of the first prince, Long Xiang, and the other two princes, the younger generation of the various major powers and top-notch clans who were in a daze recounted the events that had transpired. The Starry Sky cultivators were originally a little confused, but when they heard that Ling Huchong slapped the first prince's ears without saying anything, he even said that the feeling was different. That was too arrogant, too much. You've gone too far. The Immortal Army's commander, Cubanong, was furious. He immediately wanted to send troops to attack Yi Xian, shouting that he would destroy the entire star. The first prince, Long Xiang, had followed him to the Heavenly Chan Galaxy. Now that he was in such a big trouble, his face was so swollen that it could be compared to the Pig Head clans. If he didn't give a proper explanation, he would be in for it later. So Cubanong had no choice but to push a duck onto a perch. He had to make Ling Huchong pay the price for this. This matter is indeed too much. That brat is arrogant and unruly. It seems that it won't be so easy to recruit him. Besides, we can't sit idly by and watch the prince humiliate him. This matter can't be settled peacefully. In comparison, the Blue Fleet's commander, Hongdo Laifeng, who represented the Federation's Overwatch Council, was much calmer. But even so, he didn't dare to offend the first prince. Although he wanted to comfort him, he didn't dare to say too much. Oh, after all, this is the Heavenly Battle Galaxy, and the Emperor is the ruler of this galaxy. No matter how angry we are, we can't do anything about it. I believe the Emperor won't just sit by and do nothing. Furthermore, if something really does go wrong in the end with the Emperor's order, the first prince can. The meaning behind his words was very clear. He clearly wanted to pick him out. If he was the one who gave the order to launch an all-out attack, he was afraid that if something went wrong, he would be the one to carry the burden. But if this matter was given to the Emperor, no matter how big the mess was, there would be someone else to hold it up. It had nothing to do with him. The elites of the various factions present were all smart people. They all understood the meaning behind this. Immediately, many people puckered their lips in secret, while the gazes they shot at Hongdo Laifeng were filled with disdain. Xianyuan Ziying Duanmu Xiaocha and Zhao Qianru even rolled their eyes because they felt displeased no matter how they looked at this old fellow because he was truly too sinister. If the Emperor really gave the order to attack, wouldn't Yi Xian in the atmosphere of the galaxy be in danger? Emperor Tianzhan was naturally reluctant to talk about this matter. But now that the old geezer had instigated the first prince, Long Xiang, to bring it up, Emperor Tianzhan couldn't turn a blind eye to it even if he wanted to. Bastard! Humph, how dare you trick my idol? Just you wait, I'll report you to the Emperor. Not everyone can provoke a bastard. Old man, you actually dared to stab us in the back. This time you've taken the bait. The three girls' faces were full of displeasure. They muttered to each other in a voice that only they could hear. Looking at each other, they had already privately sentenced Hongdo Laifeng to death. Zhang Lingfeng, what do you say? First Prince Long Xiang clearly agreed with Hongdo Laifeng's suggestion. He immediately looked at Zhang Lingfeng, who was also swollen like a pig, and roared like thunder. Your Highness, leave this matter to me. This is a test. Whether I'm your father or not, it all depends on this. Zhang Lingfeng was also full of resentment. There was no need for Long Xiang to pressure him. He gritted his teeth and opened the star net communication. Then there was a mournful cry that made all the Starry Sky elites collapse on the spot. Father! There was no suspense in the final result. Although Emperor Tianzhan did not express his opinion on the spot, for extremely powerful elites of the heavenly stellar planet arrived 4 hours later. No one knew whether this was Emperor Tianzhan Wuzi's personal decision or the result after he reported it to the Empire. However, one thing was certain, And that was that the 4 elites sent by Emperor Tianzhan Wuzi were going to attack young Master Linghu on this abandoned planet. The 4 old men were all existences of the 12th realm, void rank 9 perfection. They came with the Emperor's decree. Their cultivation bases were only 1 step away from the 13th realm, Genesis realm. As for Linghu, young Master Linghu Chong, according to the latest information, which was obtained after the first prince and the others came into close contact with him and suffered a dozen slaps in the face, his cultivation base was the 9th realm, origin rank 7. The 9th realm, origin rank 7, against the 12th realm, void rank 9 perfection. What kind of concept was this? The difference of 3 realms was more than that. To be more precise, it was 3 realms plus 2 small realms. With such a terrifying difference in cultivation bases, it was not an exaggeration to say that it was a chasm between heaven and earth. Even if only one of these existences was dispatched, young Master Linghu was destined to be completely crushed. There was no suspense. This was a one-sided massacre. No, it was not just a massacre. The disparity in strength was so great that the latter had an overwhelming advantage over Ling Huchong's life and death. If he wanted him to live, he would live. If he wanted him to die, he would die. If he did not want him to die, Ling Huchong would not be able to self-destruct even if he wanted to. Chapter 33:11. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. The Zhan clan, the 4 supreme existences at the great perfection of the Void Realm level 9, attacked at the same time. They rushed into the atmosphere of the abandoned planet, intending to attack Yixian, who was only at the origin level 7 of the 9th Great Realm. Seeing this, all the Starry Sky powerhouses secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Now, no matter how monstrous that young Master Linghu was, he was helpless. Even if he summoned that quasi-Starry Sky treasure level private warship with a shipboard killing system, it would be useless. Purplish Warbler, Duanmu Xiaocha, and Zhao Qianru were so angry that their eyebrows were raised. They wished they could slap these 4 shameless old men to death. However, they did not have the strength to do so, and they did not dare to show too much of their resentment. Otherwise, it would arouse suspicion, which would be even more unfavorable to Yixian. He had his own reasons for wanting to hide his true identity. Although the 3 girls did not understand, they would not make a decision on their own and cause trouble for him. More importantly, they had confidence in Yixian. Even if these 4 shameless old bastards joined forces, they still believed that Yixian could resolve the crisis. At the very least, he could always escape. Thinking of this, little girl Chua was relieved and was no longer so worried. The 4 old men who attacked this time were at the great perfection of the Void Realm level 9. They were the top experts of the Heavenly War Empire's royal family. Even the current Emperor Heavenly War Zhan Wuzi had to call them his uncles. Of course, these 4 people were not the strongest in the Heavenly War Empire's royal family. In fact, even their junior Emperor Heavenly War Zhan Wuzi had reached the great perfection of the Void Realm level 9, which was equivalent to their strength. There were still stronger existences in the Heavenly War Empire's royal family. However, it was already very generous of the Emperor Zhan Wuzi to send out these 4 uncles who were on par with him. After all, he was only dealing with an ant in the 9th realm, the origin 7th order. Any one of the 4 would be able to crush him. Now that they were working together, there was no suspense at all. Very few people knew the name of this old man, but because he was one of the elders of the Heavenly War Empire and appeared the most frequently in the Empire's affairs over time, the officials of the Heavenly War Empire affectionately called him Zhan 1, Zhan 2, Zhan 3, and Zhan 4. Although the 4 of them were origin level 9 of the Void Realm level 9, because of their different cultivation techniques, they all had their own strengths. Zhan Yi was the most domineering. The martial art he cultivated was a kind of boundless slaughter mantra. He possessed 3 types of slaughter divine abilities: Heaven Illusion Earth Slaughter, Heaven Exterminating Slaughter, and Boundless Slaughter. War 2 was a sword cultivator. Over the years he had condensed 9 sword talismans: the Origin Sword Talisman, the Life Sword Talisman, the Death Sword Talisman, the Thunder Sword Talisman, the Illusion Sword Talisman, the Lightning Sword Talisman, the Fire Sword Talisman, the Slaughter Sword Talisman, the God Sword Talisman, and so on. As for War 3, he was an expert in the Bloodline technique. His technique was called the 3 Dragon Snake Transformations: the Flood Dragon Transformation, the Giant Dragon Transformation, and the Thunder Dragon Transformation. War 4 had encountered an extraterrestrial demon during his cultivation, and had a close shave with death. In the end, it was a blessing in disguise. He accidentally comprehended the life and death chi and cultivated the life and death Tao formula. He turned into the yin-yang face and the life and death body. He was the most mysterious among the four of them. At this moment, the four Void Realm old monsters rushed into the interior of this abandoned planet at the same time. They immediately took up positions in four directions in the northern ice field of the Star Realm, surrounding Yi Xian, who was standing in the center of the ice field with a sneer. "Kid, you can't escape today. I advise you to stop resisting so that you won't suffer more pain. You're too conceited." Indeed, since ancient times, there are very few young people like you who have such monstrous talent in the three fields of medicine, equipment, and array. But remember, you haven't grown up yet. No matter how monstrous a talent you are, if you can't grow up, you will eventually be annihilated in the long river of time and forgotten by history. The Celestial Emperor loves talents and can't bear to see you die so early, so he asked the four of us to come. At the same time, the four of us also admire you. Now we'll give you a chance. As long as you immediately swear a Tao oath in front of the four of us to be loyal to the Zhan clan of the Heaven Battle Empire, we'll spare your life today. Furthermore, from now on, my Zhan clan will fully support your growth. The entire Heavenly Battle Empire will be your support. Your path to growth will be smooth sailing, and you won't have to worry about dying before you've fully matured. Kid, this is a rare opportunity. Whether it's the Celestial Emperor of Heaven Battle or the four of us, we don't often have this kind of kindness. Don't make a mistake. You must seize this rare opportunity. Bah! After the four old men finished speaking, Yi Xian rolled his eyes and directly spat loudly. Then he sneered and ridiculed. What is the Zhan clan? Just now, there was a guy who claimed to be the first prince of the Heaven Battle Empire who came to recruit me. Is the Immortal Dynasty not better than your Heaven Battle Empire? You don't even put this young master in your eyes, slapping him in the face. What are you four dogs worth? Also, the prince of the Immortal Dynasty just came to recruit me, and you four bastards immediately ran over, saying that you represent the Zhan clan of the Heavenly Battle Empire, and asked this young master to swear a Tao oath in front of you, that I will be loyal to your Zhan clan. This young master wants to know one thing. Does the Immortal Dynasty know what you're doing? If they don't know, isn't this the same as deceiving the Emperor? If this young master goes out and spreads what you just said, how many days do you think the so-called Zhan clan of the Heavenly War Empire will be able to live freely? Bold thief, you dare to sow discord. When have we ever been disloyal to the Heaven Battle Empire? It seems that we can't let you live today. That's right. This kid harbors ill intentions. Although he possesses extraordinary talent, his heart is too wicked. Today we have no choice but to kill him here. I presume that he has left behind some jade slips related to the three ultimate techniques of medicine, tools, and formations. The effects will be the same if we seize it. Humph, do you really think that you can look down on the world with a top-level battle armor and a small private battleship engraved with a void-killing array? Today, the four of us will teach you how to behave. Why talk nonsense with him? He's just a little ant, just kill him. Seeing that not only did Yi Xian not appreciate their kindness, but he even mocked them coldly and threatened to announce what they had just said, the four old fellows were instantly enraged and their killing intent rose. At the same time, a monstrous aura roared out from the bodies of the four old things. For supreme existences at the pinnacle of the ninth step of the void, had joined hands to deal with a junior at the seventh step of the origin. At this moment they had actually unleashed their full cultivation. It was clear that they were determined to suppress Yi Xian on the spot. Chapter 33:12. Translator. Atlas Studios Editor. Atlas Studios. Yi Xian went berserk. You're just three shameless old men. What right do you have to scold this young master? Aren't you just relying on your superior numbers and powerful cultivation? This young master would like to see if you have the ability to suppress this young master today. Before the four old men could finish speaking, Yi Xian interrupted them with a shout. As he ridiculed them, he waved his hand and summoned the indestructible glass armor, and directly entered the second mecha state. Moreover, the withered demon Bloodblade was also summoned. It expanded with the wind, and in the blink of an eye, it turned into a ferocious-looking blood-black demonic blade with monstrous flames. It was nearly 10 feet long, about the same height as the giant mecha. The mecha raised its right arm and held it horizontally across its chest. An incomparably ferocious murderous aura instantly spread out. This was the first time the four old men had seen such a scene. It was too mighty. The giant mecha was 10 feet tall, and the ferocious demonic blade was 10 feet long. The two were perfectly blended together, and the momentum was unparalleled. In the blink of an eye, the four old men were shocked, and their murderous intent grew even stronger. Heaven Illusion Kill. Death Sword Talisman. Thunder Dragon Transformation. Wither and Glory Dual Evil's Wither Sky Dome. As the murderous intent rose in their hearts, the four shameless old men summoned their trump cards at the same time. With a roar, their figures flashed. An endless murderous power rolled toward Yixian from 4 different directions at the same time. On the east side, Zhani summoned one of the 3 killing techniques of the Limitless Slaughter Mantra, the Heaven Illusion Kill. As a terrifying energy that overturned the sky and earth surged out from his body, that part of the sky turned into a murderous cage. The strong wind was endless, and it covered Yixian from head to toe. On the west side, Zhan Tu summoned one of the 9 sword talismans, the Death Sword Talisman. The endless murderous aura that surged out from his body drew in the sharp metal power of heaven and earth, and turned into a killing heavenly blade that was 500 feet long. It shone with a boundless golden light, and with an incomparably sharp momentum, it slashed toward Yixian. In the southern region, Zhan San had activated one of the 3 great abilities of the Dragon Snake's 3 transformations bloodline, the Thunder Dragon Transformation. His entire body transformed into a lightning dragon that was nearly 3,000 meters long. His entire body was wrapped in a boundless lightning aura, and lightning exploded as he roared and bit towards Yixian. In the northern region, the most mysterious of the 4, Zhan Si, stood in place. He didn't make any big movements but just waved his hand casually. In an instant, he melted an endless ice sheet in the northern region of the ice field. Under the ice sheet, a large number of icy creatures and ferocious beasts that were originally hidden under the ice sheet were revealed. At this moment, the vitality of these endless ice beasts seemed to have been sucked out of their bodies in an instant, and they turned into dry bones at a speed visible to the naked eye. Then, in less than half an instant, countless dry bones of the ice-field beasts rushed into the sky and gathered together, condensing into a white bone withered demon beast that was 10,000 feet long. With a monstrous withered demon aura, it seemed to want to devour all the vitality between heaven and earth, and it rushed toward Yixian. The 4 supreme existences of the 9th level of the Void Realm Perfection stage all attacked at the same time. They used the magical powers that they were best at, whistling toward Yixian from 4 different directions. This scene was so shocking that even Yixian felt a sense of trepidation in an instant. He had no doubt that if these 4 terrifying magical powers and techniques hit him at the same time, or even if it was only one of them, even if he had the protection of the indestructible glass armor, the final result would still be the same. Perhaps the full force of these 4 old fellows wouldn't be able to destroy the quasi-starry sky treasure indestructible glass armor. But Yixian, who was inside the armor, was too weak after all, and was 3 whole realms away from them. In this kind of situation, even if the indestructible glass armor was undamaged, it was extremely likely that Yixian would be forcefully shaken to death within the armor. Back then, hadn't he also used the Thunder Emperor seal to kill that powerful core member of the Tianji clan using this method? Thinking of this, Yixian did not hesitate. He immediately put away the withered demon blood blade that he had just summoned. He had indeed planned to fight to his heart's content with these 4 old guys, but now it seemed that he had been too confident in himself. Although he had the terrifying ability to fight above his level, at most he could only fight above 1 realm. If the cultivation gap between him and his enemy was 2 realms, Yixian had no chance at all with his own strength and foundation. After all, he wasn't a devouring avatar. That fellow had an innate crystal body, and the strength of his body was frighteningly high. Innate, he was already in an invincible position. In this regard, Yixian, who hadn't fully evolved his physical body, would never be able to compare to him. Of course, although the doppelganger was strong, Yixian was not weak either. They both had their own strengths. Unfortunately, Yixian's main body could not use some of the divine abilities that he was proficient in at the moment, such as the Fallen Sky Bow and the Rai Di Seal. Once these supreme techniques and bloodline divine abilities were used, his identity would be exposed immediately. then there was no need to use them at all. Rather than that, it would be better to directly activate the planar coordinate jump ability and escape. He could leave this place with a single thought and appear in the Death Star vortex in the gap between the territories of the two great factions of the human race. But Yi Xian was unwilling to leave. He was unwilling. If he escaped this time, unless he completely abandoned his identity as young Master Ling Hu in the future, once he appeared again, all the powerful factions and powerful families of the human race in the third universe would immediately rush over like flies that had smelled the scent. They would quickly surround and hunt him down again. Although these guys were disgusting flies, Yi Xian did not think of himself as a stinking egg. He wanted to fight back. He wanted to beat all of them so that they would not dare to chase after him with such a mentality of absolute suppression. And to achieve this, everything had to start from today's battle. If he successfully counterattacked and defeated these 4 shameless old void monsters in this battle, then even if there were still those who were unwilling to give up and secretly coveted him in the future, at least they would not be as brazen as they were now. In short, killing might was something that was forcefully built up by relying on countless bones and endless deaths. If one didn't want to be bullied by others, if one wanted to be free and unfettered, and not be casually harassed, then the only way out was only one word, and that was kill. You 4 shameless old flies. Do you really think this young master is a soft persimmon that you can knead as you please? As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Yi Xian, whose anger had been completely ignited, raised his head and roared. He had decided to completely throw caution to the wind today. In order to roam the third universe with the identity of young Master Ling Hu in the future, and in the process of searching for all kinds of follow-up gene fluids, Yi Xian was going to start a massacre today. He was going to beat these shameless guys until they were afraid. Since he was going to make a scene, he might as well make it big. As he raised his head and roared, Yi Xian's eyes were already blood-red. This was the rhythm of a complete rampage. He rarely appeared in this state after entering the starry sky, but as soon as he broke out today, he could not stop. Today the 4 of you, even if you don't die, you will lose a layer of skin. Shio. Chapter 33:13. Cauldron Sore You 4. Even if you don't die today, you'll still lose a layer of skin. Shio. Amidst his furious roar, Yi Xian suddenly waved his hand. Following an incomparably ear-piercing sound, a green light was suddenly thrown out by Yi Xian. This green light was actually the farmer god cauldron in his knowledge sea. Of course, Yi Xian didn't use the farmer god pestle that came with the cauldron. Just the cauldron alone was enough to make people jealous. In any case, he was only using it to suppress his opponents. There was no need to use the farmer god pestle. Yi Xian didn't plan to use this pair of primordial treasures together. That would be too obvious. Even a fool would know what it meant. And as long as Yi Xian didn't use the farmer god pestle, even if everyone knew that he had already refined and collected the Medicine King's ancient tablet, the tablet didn't show the farmer god pestle's original appearance, so no one would think of that. The reason why Yi Xian decided to use the farmer god cauldron now was because he had no other choice. Ling Hu Chong was known as the peerless genius of the alchemy, crafting, and array arts masters. Now he was a supreme treasure in the eyes of the major forces. His identity was only the young master of a fallen family. It could be said that he didn't have any backing. Everyone thought that he was a soft persimmon and wanted to reach out and pinch him. Although his armor was freakish and his small private battleship was equipped with a huge killing array, these methods could be used to deal with some Void Realm Starry Sky Masters. Once he faced the 13th Realm Genesis Realm or the 14th Realm Cosmic Light Masters, they were basically no deterrent. Therefore, if Yi Xian still planned to use this identity to travel through the third universe, he would have to display a new method of deterrence. Even the primordial domain of the 13th Great Realm, or even the cosmic light level experts of the 14th Great Realm, would be able to threaten them. The Fallen Sky Bow and the Rai D Seal could do this, but Yi Xian couldn't use it. Once he used it, it would immediately be exposed. Helpless, he could only use the farmer god cauldron. In any case, the cauldron had already been refined by him. Even if others were jealous, they couldn't do anything about it. In fact, even before Yi Xian refined it, this cauldron had been standing in the vast void of the Medicine King's remains in the form of a huge star for countless years, but no one had ever been able to move it or take it away. It was said that there was even an almighty figure of the 15th level who tried to attack, but in the end, he still retreated helplessly, unable to move at all. If not for this, Yixian would not have taken out this cauldron so easily. Boom! At that moment, as the green light shot out from the center of Yixian's brows, it expanded with the wind. In less than a breath's time, it had turned into a huge planet. The atmosphere of the abandoned planet under his feet was blown away. The aura was too strong, and the ground under his feet instantly cracked inch by inch. This abandoned planet obviously could not be protected. After this battle, it would completely collapse and turn into cosmic dust. There was a huge explosion. Zhang Yi had used one of the 3 killing techniques of the limitless slaughtering mantra, the illusory murder of heaven and earth. A terrifying energy that could overturn the heavens and earth surged out from within his body. The killing cage that had been formed by the mighty power of heaven and earth collapsed completely in an instant. For a time the wind was endless, raging in the vast void of the Milky Way. Immediately afterward, the thousands of feet-long white bone withered demon beast that was condensed from the bones of countless ice-field beasts rushed into the sky and gathered together. At this moment, it let out a low howl as if it was unexpectedly frightened. This beast's body was full of a monstrous withered aura, as if it wanted to devour all the vitality in the world. Originally, it was rushing towards Yixian with boundless ferocity. But at this moment, facing the farmer god cauldron that was descending with a loud howl, it turned around and retreated. Unfortunately, it was all too late. The giant cauldron was like a huge star that appeared out of nowhere. As soon as it came into contact with the killing cage, it collapsed. Then, at the same moment that the 1,000-feet-long white bone withered demon beast turned around, it suddenly smashed towards it without any suspense. Bang! There was no cracking sound of bones, only a low and oppressive bang. The 1,000-feet-long withered demon beast's entire body collapsed in an instant, turning into dust. It was blown away by the terrifying qi brought by the giant cauldron that descended from the sky, and instantly disappeared without a trace. Ding! At the same time, the sword talisman that Zhang Yi used to transport death stimulated the endless killing aura surging out of his body. The heavenly blade of slaughter that was formed by the sharp metal force of heaven and earth also slashed onto the body of the farmer god cauldron at the same time, emitting a crisp sound of metal clashing. This heavenly blade of slaughter was 500 feet long, and was condensed from countless sharp metal force. It shone with a boundless and dazzling golden light, and its momentum could be said to be incomparably sharp. Originally, it was aimed at Yixian's head, but now it was directly blocked by the farmer god cauldron. The result made everyone speechless. Accompanied by a ringing sound, the heavenly blade of slaughter that was so sharp that it could almost split open the sky and space actually didn't slow down in the slightest and directly shattered. Countless sharp metal fragments of various sizes that were suffused with golden light instantly exploded, and then rumbled and dispersed, turning into specks of golden starry rain that dispersed and illuminated a small area of space in an extremely dazzling manner. At this moment, Zhang Yi, and Zhang Si all opened their mouths at the same time as if they had agreed to it. The world cage, heavenly blade of slaughter, and the withered demon beast earlier were all condensed from their own strongest abilities, and could be said to be closely related to their own bodies. Now that their attacks were blocked and forcefully destroyed, the 3 old fellows suffered a backlash and were heavily injured in the blink of an eye. Although it was not life-threatening, their faces were as pale as paper. From the looks of it, they would definitely not be able to make a move for a while. It was only at this moment that cries of surprise suddenly rang out. What? This is the Medicine King Cauldron? This is actually the supreme cauldron in the Medicine King's ruins. It has been floating in the void like a star for countless years, and no one has ever been able to move it. How could it appear here now? This is impossible. Impossible, this kid is only at the origin 7th stage. How could he refine the supreme cauldron that even the almighty Qianquan can't move? This is King illogical. Monster. He's simply a monster. Run, this cauldron is too terrifying. There was once an almighty Qianquan who tried to cut it open with all his might. But in the end, a supreme divine weapon of the primordial era collapsed. We can't move it at all. If we are crushed by it, even if we don't die, we will be completely suppressed and won't be able to make a comeback. Following these cries of surprise, Zhang Yi, and Zhang Si didn't even bother to wipe the blood from the corners of their mouths. Their expressions changed drastically as they turned around and retreated. At this moment, Yi Xian sneered as he turned around and swept his gaze in another direction. Chapter 33:14. Don't run, little loach, screech. In fact, the moment Shenong's giant cauldron suddenly appeared in the sky, Zhan San's Thunder Dragon transformation bloodline ability had already screeched and turned around to escape. Although its voice was so loud that it could split the clouds, it clearly revealed an extremely strong sense of fear and shock. After all, he was not a real immemorial Thunder Dragon. Although Zhan San's 3 transformations of dragon and snake bloodline magical power was amazing, he could actually use this magical power to stimulate the flesh and blood of his original body, and change his form into a thunder dragon that was thousands of feet long. Those who didn't know would most likely think that he was originally a thunder dragon ferocious beast that had transformed into human form. It was a pity that the thunder dragon evolved from this kind of magical power only had the form. Even though Zhan San seemed to have mastered some thunder and lightning power, compared with the real immemorial thunder dragon, it was still too far away. At least, he didn't have the brutal and even violent temperament and momentum that an immemorial thunder dragon should have. If an immemorial thunder dragon from the desolate era was really here, no matter how terrifying Shenong's cauldron was, it would absolutely not turn around and retreat. But everything was still too late in the end. As soon as Shenong's giant cauldron appeared, it destroyed the world cage, the heavenly blade of slaughter, and the withered demon beast one after another, causing Zhan Yi, Zhan Si, and Zhan Si to vomit blood and be seriously injured. All of this took a long time to describe, but in fact it happened in a moment, causing people to be overwhelmed and unable to react at all. Under such circumstances, even if the Thunder Dragon transformed from Zhan San's original body saw the opportunity early, it screeched and retreated at the first moment, but Shenong's giant cauldron was really too big, its size even exceeding that of an ordinary star. The abandoned star under its feet couldn't withstand its pressure, and was cracking inch by inch was proof of this. With such a huge body, there was no need to expend effort to pursue at all. Just a roll in the void and it could cross an extremely long distance in the starry sky. Yi Xian did indeed do this. He naturally couldn't kill all 4 of these old guys, otherwise this matter would be counterproductive. His goal was only to display a deterrent means to make everyone afraid and not dare to provoke him. If he killed all 4 of them, the Heavenly War Empire would definitely not let it go and would send stronger existences, which would be bad. However, although he couldn't kill all of them, it was not a problem to kill a few people. This was also the price they should and must pay. Otherwise, it was not enough to show his power. Zhan Yi, Zhan Si, and Si. Yi Xian didn't want to bully the disabled people, so he chose Zhan San. Of course, the crux of the matter was that this fellow was courting death. Instead of being a proper human being, he actually transformed into a ferocious beast that was thousands of feet long. Even if such a huge starry sky cauldron crushed Zhan Yi, Zhan Si, and Zhan Si into meat patties, it looked like nothing special. But it was different for Zhan San. This was 1,000 feet long thunder dragon, and Yi Xian had crushed it in the void with the farmer god cauldron in front of everyone. Just the visual impact and shock was enough to frighten the starry sky masters who saw this scene in an instant. Little loach, don't run. This young master promises not to beat the shit out of you. Rumble. Yi Xian's figure didn't move as he floated above the massive Shenong cauldron that was as large as a star. Originally, he had his hands behind his back, but now, he slightly raised his right arm and pointed towards the 3,000-foot-long lightning dragon that was fleeing in the north. Puff! When the 3 words little loach entered his ears, Zhan San was so angry that he vomited blood. Even though he had manifested 1,000 feet long thunder dragon body with his bloodline magical ability, he couldn't help but tremble violently. He was so angry. The supreme existence of the 12th great realm, the 9th rank perfection of the void, with the stunning bloodline of the divine dragon thunder dragon transformation. How awe-inspiring was the 1,000 feet long thunder dragon body manifested. In the past, every time Zhan San activated the thunder dragon transformation and manifested 1,000 feet long thunder dragon body, which time did he not shock the other party instantly? Even those who immediately retreated in horror were not in the minority. But today he had encountered such a monster. The 1,000 feet long terrifying thunder dragon had become a little loach in his eyes. Moreover, he was still clamoring not to run, promising not to beat the shit out of him and so on. This was clearly the rhythm of beating him until the shit out of him was directly beaten out of him. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Jean San's 1,000-feet-long thunder dragon body once again trembled a few times. This time it was not because of anger but because of fear. This was a thunder dragon that was thousands of feet long. If it was hung up and beaten in public in this void, that scene was so beautiful that Jean San couldn't imagine it at all. He didn't feel good at all. If it weren't for the fact that the bloodline magical ability of the thunder dragon transformation needed a certain amount of time to cool down, even if he tried his best to remove it now, it would take at least 7 or 8 seconds. Jean San simply couldn't wait to do so immediately. At least in that case, once he returned to his human form, if he was really beaten up, he wouldn't be as eye-catching as the current 1,000-feet-long thunder dragon body. Rumble. Just as his speed suddenly increased and he was running forward with all his might, a series of extremely violent thunderous sounds suddenly came from behind him. That feeling was as if there was a part of the world behind him that had completely collapsed. The terrifying power of heaven and earth shattering turned into an invisible shock wave, roaring and chasing after him. These thunderous roars were the explosive sounds made by the Shinong cauldron crushing the void. Its size was so huge that it was more terrifying than ordinary stars. Although ordinary stars also had trajectories, whether it was revolution or rotation, they were untraceable and too slow to be detected. However, at this moment under Yi Xian's control, the Shinong cauldron was like a meteor that was galloping at an extremely fast speed. Even the void was crushed and the sound of explosions could be heard. It was too normal. At this moment, Jean San was almost scared out of his wits, because he found that the speed of Shinong's giant cauldron was really too fast. He tried his best and even used all the strength he had when he was a child. He finally managed to rush out a distance, but this giant star cauldron just rolled and easily covered this distance. According to this trend, at most 7 or 8 breaths of time, the terrifying giant star cauldron would press down on his head. Thinking of this, Jean San's soul flew out of his body. There was also a human voice coming from the huge mouth of the 1,000-feet-long thunder dragon. He didn't care about his face and begged in public, "Ling Hu, little friend, can we stop chasing? It's a misunderstanding, everything today is a misunderstanding." Boom! Before he could finish the words in his mouth, the Shinong cauldron, which was following closely behind, suddenly accelerated. In the blink of an eye, it crossed a long distance in the void and directly arrived above the 1,000-feet-long thunder dragon. Then, with a more violent and intensive sound of sonic booms, the giant star cauldron instantly pressed down with an indescribable momentum. AO. Chapter 33:15. Translator. Atlas Studios Editor. Atlas Studios. Everyone was dumbfounded. Roar. Although the thunder dragon's body was huge, at least 10,000 feet, it was too small compared to the Shinong giant cauldron that was like a huge star. Couldn't even be considered a small dot. The Shinong giant cauldron pressed down on its head, and only a small part of its edge brushed against its body. The 10,000-feet thunder dragon was completely turned into a dried thunder dragon. Except for the head that was exposed outside, the whole body of the thunder dragon was completely crushed, and that small part of the void was dyed red by the blood mist that burst out. This scene was too terrifying. A 10,000-feet thunder dragon was crushed into a dry dragon in an instant. The mournful howl it let out had no dragon power, but was more like a wolf's howl, which made people feel cold in their hearts. How could the word miserable be enough? In fact, even this mournful and indignant howl didn't last too long. It only lasted for about 2 breaths before it suddenly stopped. At this point, the 10,000-feet thunder dragon no longer had the slightest breath. Jean San had fallen. At this time, in the area of the abandoned star that had completely collapsed, Jean 1, Jean 2 and Jean 4, who had retreated in horror, finally regained their senses. They roared one after another, and their figures rushed over here, wanting to help. "Ling Huchong, stop. Don't make a mistake. If Jean San dies, you will definitely die. Impulse is the devil. Ling Huchong, don't court death." Unfortunately, it was all too late. Before these 3 old things could finish their threatening words, there was a loud sound of violent explosions in the void in front of them. The Shinong giant cauldron pressed down with a loud crash, and a tragic and mournful howl suddenly sounded. Everything happened too fast. From the moment Yi Xian took the Shenong giant cauldron to chase after Zhan San to the moment when the 10,000 feet thunder dragon was crushed into a dried dragon and let out a mournful howl, it only took 3 breaths. It was so fast that even Zhan Yi, who had retreated in a hurry and had almost completely panicked, his mind was in chaos, and the 3 supreme existences of the 9th order great perfection were actually unable to rescue him in time. They could only watch as their Zhan San was crushed into a dried dragon in front of everyone and died. In fact, even if they took action, the result would be the same. If they had the ability to resist the Shenong giant cauldron, they wouldn't have been seriously injured and retreated at the same time. About this, Zhan 1, 2, and 4 were well aware of it. So Zhan San's death at this moment, the threatening words from their mouths at the same time, and their figures that had just rushed out, they also suddenly stopped. A wave of monstrous flames of fury that was similarly boundless and nearly capable of destroying everything surged out from the 3 of them. It surged through the void and actually faintly emitted a faint buzzing sound. However, the faces of the 3 old fellows were incomparably pale. Even though their eyes were as red as blood, as if they were about to spit out substantial flames, their faces were deathly pale. Whiter than snow. This paleness that caused one's heart to palpitate actually represented and revealed the current state of mind of the 3 of them. Only now did they suddenly realize how laughable and powerless the threatening words they shouted at Yi Xian in a moment of desperation were. After all, before the 3 of them could finish their threats, the other party had already crushed the 1,000 feet long thunder dragon to death. Moreover, that scene was so domineering. It was really like crushing a little loach. He had killed their 3rd brother Zhan, in front of everyone. This was clearly a slap to their own faces. Before Yi Xian could do anything, they had already slapped their own faces. Perhaps at this time they still believed that Yi Xian would undoubtedly die, but at least now they couldn't see that scene. Although there were many starry sky experts in this encirclement, and thousands of battleships, all of which were at least 3,000 meters in length, the entire encirclement army still didn't have the strength to threaten the other party. The Royal Star Cauldron, which appeared out of nowhere, was too terrifying. With it in hand, the other party could suppress a group of void men. Relying on this army, whose strongest was only at the peak of the 9th level, they couldn't do anything. It was also at this time that the momentum came to an abrupt stop. Behind Zhan Yi and the other 2, a large wave of terrified cries rang out like a tide. It was the starry sky experts who were entrenched in the battleships. They had surrounded the entire abandoned star so tightly that not even a drop of water could trickle through. Previously, when Yi Xian waved his hand and summoned the Shenong cauldron, this group of people was completely stunned. The scene that followed was even more terrifying. In less than 10 breaths of time, one of the 4 supreme existences at the peak of the 9th level died and 3 were injured. This scene was too horrifying. Everyone was stunned. Only at this moment did their bodies tremble violently. They gasped and cried out in shock. Oh heavens, let me be blind. What did I see? A 10,000 feet thunder dragon turned into a dried dragon in an instant? It was tortured to death. It's too tragic. This is too much of a bullying dragon. This is a 10,000 feet thunder dragon, but it was tortured to the point of howling like a wolf. How sorrowful and indignant should it be? Terrifying. Ferocious. Young Master Linghu is heaven-defying. He doesn't just have the 3 peerless potions, tools, and arrays. Even his combat strength is the same as that of a peerless monster. He can definitely contend with that monster who is causing trouble in the cultivation camp. Right now, it's still uncertain who exactly is the clone of that monster. He might even surpass that monster. Once the giant cauldron makes a move, even that invincible war god will be suppressed. The number 1 monster of the human race. Young Master Linghu definitely deserves this name. He is unparalleled, and his heaven-defying momentum is unstoppable. As these cries of surprise entered their ears, the figures of the heads of the 16 top families of the dynasty, the patriarchs and the others who had interacted with Yi Xian many times before, continuously trembled. Their expressions were even more marvelous to the extreme, and it was impossible to describe. It's too terrifying. He hit it too deeply. It turns out that the Royal Star Cauldron that mysteriously disappeared in the King of Medicine's relics was actually refined and taken away by him. At that time, we wanted to harm him and seize half of the King of Medicine's inheritance from the Linghu descendants. If it weren't for the outbreak of the universe zombie riot, I'm afraid we would have already taken action. If that was really the case, it was simply courting death. While muttering to themselves, Tuoba Xiong, Gongyang Buhui, and Changyu Jinglong looked at each other, and the hair on their backs stood up. At this moment they really didn't want to go against Yi Xian anymore. They couldn't shake him at all. On the other side, the Crown Prince Long Xiang, the two princes of the Heavenly Chan Kingdom and the Heavenly Battle Empire Zhan Lingfeng and Su Biqing, who were originally waiting to watch a good show and even began to plan how to torture Yi Xian after Zhang Yi and the others captured him. However, they were completely dumbfounded on the spot with their mouths wide open. These three guys' heads were originally swollen. Now their mouths were slightly open, their faces were stiff and their eyes were dull. At a glance they really looked more and more like pig-headed people. Chapter 33:16. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. Heaven and earth almighty figures were nothing. Even though they knew Yi Xian's true identity and believed that he must have some more powerful tricks up his sleeve, they believed that he would be able to survive this crisis and leave calmly. But at this moment the purplish warbler, Duanmu Xiaocha, and Zhao Qianru were still completely stunned. Only when the surrounding cries of surprise rang out like a tide did they wake up from a dream. Their bodies shook slightly, and they finally came back to their senses. Heavens, an idol is indeed an idol. He's really not an ordinary kind of awesome. Even though this young lady thought highly of him in the end, I was still fiercely shocked. It seems that my previous estimation was too conservative. This guy is a peerless monster. He can't be treated as a human. Dragon slaying. This is clearly a dragon slaying scene. Even though it was only formed by the bloodline ability, it was still a lightning dragon that was thousands of feet long. At least it had its shape, but it was crushed into a dried husk in an instant. Why didn't I realize that this guy was so ferocious before? That's right, that little temper is too scary. It's left me with a faint psychological shadow. In the future, when I face him, my heart will probably beat wildly. I'm afraid that I'll provoke his little temper. He dares. Humph, don't be fooled by how arrogant he is in front of outsiders. In front of us three sisters, he's just a little kitten. I've long been sure of this. That bastard is bad at everything except for one thing. As long as you're sincerely good to him, no matter how you yell at him or bully him, he won't flip out. He's a fool. At the end of the conversation, the girls had already gathered together and discussed quietly. On one hand, they were afraid that others would hear them and reveal Yi Xian's true identity. On the other hand, the three sisters gathered together to discuss how to deal with Yi Xian. Naturally, they couldn't let him hear these words. In front of them, Zhan 1, Zhan 2, and Zhan 4 suppressed the anger in their hearts and spoke again. Ling Huchong, you relied on the Royal Star Cauldron to run amok. You didn't care about dissuasion and killed Zhan San on the spot. This matter can't be resolved. Just wait and see. Our heavenly war empire is not without the power of heaven and earth. What's more, we have the power of the entire dynasty. You have committed many crimes and are extremely evil. Moreover, this day won't be too far away. Today's matter has already pierced through the sky. Once the Almighty of the Empire learns of this, they will definitely be enraged. They will definitely take action at the first moment and suppress you. If you know what's good for you and want to live, hand over the King's Cauldron immediately, seal your own cultivation, and beg for forgiveness. Considering that your amazing talent in the three ultimate of medicine, tools, and formations is really rare, perhaps we can consider forgiving you and keep you useful to the Empire to atone for your crimes. These words were really shameless. It was obvious that they coveted the other party's three unique talents in medicine, tools, and arrays, and wanted to recruit him by force. They even mobilized thousands of battleships and even more strong cultivators of the starry sky to carry out a great encirclement and annihilation. There were also 4 supreme existences of the 12th great realm, the great perfection of the 9th rank void space. In the end, even with the 4 of them working together, they were no match for him. They were suppressed on the spot, 3 of them were heavily injured, and 1 of them died. In the end, they actually accused the other party of committing numerous crimes and being extremely evil, shameless to such an extent, it was simply outrageous. In the team of the huge fleet coalition behind, there were many strong cultivators of the starry sky who curled their lips and rolled their eyes after hearing this. They were afraid that they were actually also participants, and also wanted to do harm to Yixian before. At this time, after controlling the Shenong giant cauldron to kill Zhan San, Yixian had now thrown away the corpse of the 1,000-foot-long thunder dragon that had been crushed into a dried dragon. He let it float in the void space in the distance, cold and lonely, but he himself had already turned around. This scene was too amazing. The Shenong giant cauldron, as huge as a star, came across the sky. Above the mouth of the cauldron, a 9-colored mist gushed out and filled the air, and Yixian was suspended above it, stepping on the 9-colored mist under his feet. His hands were behind his back, and his expression was neither surprised nor happy. He was simply like a banished immortal, peerless and independent, dazzling everyone. On this side, countless strong cultivators of the starry sky were already dumbfounded. The eldest prince, Long Xiang, and the other 2 pig-headed men were even more stunned, and there were all kinds of unwillingness mixed in their expressions. The purplish warbler Duanmu Xiaocha, Zhao Qianru, and the other 2 girls were also stunned by this scene. Zhao Qianru was stunned for a moment, and then her cheeks turned red. No one knew what she was thinking. Duanmu Xiaocha was even more direct. Prince Xian was originally her idol, so this girl had never concealed her infatuation with Yixian. At this moment, looking at Yixian, who was hovering above the giant cauldron like a banished immortal, slowly approaching, her eyes were fixed, and she muttered to herself like a love-struck fool. Heavens, too handsome. This is my idol, fully deserving of the title, the one and only. Boo-hoo. Why do I have such good taste? Even the purplish warbler was clearly in a daze at this moment. She stared blankly at Yixian, who was slowly approaching. At this moment, she suddenly felt that the figure in front of her was extremely unfamiliar. It wasn't just because Yixian had changed his appearance, but also because he looked like a burly man. More importantly, it was because of the feeling that he gave off. The Prince Xian she knew was famous across the 3 universes, and he was revered as the #1 idol of the Federation with countless fans. However, in reality, all of Yixian's achievements that made him famous, including what happened in the first universe in the demon domain, and the shocking act of destroying the ancestral grounds of the 6th Palace of 10 Ultimates in the territory of the cultivators not long ago, all of this was something that the purplish warbler had never seen with her own eyes. The Prince Xian she knew wasn't that amazing in front of her. However, at this moment, the scene unfolding before her eyes was so extraordinary that the purplish warbler felt like she was seeing an illusion. She suddenly realized that unknowingly, the little independent stellar core realm cultivator she knew had actually grown to such a height. Even she could only look up to him from afar. Soon Yixian was already in front of her. The Shenong cauldron, which was as huge as a star, was suspended in the void thousands of miles away, pouring out endless 9-colored fog. Yixian stood above the colorful fog with his hands behind his back. He was so stunning that even the 3 old men of Zhan couldn't help but sigh inwardly. His elegance was truly peerless. As existences at the peak of the 9th realm of the Void Realm, it wasn't too unjust for them to be defeated in the hands of a peerless monster of a generation. Thinking of this, the 3 old men's hearts immediately calmed down. Just as they were about to continue persuading, Yixian had already opened his mouth with a cold smile. I've seen shameless people, but this young master has truly never heard of anyone as shameless as your Zhan clan. Humph, so what if he's a universe almighty? If he wants to take this young master's life, we'll have to see if he has the ability to do so. I'd like to give you a piece of advice instead. Pass this message to that universe almighty of your Zhan clan. It's best to spread the news that he's in seclusion, lest he jumps out and embarrasses himself. In this young master's eyes, the so-called universe almighty is nothing more than a fart. These words were too pretentious. The faces of countless experts in the starry sky turned green, and their hearts beat wildly. They had never seen such an existence who dared to call a universe almighty a fart in public. Young Master Linghu was really going to defy the natural order. He was too arrogant, impudent. Chapter 33:17. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation, come in if you dare. Speak of the devil. Before Yixian could finish speaking, the supreme existence of the 15th level of the Zhan clan, the only supreme being of the universe, finally made his move. The Zhan clan of the Heavenly War Empire actually had 2 supreme existences of the universe realm. These two people were called Zhan Tu and Zhan Lu. They were the ancestors of the Zhan imperial clan and had lived for countless years. However, tens of thousands of years ago, Zhan Lu had left the three realms of the universe to explore other realms of the universe. No one knew if he was lost in the endless void of the universe or if he had died. In short, tens of thousands of years had passed, but Zhan Lu had not returned. From then on, the Zhan clan of the Heavenly War Empire only had Zhan Tu, the supreme existence of the universe realm. It was also because of this that Zhan Tu, as the only supreme existence of the Zhan imperial clan, had always been very cautious and rarely went out. He had always been in seclusion on an unknown planet near the Heavenly War Imperial planet. This time, the Heavenly War Imperial planet had encountered an unforeseen event. Zhan Tu, who was in seclusion, did not know about it. However, considering the importance of this matter, not only did it involve the Demon clan of the Second Universe, but it also caused a chain reaction. The Heavenly War Emperor Zhan Wuzi was worried that there would be other unforeseen events. He ordered him to go to the planet where Zhan Tu, the supreme existence of the universe realm, was in seclusion and invite him out. A few days ago, Zhan Tu had already arrived and stayed behind in the Heavenly Chan nation's capital. This time he, as the Zhan imperial clan's ancestor Qian Kuan, naturally couldn't lead the expedition personally. That would be too condescending. Right now, although Zhan Tu was still on the Heavenly Chan star, he had already found out about the changes that had happened on the Heavenly Chan star's level 3-star network. In a fit of rage, he immediately manifested his Dharma idol projection and descended. Who would have thought that just as his consciousness arrived in this void, he would hear the arrogant words that Yi Xian had spoken. As a result, he was instantly enraged and immediately attacked, wanting to suppress Yi Xian on the spot. The powers of the universe were extraordinary. They had already come into contact with the mysteries of the universe's great Tao principles. Among the first 15 realms of the universe, they belonged to the most transcendent category of great powers. Even if it was just a Dharma idol projection, its power was far beyond what the four of them, who were only at the peak of the 9th level of the Void Realm, could compare to. At this moment, with the arrival of Zhan Tu's Dharma power projection, this vast space of the universe was disturbed. A formless sealing force shrouded this area, and the space tens of millions of miles away was instantly turned into a cage, confined by a formless, terrifying pressure. In that instant, even the 100,000-meter-long star fortress that the first Prince Long Xiang had brought with him, as well as the San Blue Fleet's flagship that Hongdou Lifeng was on, were all affected without any suspense, the super space oscillator on the ship directly going out of action. In the face of the space that was confined by the supreme pressure of the universe, even the super space oscillator installed on the 100,000-meter-long star fortress was rendered ineffective, unable to shake this space to form a vibration effect. A large number of strong masters in the universe felt their bodies suddenly sink, as if an invisible mountain had suddenly descended, pressing down on their heads from all directions, giving them a feeling of sluggishness and hindering their movements. This was the result of the terrifying pressure that had suddenly descended, not deliberately targeting them. Otherwise, it would be even more unbearable. Once the universe was angry, even Old Man Zhan Yi and the others, who were at the peak of the 9th level of the Void Realm, would be suppressed instantly, unable to resist at all. And the only target of this terrifying pressure, Yi Xian, was obviously in a worse situation. Boom! The starry space exploded, as if the heavens were collapsing. At the same time that furious roar suddenly rang out, the space 10,000 miles above Yi Xian's head shattered inch by inch without warning. The area affected was extremely vast, spanning several thousand miles. This kind of feeling was as if this space was simply made of paper, and behind this fragile thin paper, a supreme fierce beast had appeared. At this moment, the fierce beast was breaking through the boundary, and as soon as it came into contact with this layer of barrier, the space immediately cracked and collapsed like a piece of paper without any delay. Behind this space that spread for several thousand miles and collapsed inch by inch in an instant, an incomparably huge blood-red palm print suddenly descended, its 5 fingers spread open, the palm facing down, covering Yi Xian and the Shenong giant cauldron beneath his feet from head to toe. Although the giant star cauldron was huge, the descending blood-red palm was not small either. The two were evenly matched. If this palm hit the giant star cauldron, although it was uncertain whether the giant star cauldron would be damaged, there was no doubt that Yi Xian, who was standing on the seven-colored fog and hovering above the cauldron with his hands behind his back, would die without a doubt. Or, he would be directly suppressed and captured on the spot. The giant blood-red palm would only need to grab and close, and then it would be able to carry him across the void and disappear. The situation was extremely critical. The giant blood-red palm came suddenly, and its momentum was extremely fierce. As soon as it appeared, it had already pressed down nearly half of the cauldron, only 2,000 miles away from Yixian. At this speed, the giant blood-red palm would be able to hit the giant star cauldron in at most a breath's time. At that time, if the other party did not intend to leave him alive, Yixian would most likely explode into a fine mist of blood in an instant, and then be vaporized by the terrifying force of the giant blood-red palm, not leaving a single hair behind. Yixian's expression changed drastically. He almost immediately ordered the system to directly activate the interplanar coordinate jump ability and escape to the death vortex in the gap between the two territories of the human race. But in the end, he restrained himself and did not do so. On the one hand, the farmer god cauldron was still here, and now it was obviously too late to put it into his body. Time was too tight. On the other hand, if that was really the case, the consequences and severity of the consequences would be too serious for Yixian to accept. The reason why he had used the farmer god cauldron was to make an example of him and show off his power, so that this group of people would be afraid of him and not dare to harass him at will. Even if the performance just now was amazing enough and had some effect, if the final result was still to flee, then it would be too embarrassing. Everything he had done before would go down the drain, and the fierce image he had just established would collapse in the blink of an eye. Thinking of this, Yixian made up his mind and instantly cut off the idea of escaping. His body sank, and in the blink of an eye, he disappeared into the inner space of the farmer god cauldron to take refuge. Bang! In the next moment, a huge explosion sounded in the sky, and the giant blood-red palm that came from the crack in the sky directly hit the farmer god cauldron, stirring up the dense nine-colored mist at the mouth of the cauldron. But the cauldron, which was as large as a planet, only shook slightly, and did not lose a single hair. Even if a mighty figure of Qian Kuan were to come in person, he would not be able to shake this cauldron. Now, it was only a Dharma power projection of the mighty figure of Qian Kuan that had descended. To be able to make the cauldron shake faintly, it was already the result of an extraordinary performance under the influence of the mighty figure's fury. Chapter 33:18. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. Incident escalated. Roar. Brat, aren't you very arrogant? Why are you a coward? Come out if you dare. The giant blood-red palm suddenly shook and turned into the figure of an old man. He was so angry that his beard was trembling. He roared at the Shinong cauldron helplessly. The next moment, a light voice came from the cauldron, frightening everyone. Old bastard, are you a ghost? Come in if you dare. Believe it or not, this young master will pull off your head. It was Yixian's voice. In fact, even if one did not listen to the voice, one could guess that he was the one who was arrogant from the arrogance in his words. The one who was called an old bastard and clamored to pull off his head was a powerful figure of the universe in the 15th realm. If it were anyone else, even if they had the protection of the giant star cauldron, they would never be able to utter such words. It was too shocking. Just thinking about it made one's hair stand on end. In the distance, countless experts of the starry sky and the huge fleet had been scared out of their wits. Even Zhan 1, Zhan 2, and Zhan 4 were dumbfounded. They had been irritated by Yixian before, but after seeing how Ancestor Zhan 2 was treated, their anger inexplicably calmed down. Compared to the Ancestor, what they did was nothing at all. Even a mighty figure of the universe could be scolded as an old bastard in public by him. What was the little bit of anger that they had suffered? Roar. Rumble. Boom. Ancestor Zhan 2 of the universe was so angry that he roared and kept attacking. Huge explosions were heard continuously, and a small part of the void of the universe collapsed. However, the Shinong cauldron did not move at all. When he had just arrived, he had launched the first attack out of anger so it could be slightly shaken. But now it had no effect at all. It was like a mosquito trying to shake a mountain. This was too humiliating. Of course, this was for Zhan 2's day. As for the experts of the starry sky thousands of miles away, most of them were embarrassed. A mighty figure of the universe was scolded as an old bastard in public. He stomped his feet and roared. A small part of the void collapsed, but he could do nothing to the other party. However, this scene was witnessed by many strong men in the starry sky. It was really many people shrunk their necks and subconsciously turned their heads to look elsewhere. Their eyes drifted away, not daring to look directly at them. There were even some people who pretended not to notice them and started to chat with each other. If only a few people were like this, it wouldn't have aroused suspicion. But now, almost all the starry sky powerhouses outside the battleship were like this. Even a fool could see the problem. Ancestor Qian Kuan of the Zhang clan soon noticed this abnormal situation. He was stunned at first, then his face turned pale and darkened in an instant. At this time Zhan 2 and Zhan 4 were pretending to be chatting when they suddenly felt their surroundings become sluggish. The three old things seemed to have a clear understanding in their hearts that this was the ancestor's gaze sweeping over them. They hurriedly shrunk their necks subconsciously, but they didn't dare to meet his gaze. Instead they chatted even more happily. It seemed that they were completely immersed in the conversation, and didn't notice anything else around them at all. "Oh, second brother, look at you. A corner of your lapel is stained red. You were seriously injured just now, weren't you? I clearly saw you spurting blood." Yes. That guy is too annoying. He made second brother so angry that he spurted blood. Next time we meet him, we must catch him and give him a good beating. Ahem. It's okay for you to talk about me, but can we talk about something else? You're still talking about that guy. You're clearly touching a sore spot. Even the ancestor has come over with a black face. Without waiting for Jean, who was scowling miserably, to finish his words, a thunderous roar rang out, shocking the three old things to the point that half of their souls flew away. "First, second, and fourth, all of you roll over here for this old man right now. The three old things looked at each other, and their faces darkened in an instant. They raised their eyebrows and hurried to greet the ancestor. They smiled apologetically and trembled with fear. "Pass this old man's order. Open the Empire's treasure trove of war supplies, take out all kinds of war supplies, and build the space trap array with all our strength." At this time old monster Zhan 2 was extremely angry, but he calmed down instead. His eyes emitted a cold light, and he said coldly, "Within 3 days we must complete the construction of the array and completely seal off this void. In these 3 days this old man will sit here and guard this place to prevent that guy from spying on us and escaping. Once the space trap array is completed, the clan will send another 4 9th rank perfection void masters over. At that time the 7 of you will each take a side and guard a formation eye, maintaining the opening of the array. This old man will leave for a few days and ask an old friend to come out. He will definitely be able to drag that guy out of this sturdy tortoise shell." Old monster Zhan 2 didn't deliberately lower his voice when he said these words, so all the starry sky experts in the distance heard it clearly. At this time, everyone's expression had changed. The matter had indeed escalated and become more serious. Old monster Zhan 2 was clearly anxious, and he actually wanted to build the space trap array. This was a shocking amount of money. The so-called space trap array's function was to completely seal off a void and cut off the connection between this void and the outside world. Whether it was teleportation or space transmission, it could no longer be used. Even some of the universe's space divine arts would be ineffective in the space concealment array. The various treasures and mineral resources needed to set up this array were all top-grade goods. Even in the 3 great empires and even the Eternal Dynasty, these things were considered strategic reserves. More importantly, once the space trap array was activated, it must be constantly supplied with energy to keep it running. Once it was stopped, all the treasures and mineral resources used to build the array foundation would be ineffective. This was clearly a terrifying array that could only be used once. Not only were the array foundation materials too expensive, but it also consumed a lot of energy. If it was stopped, it would be useless. In addition, Zhan 2 also publicly announced that he was going to visit an old friend and ask for his help. There must be a way to get Ling Huchong out of the giant star cauldron. How could an existence who could be friends with old monster Zhan 2 be an ordinary starry sky expert? At the very least, he must be a universe's mighty figure, or even stronger than old monster Zhan Tuesday. At the very least, he must have more means than old monster Zhan Tuesday. Otherwise, why would Zhan 2 personally go and ask for his help? What did this mean? Clearly, at least 2 universes' mighty figures were alarmed when they came out. This was really poking the sky. Before the